community, that those priests will be excommunicated. My question will be, those people who continue to attend them also be excommunicated? Because the problem was last time is that you had those people trying to come over to the Catholic Church, to like the Latin Mass community, and they were poisoning the well with their nonsense in the
Stu
communities
wanted
that
to
were in
say
Unity
something.
Room.
Hold on 1 second. Stu, don't go. Oh, okay. He was going to say something too. Okay, it's okay. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. They're
Sorry,
poisoning the
Stu.
well. They're poisoning the
they'll
well.
Yeah, they'll poison they'll poison the well of the traditionalists, like, Will and I, or and others, our communities. They'll come
Got it.
over and start doing the whole, again, the Michael Matt Catholic Identity Conference, all of these things that Rabbi Slinger says, talks about,
Right.
is that they will be poisoning the well. So there's going to have to be a very hard line drawn by Pope Leo to deal with them if they choose to go in that direction. And frankly, I mean, I feel like it's sadly to have to say it, because I don't want to ever see schism. We want to have unity in the church, but when you have a limb on a body that is sick, and it is not accepting treatment, the only thing you can do sometimes in order for that limb to not poison the rest of the body is to cut off the limb, to schism the limb.
So the Catholic Church in 841 says, okay, I don't know. I just sent you the DM. So there's this Catholic account that posted something. No sharing feature when searching an account for keyword. Okay, sorry.
Oh, Wasam, yeah, church,
Another
is
church in Canada
yeah.
is being burned down in Quebec. Another Catholic church has been burned down in Canada. Major fire. It's insane. The construction of the church was in 1893. It's
Oh
another
my
one. It's
gosh.
nonstop. It's nonstop.
Nonstop by the Canadians. I mean, the Canadians are just like, what are you guys doing, allowing this to happen to your culture? Yeah, Watson is responding. He's quoting from the Catechism of the Catholic Church, and it says the Church's relationship with Muslims. The plan of salvation is also includes those who acknowledge the Creator, and in the first
Hey,
place amongst those who are Muslims, and these profess to hold the faith of Abraham together with us, and they adore one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day. Okay,
okay,
like,
Stu's back. Stu's back. I'm in
yeah.
shock. I'm in shock. Stu, go ahead. Go ahead, Stu. Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, it was interesting to hear in Dugan's talk today
Yes.
how they framed, like, because that's a whole side of the trad bros, and his take on it is that modernity is evil, and so like he was listing all the approved religions today, uh, in his podcast with Sneeko.
Oh my
Um,
God.
and
Adam
he's
Kinzinger's pictures were put out there. Bree from Grinder. Did you see it?
Yeah,
I
I've
don't.
seen them.
You have?
The tattoo. It's been out there for a
No,
while.
it's not Mo. It's more than the tattoo. It's the other
Oh
stuff.
no, I don't want to see anything other than
Oh
the.
no no, it's very bad.
Oh
Oh,
no.
it's
Okay,
very bad.
well, there you go.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Heaven have mercy. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Don't look at it. You're
I
gonna not be able to sleep at
I
all.
I I George Santos is the one, the dude with allegations of him being on Grinder and having the proclivity of getting blank 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 up the end while being married with kids is talking. Laugh out loud. Oh my God. 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 These poor wives and kids. My God. So selfish of these men to do this. It's one thing you want to do your weird stuff. Go do it on your own dime and your own.
Well, he also named Nancy Mace, so don't just blame the guys.
What did Nancy Mace do?
I don't know, but George mentioned her too.
Oh no, because I think Nancy Mace has been going after these guys for years and saying that they're involved in this kind of stuff. And Nancy, has pushed back
No, I
very
think it's
hard
something
on.
else. I think it's
Is
something
it?
else.
Oh goodness gracious.
Okay, let me see. Oh my God, it's all out now. Ruben Gallego also.
Oh, he has a long list.
Um, the man is suggesting I'm a
Who is posting all of this stuff?
George
George
Santos.
Oh,
He's
Santos.
all the
why is
receipts.
Santos doing this?
What do you mean?
Because he's
Revenge.
ready to let them all
He's gonna let
fry.
them all
They
fry.
went
They went
after
after
him.
him for nothing. I mean, for something, but for nothing. You know what I mean?
Well, but why is he doing it now? He's like out of jail how many months now?
Oh my God, Gallego was with Elric Swalwell making the sex worker films. Oh my God. Oh my God. There's a lot of part. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot. There's a lot. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, these girls are Arabic girls, by the way, on a yacht in Saint Tropez. Oh boy. Oh boy. These are Muslim. These are like okay. Katie Porter. The allegations against Swalwell are horrifying. I'm thinking of the courageous women who have come forward to share their. Katie Porter is an alleged domestic
Oh, she
abuser
needs
who
to
poured scalding
STFU.
potatoes on her
Yes.
ex-husband. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I don't even know what to say. Oh my God. Everybody's a retard. What did I say? People get to the highest positions in companies and government, and they're either completely retarded, or they're complete criminals, or they're complete perverts, or all three. And now you're seeing it. I okay. Retire, laugh out loud. Dude is resigning in disgrace. This is Tony Gonzalez tells me plans to retire from Congress tomorrow. Looking forward to more resignations. Another one. How many people retired today? Four DC people lefties.
More to come.
Oh my God, these videos are years old, which raises a serious question: how long has Eric Swalwell? He's sexually blackmailed. Yeah, these are being blackmailed by the CCP and every decision that they've made in Congress. So the CCP and the Russians. So now I want to know, or the Iranians or the Qataris. Let us know who did it. Say it. Say which country is doing it. You know they're going to kill them, so they can't say anything. Cam, what do you think? Can they say who did it to them, or are they going to end up being killed? God
Let
forbid.
them say. They've been, yeah, let them say. They already screwed us over.
Cam, is it if do you think these people are going to be able to say which people are harming them, or like if the CCP is doing it or whoever, so that at least we know what countries, or is that going to be like, oh, it's an act of war and they can't say anything? Cam, are you there? Are you asleep? Maybe he fell asleep on this face. Okay, I'll drop him down if he doesn't want to talk about this stuff, because this is
Someone
insanity.
posted a picture of Rokana with Christine Fang, also known as Fang Fang. I
Oh,
think
where?
that's a known thing, but I think for someone to post it again, maybe they're hinting at something else. I'll send it to you.
Oh my God, that would explain a lot with Rokana. Hold on. Testament to the power of investigative reporting. Eric Swalwell ending his campaign for California governor just about 48 hours after CNN and the San Francisco Chronicle both reported on allegations of sexual misconduct in his past. Taken together, the stories portrayed an abuse of power by the California. By the way, it says that Martin Shkreli said that him and Jack Posobiec did. Okay, is quoting Brian Stelter. Who was, until Friday, a leading contender in the race to replace Gavin Newsom as governor. Yes, dramatic end of the weekend news in California. Okay, so where's the one with Nancy Mace? What did happen with her? What is
They
that one
felt
about?
I'm gonna have to drop, but I'm on
It's it's
with
it's
Awesome Jew tomorrow at 8 a.m. in the morning if you
on his
want to talk.
podcast.
Yep,
Oh,
we're gonna be
great.
talking about this. I just put it up in the nest for everyone. So yeah, we're gonna be
I just
talking
want
about
I actually
Jews
I
and Catholics and Jews.
yeah, but I do want to kind of prep you about something related to that. Can you call me before?
It's gonna be early for you.
Yeah, call me before. Unless are
Okay.
you going to stay up late or no?
No, I've got to go to bed. Is it bad?
No. I just want to prep you a couple of things. I wish you'd have told me ahead of time,
Oh,
so had more time. It's okay. Don't worry.
yeah. Okay, yeah, just maybe ping me if you think. You can just send me some voice notes.
Yeah. I can send you voice notes.
Yeah,
Okay.
that will
So
work.
Nancy Mace was baby birding, which means she was kissing other women and spitting stuff into their mouths. Alcohol, is that what?
Oh, gross.
What is baby
God, what's
birding? What is
wrong with
baby
people?
birding?
That's what that is.
Oh, she's really making out with the woman who's a lesbian, and it says Trump on the thing. She's kind of a male lesbian. Oh, and she really does it to the other guy, who's also he's got a CCP shirt on him. And then there's another older woman who does these things. Is this a thing? What's it? I've never heard of
I
baby
don't even
birding.
I'm
know. Like,
trying so
seriously, I'm
hard to
so
keep my
glad we're
head
not in those
innocent.
circles. I'm just so glad we're not in those circles. We're nuns, like you said.
I told you last night. When did I tell you we're nuns? When did
That
I
was
say
like
this?
2 nights ago.
Okay, thank you. And I literally had a conversation with somebody else this morning about you who listens to our state. You know who it is, Jake. And I'm like, we're nuns, me and Bree. Like, I don't, and because we were talking about the
We don't
laws.
do any of that
I'm
stuff.
like, what is this? What is baby birding? I've never even heard of these things. Is this a college thing for 50-year-olds and
Post
40-year-olds?
I don't know. It sounds like a porn thing. I don't want to deal with any of that.
No, but what? But is baby boarding like a college thing? Can anybody tell me? Go look at your DMs, Bree. Does anybody know what
Well,
baby
I don't
birding
want to
is?
look at
I
them.
haven't been to college in so long, I wouldn't
Well, we
know.
have kids. We
Never
have
heard
kids.
of it.
What is it? What's that?
I never heard of it ever. This is the first.
Stu, do you know what baby birding is? Stu? Stu? Nobody? Josie, do you know what baby birding is? Or Jean? Anybody? Anyways, I've never heard of these things, but apparently it's something that's I don't even know where this phenomenon came from. It's not like you're licking like like the salt off the neck of a attractive male or attractive woman that happens to maybe your spouse, and you take a shot of tequila and then you share the lime because you're both married and it's a covenant under God. So why not do that? But not in front of people because that's disgusting because nobody should see you doing that with your spouse.
Ugh, it
But
makes
why
me
would
like,
you do it?
ugh.
I don't know.
I
When
mean, I
you're married,
can't.
you
I
get to
like, ugh. It's
no,
so
but
gross.
when you're
Ugh.
when you're married, you get to do these types of things with your husband, but nobody's
I
allowed
would
to see
not do
it.
that ever.
Oh,
Sorry.
okay.
Like baby birding my husband.
Oh,
No.
not the baby birdie, not the baby. I'm talking about the tequila and the salt and the lime. Of course, you want to do this with your spouse. This is like
Oh, for sure. But
at
baby
home. At
birding, I
home.
don't know who wants to do that. It's like,
I'm
people who
sorry.
like kiss their dogs in their mouth. Like, stop that. Stop that right now.
I blame pornography for all of this stuff. I don't understand.
Absolutely.
I don't
Absolutely.
understand.
Just like,
Okay,
who comes
people
up with
on
this
the left. Okay,
nonsense?
listen. Lefties are like, we're on our 17th COVID booster and we wear 90 masks, but sometimes they like to spit in another guy's mouth.
I can't.
And we've had COVID 5 times
What
each.
is wrong with you people? There is people that wear 17 masks and then you find out they're like these weird, I don't know, lefty perverted people, and then they're doing weird things like with mayonnaise, and you're like, wait a second. Like,
And
My
those are
wife
the same
will.
SOBs that locked us
and those
up.
are the same SOBs that are like, but the
I'm
Jews. I'm
never
like,
going to eat mayonnaise again because of that stupid
I have never
conversation.
eaten mayonnaise in my life, nor will ever again. I've never had it before or after. I'm smart. I stay away from all these things. I don't want to know. I never want to know what baby birding
I
is.
don't want to know anything. I just like keep it all behind closed door. I don't want to see any of it ever. Like, Washington, D.C. is a cesspool of nonsense.
Yeah, but this is why they were in college.
Bree, should I drop out now?
What? What? You?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, good luck to Angela. I mean, honestly, you're gonna walk in there, you're gonna be like, I don't even want to touch anything in that like
Grandma's here, bitches.
look at all the people that are coming out of there. Like, just it's
And
gross.
Caroline is like, but when are you going to run for Senator Congress, Kaya? I'm like, are you kidding me? It's going to be like when I was 5.5 years old. I'm going to be like, whore, drug addict, pervert, money launderer, CCP, Iran. I'm going to be dead within a week. I'm going to be like Seth Rich. I'm going to be calling out everybody across the aisle. Nobody's going to want to work with me. I'm going to call each one of them. Why are you... Oh my God. It's like, oh my gosh. Don't even... I'll...
Stealth, I want to be there when you do. Please, please.
Moron,
Okay,
retard,
and with
your
that,
mom didn't breastfeed you. I mean, I'm gonna go through a
with that, I'm going to say good night, guys. You
over
have a lovely
vaccinated,
night. Oh
over
my god.
vaccinated.
Good night, guys.
I'm gonna listen
Good
like an
night, Bree.
autist. I'll have like Tourette's, and I'll just be like, "Why are you having an affair with that person? Why are you doing this? Why do you have a $20 million home and your salary is $174,000 a year and you had no money yesterday and suddenly, oh my God, don't. Like, no. I'll be rather than doing my congressional or senate job, I'll be running ops to see everybody who's betraying my country. Yeah, 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 yeah. My country, not theirs, because whatever they're doing, all this weird stuff has nothing to do with running the country. How do you have time on your hands? You've got like 3 kids, 4 kids, and a wife, and you're.
Well, they're never doing their job. When's the last time Congress has balanced a budget? How many of Trump's EOs
No,
have
we
they
don't want a
passed?
balanced budget.
How
I learned
many?
all about how the America does not want balanced budgets. I'll tell you, it's a very good. I'll tell you why we don't want balanced budgets. It's a long conversation, but we don't want that. Let's. We don't want that.
Okay, so when has Congress actually done their job? Why can't we have a budget? Okay, you're saying it can't be a balanced budget, but why do we have to always have these reconciliations and omnibus bills with 80,000
Right, right,
pages?
right, right,
Like,
right,
what's up
right.
with
So
that?
what I'm talking about, no balanced budgets, meaning we don't need to spend money on like the weird USAID stuff and all that, but it's okay to do other things, which makes us. You concern me. Oh, okay. No. It's okay. It's not that bad. Okay. Somebody said I can't send her messages right now because I'm on here. Okay. Go ahead, Leslie, and then I'll go to Xavier, or Xavier and then Leslie. Whatever works. Go ahead.
All right.
That's all right, Steph. You moved on from the subject. It was about what Bree was talking about, the German taxes.
No,
That
I want to talk about Germany. Go ahead. No, I want to talk about it. Go ahead. You go first, Leslie. Go.
Okay, so first of all, the system didn't start with Hitler. It started way before Hitler in the 19th century. It just continued through Hitler and then even beyond Hitler. Now, it is not only for Catholics,
Oh, I
it's
wish
also
you
for...
jumped in while she was here. You shouldn't wait. Just jump in and say, no, I want to talk to you about this because I think, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
No worries, it's fine. And the other is, it's not only for the Catholic Church, it also applies for Protestants. So those are the ones that get taxed automatically if you belong to those churches. It's between 8 and 9% that they'll take out. And then for Muslims, nothing. Like there's nothing like the state would do. And for Jews, it's not federal, but some states are, work together with Jewish communities, so the state will help the Jewish community, collect the membership fee. So rather than being a tax, like let's say in Berlin, if I belong to the Jewish community in Berlin, so I have to pay my membership fee. So rather than them relying on me paying, whenever I feel like it, the state will help them collect it from my salary. But it's not the same as the state church tax, like
So, do
for the
Muslims
Catholics
have
and
to pay
for the
this for all their
Protestants.
mosques? Do Muslims have to pay this?
No. So this is just the Catholic Church, the Roman Catholics, and Protestants. Those are the only two that the state will take
But
out.
I thought you said the synagogue. I don't understand.
So that's federal. So that's why you have to divide. So just like in the states, you have the federal government, and then you have state legislations. So the same works in Germany. So through the federal government, since the 19th century, they will take a percentage of your salary that will go directly to the church. It's anywhere between 8 and 9%. It applies both for the Roman Catholics and the Protestants. So if you belong to one of those two churches,
But you get to tell them what you are
yes,
or
when you
are not,
register, so when you go register as a citizen, as a resident of a
But,
which
specific
is why a
city,
lot of people
but what
are
about all
not
the atheists? What about all
faith-based
the
anymore.
atheists?
nothing. So when you go
That's
register, you
why
ask
they
for.
claim atheism self.
So here's the thing, like when you go register, like you go to the DMV to get your ID. So here is not the DMV to get an
So I don't
ID. It's
understand. Why don't Muslims need to pay?
because there's no centralized Muslim collection agency like there is for the church.
I am very confused. I don't understand what this means. So that everybody in Germany has to pay the Catholic Church tithing?
If you're Catholic and you belong to the Catholic Church, or you're Protestant and you belong to the Protestant churches, yes.
Why?
It's a system that has existed
You
since the
have an
18th
American
century.
mindset still. That's why our
Part
families
of the
left.
Constitution.
Okay, but then the Muslims should pay too.
If the Muslims would create a centralized entity to collect taxes of all Muslims, then they will also have to pay because it's like a, it's not
But they
specific
have
to a
their own
religion.
internal systems that they pay their money, the zakah and everything that they're required to. They pay directly, and it goes out to terrorism.
They pay directly to their mosques and their own institutions. It's not based on the federal government.
Well, they should change the laws that include the Muslims. Why do they get to do that?
It's not that they get to do that, it's the way that they are structured internally in Germany. So they are structured as individual entities rather than a centralized, a church, a centralized Islamic organization. If
But
there
wait,
was a
I
centralized,
don't understand any of this. How is the Protestant church is centralized in Germany? It's government run
Yes.
church.
Yes.
correct,
Yes. That's why we left.
that is correct still.
I don't understand anything that's going on over there in Europe. They're all okay. Again, they're all this. This is disgusting behavior.
Stealth is ridiculous. Right now, they're passing legislation that you can be barred from buying property if they suspect that your points of views are not consistent with the Constitution.
You can be what? You can say it again. Say it again.
They are in the process of passing legislation in which could be barred or not allowed to buy property if your views, if your opinions are suspected to be against the Constitution of Germany.
Okay.
No freedom of thought.
So wait.
Correct.
So the Nazis are back in Germany.
Yes.
Pretty much. I mean,
But
I
now
think
they're
it's
it's
better
no
Islamic
to
Nazis.
different
see
than
it
what the
that way.
Soviets were
So
doing
so what
after
happened to the
World War
money
II, by
under
the way.
during the Nazis? Did people still have to give money, and did it go to the Nazis? Who did it go to? It didn't go to the Vatican, did it? Or is that why the Vatican made the deal with the Nazis so they could still get money?
Correct.
Oh, because the Germans could have taken all their properties and everything if they wanted to, correct?
That's correct.
So that's why they went along, was to keep their assets and their money. Oh wow. I did not know this.
I'm missing something here. So
So all the land,
Catholic,
wait a second, all the land and everything, um all the like, you know how the Germans took all the artwork and all this stuff and everything. So at the time, did they close down churches in Germany, the Nazis?
They were persecuting priests and stuff like that. But again, it was like more like dissidents. If you went along with it, they'll let you operate.
Uh-huh.
As long as you didn't try to be independent or headstrong, you had to follow their narrative.
So now I find this fascinating. Okay. So now in Germany, you're required to pay both state and federal if you're Protestant or German, but the Muslims don't have to pay and the atheists don't have to pay. And I'm assuming the
but
Hindus don't have to
wait,
pay?
pay who? Pay who?
The government, to the Catholic Church.
I thought they're saying the Catholics, you register as a Catholic, 9% of your money goes via the government to the Catholic Church. You
Yes,
register as a
but then
Protestant,
federally, then there's another federal charge. So there's state and federal. So there's
No,
both.
no, no. The
it
state
goes to
is
the
no,
church,
no,
not
no.
to the
So
government,
still,
right?
the state is different. The state is, for example, the Jewish communities have made agreements with particular states so they would do similar things for Jews. So if you live in a state, for example, I live in Berlin. I belong to the Jewish community of Berlin. So in the state where I live, they made an agreement that they'll take my membership fee out of my salary. It's not the same 8 or 9% as it is for the church. It is an agreement between the Jewish community of Berlin and the state. That's it. As an assistance to gather the fees of membership. But it's very different than what has existed since the 19th century with the church and with the Catholics and the Protestants, which that is federal.
When did they institute the laws on the Jews?
Oh, that wasn't a law. That was the Jews going to the state and asking for assistance. Hey, we're having trouble getting our membership fees. Can you help us collect it through, these mechanisms? So they said yes. That's it. It's different. It was the
So
other way around.
Leslie, when I give my membership fees, is it like a tax deduction, like I don't pay taxes on it, or is there some benefit to that?
in your Jewish community. Like if you're a member of the Jewish community, you have to pay a membership fee to belong, to be able to be buried in the cemeteries in a reduced pricing, to be able to go to the synagogues, without having to pay, like a holiday fee in order to enter in the high holidays and things like that.
This is the most retarded thing I've ever heard about, and this is so anti-Jewish
It's
stuff.
very common in Europe. It's the same thing in
This
Gibraltar. It's
is
the same thing in
why
many other
our
places.
families left. I'm
Well,
serious.
wait a second. Wait a second. I think people are going off the rails. Aren't you saying that you get 9% if you register as a Catholic? 9% goes to the Catholic Church. If you're Protestant, 9% goes to the Protestant
But
Church.
they're not going to the churches because the churches are full-blown lefty commies there. That's
Here's
what
the problem,
Bree was
Stels. No, no,
explaining.
no. But here's the biggest problem. The biggest problem is this: you are an atheist. Your parents were are part of the Catholic Church. When you're born, you're registered as part of the Catholic Church. When you turn 18, you start working. Whenever you start paying taxes, they automatically take it out because you're already registered. The only way to get out of it is to go to court and say, I don't belong to it. I don't, I'm an atheist or whatever. And then the court will take you out of the system. But you're registered in the system from birth based on your parents.
Do you understand the theft of wealth that this is doing? Okay, so thankfully in Judaism, we have synagogues that we can go to where if you don't have money, you don't give anything. It's by option to donate. There's other places during the high holidays that you have to buy seats, but otherwise anybody can walk in and go to any synagogue in the world without any fee or nothing. And people give because they want to give, and by donation. It's because donation cannot be required
It's
because it violates the.
choice.
Sorry, hold on. It violates actual Old Testament Jewish law to force somebody to give charity. It's actually wow, this is insane what's been going on in Europe. These fucking Nazi Germans. I mean, like, it doesn't stop. So what will happen if somebody will then just say, well, because the churches have gone so left over there and people don't want to go to church because how left it goes, and then they still have to pay, so they'll just say, okay, I'm an atheist, that's it, and they don't go at all. And but the Catholic Church should say there's people that don't have money if they can't pay. Why are you barring them? Where's the charity? And okay, this is disgusting. This whole thing is wackadoodle. So what about the ones that are schismatic in Germany that she was talking about that are the SSPX or Sedevacentes? Do they do their churches in their own homes and hold private masses secretly so that these people, so that the government and you don't pay it to the Vatican? Who owns the Protestant Church of Germany? The German government?
Oh no, she's
No,
saying that
not
it's just a revenue funnel, Stealth. It's just that it comes out of your paycheck automatically because the communities were having trouble getting people to
no, but
pay.
cyber. There's the
No,
centralized
you're not
No.
agency.
getting it
No,
at
no, no,
all
no,
either.
no.
Again, you're not
No, so
understanding.
cyber.
Don't yell at me,
This
Stealth. I'm talking to
one
Leslie.
second.
Excuse me,
The
you're on my
state takes
space.
the
You're talking
money.
to me. Are you going to start with this nonsense now? Am I going to get also oppositional defiance from the boys from Canada? I'm not
Look,
dealing with.
whatever
I'm
problem you
not
have with
dealing with
anyone else is
oppositional
anyone
defiance from
else. Don't
the
take it
boys
out
from
on me,
Canada.
okay?
I am not doing it. Not tonight. Not today. Not when I'm consistently explaining to you. You're talking commie. No, it is not. It is literally they're stealing from the people. It's an op. They're getting wealthy. The Nazis could have taken the land. Probably might have. We don't even know. Whoever owns the land in their churches, the taxes, and it goes to the Vatican. And then regular people can't even go to church or be buried there unless they've been giving 10% every year of their life. And they're all lefties in the church over there. If you were here when Bree was speaking, you would understand what we're talking about. So there's what's happened now in France and in Spain and in the UK is you get the trads, which are all in schism with the Catholic Church because they don't want to be sitting there with a bunch of lefty pro LGBTQ abortion stuff. So they're like, why would we pay our 10%? So they have to go and register and say that they're atheists so that they're not written down on the books and it comes right out of their bank accounts. Well, that's government. The government is stealing your money to give to churches or to organizations that have been enriching themselves, and you don't even know if that money is then turned around and siphoned off or scammed and used for all these refugees, these Islamic refugees, and the Muslims don't have to pay, which makes no sense. The Muslims, how many hundreds of millions of Muslims are going to be in Europe? and none of them have to pay this. And then young Christian couples who have to bury their parents are going to be like, no, sorry, you can't bury your father or whoever here because you didn't pay us 10% every year. Although the Muslims are, I'm sorry, this is not fair. It is not fair. And this is why we left Europe and came to America, because of this nonsense where the churches were more powerful than the states and the individual rights of people. And it's all a scam because you can't even keep the traditions the same so that regular people that are observant don't go in and have to hear LGBTQ plus pro sustainable development weirdo stuff from the UN. Leslie's an expert on the UN. Are you not, Leslie?
Oh, don't get me started with the sustainable bullcrap and
Okay,
their
what
Islamic
goes on with the
financing.
Catholic Church
No,
and the German
listen,
stuff in the UN? What do they do with them? I want to know from you.
I'm sorry?
What is going on right now with the Catholic Church with the UN?
Listen, this whole, sustainable development goals. So let's start from, the beginning. The Agenda 2030, there's all these like quote unquote sustainable goals, reduce poverty, clean energy, clean water, whatever, education for girls, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Now, what's happening is they're going to different countries, country to country, and they are basically auditing the tax systems of every country, and they're quote unquote making quote unquote suggestions on how to amend their tax systems and their budgetings to align it with these sustainable goals. So now you have the
Okay,
United
wait a
Nations.
second. The UN, and by the way, you know who pushed the sustainable development was the CCP with the Vatican, and that's what pushed it through. That was the whole deal. This is a very big thing. Okay, so you're
Yeah,
explaining to me that they go to countries which countries all over the world?
all over the world. So they'll go to every country in the world that quote unquote wants assistance, but obviously it's like, kind of like pushed into them. A lot of it is on, developing countries, South America, Asia, Africa, etc. But they still go to
All the
Europe,
countries where the Soviets or the now Russians and the Chinese have
and the Saudis.
and the Saudis and the Qataris and the Turks
Correct.
and
So now they go to all these
the
countries,
Iranians also, by the way, are involved
of
with the
course.
sustainable. Oh my God! Okay, keep
Okay,
going.
so now then they make all these like suggestions and changes on taxes, where the taxes should be going locally. So now countries, rather than, building a road because you need a road to go from town A to town B, or building a school because now you have more people living in a certain village. No, now you have to align it with the sustainable goals. So you're diverting your local taxes to go to useless projects that will never reach anywhere. And then
And let me
the
guess,
country
these
continues. One
sustainable.
second, Stel. One
Sorry.
second. One.
Okay.
But then the country needs to continue functioning. They still need schools. They still need hospitals. They still need roads. So then they come in and they propose for you to get quote unquote sustainable investment from Islamic financing sources. So these Islamic financing sources, unlike a regular World Bank loan, which is a promise of paying, with interest, you essentially have to give them a physical asset in exchange for the money, and then you're renting or leasing back that asset for, I don't know, 100 years until, whatever, and then you'll get the asset back. They're doing these all over the world still. South
So
America,
wait,
Africa,
Leslie, it
Asia.
becomes a lease to own where you have to get
Yes,
the
correct. Lease
the
to own.
larger organization to build it and
No,
then you have to
no,
pay it off.
no.
Correct.
So the Chinese will go in and say, okay, the Chinese get the contract, or well, India or Pakistan, whoever's involved with it, and they can give out the contracts then to their own people. So why is the Vatican into this? Because the Vatican is all over the third world, and so when they're doing these, it's an
Oh,
advantage to them.
there's a whole accumulation of wealth going on here, Steph. So, for example, there are a couple different charities that Muslims have to do mandate. One charity mandated, by the Quran called zakat, which is 2.5% of their entire wealth every year. And then you have regular charities, and then you have regular, loans and investments, etc. But here's the thing: there's also what's called waqf. which is endowments. So they'll go to, people who have accumulated, intergenerational wealth, and they'll tell them to give that wealth to the United Nations so the United Nations can generate revenue so then they can continue the work of the quote unquote sustainable development. So they're also accumulating intergenerational wealth. They are estimating, I don't know,
Leslie, who
over
are these
$30
people? Are these
trillion dollars.
American
One second,
billionaires
Cyber.
like Bill Gates? Is this
No,
who
no,
they're
no, no,
targeting?
no, no. Cyber, 1 second. They're estimating over $1 trillion of internet, like intergenerational wealth that millennials are going to be inheriting in the next 10 years. And they're counting on the idiotic millennials that believe in climate change and sustainable whatever to give them all this shit to them. Because, of course, why do we need all this wealth that our grandparents worked so hard to achieve? All I need is a tiny little apartment, and let's feed the poor people in Africa that will continue being poor. So they're counting on the stupid millennials to give them all the wealth from generations. It's obscene.
So Jeffrey Sachs is kind of the father of this, and my understanding
Correct.
is everywhere he did it, people were dying in Africa, and they were supposed to be doing water and everything. There's a whole article I wrote about this. There's a book that I saw. We did a space on it. There's a bunch of interviews about what this whole thing is. It's basically a scam for the CCP. Mostly the CCP is the one who benefits the most. Okay, but
Well,
also,
Saudi Arabia, you have to look at what Saudi Arabia is doing still. They are centralizing the entire wealth of the Muslim world in Saudi Arabia.
Can you
oh
expand on
my
that?
God. Oh my God.
So, I mean, the CCP is bad enough, but you have to look at what Saudi Arabia is doing. It's even worse.
Which is why the Pope is going to Algeria and walking on the carpet of the mosque without shoes on. We're so fucked. Wait a second. One more question. Wait a second. How much does the how much do the Catholics have to give from the Vatican? I'm assuming zero.
I don't know, Stealth. I mean, if you look at what Amy Pope is doing, targeting the Christians and the Catholics, it seems like they want to also get the Christians and the Catholics to buy into this type of model of quote unquote investing, financing, and charity, thinking that it's like moral and sustainable and whatever. And they're not understanding, the entire Sharia law part that comes with it and how like they're just centralizing wealth.
So is it specifically for the Sharia Muslims? Like, for example, like if they're going to build something, let's say in Sudan, right? So we already know that there's this Catholic charity that the one that I exposed with under the Tulsi Gabbard's friend, Jason Jones and everything. And so they're making a fortune, and they're very involved with all the UN stuff and the sustainable development and USAID. And it's basically the largest scam ever. It doesn't matter. It is what it is at this point. We're so screwed on that. And he does it under the envelope of Catholic, right? And so, meanwhile, or even like, okay, for example, what about the Mormon church in the US? Have they signed on to this because they're sending money all over the Middle East, and there's that whole report that are sending it to actual terrorists, because a lot of this money goes to fund terrorist groups. But let's say you're going to do construction of like schools, right, in Sudan or whatever. Does it always end up being like Sharia schools? And then
Pretty much. I mean, if the money is flowing through these Sharia programs and these, Islamic financing projects, they end up being Sharia law schools. Not only that, you have, for example, let's say I was
but aren't
looking
the
in
Saudis also
Nigeria,
making interest off of this donated money? They make interest
so,
until they use it, correct?
I'm sorry?
The Saudis are then making interest, and so is the Vatican Bank off of this until they
That
actually use the money.
they're not making interest in the sense that we understand interest sales because they, under Islamic law, they're not allowed to charge interest. What
No,
they're
no, no, I'm
doing
not
is,
charging
let's say, one
interest.
second. What
Excuse
they're
me.
doing
No,
is,
they
let's say,
invest the
sales,
money
I give you a
into
loan.
things that make money, like for them.
Correct. Let's say I give you a loan. So they're doing it even with micro lending. So you go to Africa, you go to Asia, you go to Latin America.
Yeah, micro
There's
lending
all
is
these
the big
programs
thing.
of micro
Yeah.
lending, right? So usually what happens is,
Yes.
normally how they work is, I don't know, a poor person will get $1,000 to start a little business in the village. and they'll have to pay back, little money, whatever, with a very small interest. If they pay back, great. If they don't pay back, it gets absorbed in the program. With this Islamic, financing, they still get the microloan, but they don't get it as here's your $1,000, go put your business. Is here's $1,000 worth of equipment that I own, and now you have to buy back from me. So now I control how you operate. Yeah, now you have to operate under Sharia law because I gave the loan under the specifics of Sharia law. This is happening in training centers in Africa where people used to be able to go get training on how to be carpenters. All of a sudden, now only Muslims can enroll because now it's been financed by Islamic financing rather than normal, donations.
Oh my God. So what, they make you do the shahada and then you can come in?
Probably.
Oh my God. And how come nobody says anything about this?
I don't know still. I don't understand.
How about the Qataris? They're involved with this as well.
Of
They're like
course. Of
right?
course, it's the Qataris, it's the Saudis, it's it's the Gulf states. But if you look at the structure, the wealth is being centralized in Saudi Arabia.
Even with Turkey? Where's the wealth that goes with Turkey?
Again, goes to Saudi Arabia. You have to understand there's a whole scam being run by Saudi Arabia here. They are setting the rules on what is quote unquote Sharia compliant. So they have research papers, they have fatwas from Islamic institutions, backing their Islamic models and legitimizing it and legitimizing giving the money to the UN and to all these different fucking NGOs and organizations and whatever. And they are really centralizing, for example, zakat donations. It's like a mandatory, a charity for the Muslims that will be in Indonesia and Malaysia, which are the largest, Muslim communities that will go to those communities. Now they're centralizing it, and then they're giving it to the UN, and then the UN is distributing it, quote unquote, around the world, obviously to terrorists.
Which ends up in terrorist hands, but also I'm sure there's some skimming off the top when it goes into the UN.
Of course, there's a skimming off the top. So, for example, if you look at the migration agency, IOM, they're skimming at least 12.5% off the top. Not only that, we're paying for the fucking operational expenses of all these programs. So, for every dollar that is given to somebody, we're paying 80 cents.
Oh
Just
my
for one
God.
stupid thing. And not counting
Oh my God.
all the cost of like the meetings and the research and the reports
Of course.
and like advisory boards and all
Lots
these
of
other
staff. It's a whole
it's
economy,
a
just
whole
like UNRWA
economy.
was a
It's
whole
a whole
economy.
parallel economy. And part of it, as I said, is the United Nations wants to be able to generate revenue to be self-sustainable and not be bounded to what states want or don't want out of them. So they can be completely independent to do whatever they want.
So that they no longer need America being the largest donor,
Correct.
in other words. So they know there's going to be a time that they're going to be completely defunded.
Exactly.
Okay, this needs to be made illegal completely.
It is illegal still. That's my point. That's what I've been trying to explain. All these programs are completely illegal. They're discriminatory. They can only go to Muslims. People who work on these programs can only be Muslims, and our taxes are paying for that. That is illegal. Period. Full stop. Like, we don't have to make new laws. We just have to follow the ones that we have.
Oh my God, we're literally paying for the Islamification of non-Muslims, even throughout Africa or around the world. Now, what about the CCP? They have their own agenda when it comes to
They
this.
get
So
the
how does
contracts. That's the point. The money comes from the Muslims, and the CCP gets the contracts.
So, like in Hungary, they have all these Chinese workers now.
Correct.
Are they involved with the sustainability projects?
I don't know if
With
in
Hungary
Hungary,
too?
but if you go to other places, yes.
What if they're getting contracts and they're using like children to dig holes underground and God knows where? That also goes through them. All of it.
Probably.
There's no who does it? Where's the oversight? This is such a
Zero
behemoth of a
oversight,
thing.
Stealth. It's the United Nations. Where has there been any oversight on what the UN does?
Oh my God. I didn't realize. Is there more programs? Is the Sustainable Development one like the biggest? And are they expanding on the different vectors?
So right now you have fully compliant Sharia law programs running: UNRWA, UNICEF, UNHCR, Migration Agency, IOM. Then you have UNDP, which creates the entire framework, research, and tools for them. You have UNESCO, which creates, like educational programs for people to understand what this Islamic financing is, obviously framed as sustainable financing, not as Sharia law financing. So if you look at, there's an entire roadmap from the United Nations on how to spread it across the entire UN system and fund the sustainable goals and fund the UN on their bullshit. This whole thing is backed up, as I said, by religious fatwas, most of them tracing to Saudi Arabia. You have partnerships with the Islamic Development Bank, which is a Saudi entity. They have partnerships with Muslim Brotherhood organizations that are part of an umbrella organization that is designated in the United States as a terrorist entity that also traces to Saudi Arabia. So that's what I'm saying. Like, Saudi Arabia is centralizing all the Islamic wealth and also investing in countries that are not Islamic to basically retain ownership, physical ownership of state assets and state infrastructure, unlike China, which is getting the contract to operate and to construct and to be, physically, in the ports.
Oh my God. And then you have to swear the Shahada and convert to Islam to get the loans.
Correct. Now, this is all already operational in South America: Mexico, Colombia, Brazil. Since 2024, Mexico; since 2025, Colombia and Brazil. They've received millions of dollars in quote unquote Sharia law compliant aid, meaning only for Muslims, delivered only by Muslims. So go figure, where did that money go? Obviously not to, poor people, that need water and food in those places. It's going to terrorists.
Yeah, it's going to terrorists and terrorist training and terrorist infrastructure.
Exactly.
Oh
And
my
this is
God,
already in
which
our
is why
hemisphere. Like, this is not even like a remote thing in Africa or Asia still. This is already in our border, Mexico.
now they're also doing this with the groups to bring illegal aliens over, right, from the
Correct. That's
border,
the
on the other side of the
IOM.
border.
So that's the IOM, where Amy Pope is now the director of. I don't know if you remember who Amy Pope was. She's from the Biden and Obama
Yes,
era.
I do.
So now
And of course,
she's the
and all
head
these
of
directors,
the
of
of the
course,
UN
make
Agency for Migration. Now, unlike, people get confused on what this agency is. You have UNHCR, which is for refugees, meaning they stay in a camp until a country legally gives them the right to migrate to their country. So they apply for asylum from a refugee camp somewhere in the world. The migration agency, they don't deal with refugees, they deal with all sorts of migrants, helping them get from point A to point B to their final destination, regardless of the reason why they're migrating, and regardless if they're actually entering countries legally or illegally. So if you look at South America, it starts from Venezuela all the way to Mexico, where they have assistance areas with NGOs that give them maps and, help on how to get into the US and what's the easiest route and, which NGOs to contact on the other side. They give them physical cash so they can pay for the
and cell
traffickers.
phones and the Obama cell phones.
The Obama cell phones. They're so disgusting. To the women, they give them like these little pouches with quote unquote safety packs. So inside, essentially, what they get is a condom and some Plan B and some pills for against STDs in case they get raped on the way. That's how they protect women on the way. Whatever. They're disgusting. But the point is, in these areas, you have all the Muslims that are coming from North Africa and Middle Eastern countries that arrived in Venezuela, arrived in Brazil, and Nicaragua. Those are the three entry points. They get local papers, so then they start traveling as Venezuelans or as Brazilians or as
Right.
Nicaraguans all the way to the US.
Right.
Now,
And then we had over 30 million of them walk through our
correct,
borders.
but
And God knows how many during Obama, and God knows how many during Biden.
exactly. But here's the thing. I want, people, I mean, I don't know if you've ever done that stealth, but if you look at the border of the US, so, you start looking at the border towns on the Mexican side,
Yes.
you'll
Yes.
see there's always 2 or 3 mosques on the border of
Yes.
Mexico. But
Yes.
immediately on the
Yes.
other side, on the US side, you'll find at least a cluster of 20 mosques where all these people are being received into.
And they're making money from the U.S.
Of
government and
course,
USAID or from this stuff,
they're
right?
getting all this money to quote unquote assist the migrants, into, being welcomed in their new country.
Even though some of these migrants are not Muslim.
No, usually these migrants are Muslim. Like,
Okay.
whichever ones are getting the Sharia law money are Muslims.
Oh my
They
God.
have to be Muslims according to Sharia law. They cannot give it to somebody who's not Muslim.
Okay. So, well, will they? What if they convert automatically because they offer them
Yes,
food or money or
if they
whatever?
convert, then the money can go to them as well. So that in Africa, this type of a charity, this zakat charity, has historically been used to force convert people. Like, there's no secret
Yes.
on this. It has historically
Yes.
been used to fund terrorism around the world. The
Yes.
U.S. has a lot of these organizations already designated and blocked.
Y-
If you look at the
Right.
UN research, they even researched how the Palestinian Society got around this whole terrorism stuff, and they found that they got around it by collecting these endowments, so then they can be self-funded. They don't have to rely on foreign funding anymore.
Okay. So that's another. Okay. And how much money do we give to this program in America?
We don't know still. All we know, we don't know, because it's all like part of like the general budget of like UNHCR and UNICEF and UNRWA. Like, it's just that they embedded as part of their operations. So now, whatever we're giving, a part of it is going to it, but we don't really know how much. What we know is the following: according to one report from UNHCR, 80% of the cost of these programs is paid by their regular budget, meaning our taxes. That's one agency.
Because we're giving about 35 billion a year to the UN for all these programs, plus is what I've researched. So,
Correct.
like, okay, so keep going.
So I can
I
tell
spoke
you,
to
like, if
somebody.
the UNHCR says they collected $250 million in this, Sharia compliant aid, we paid over $1 billion in order for that aid to be delivered to terrorists.
Oh my fucking God! This is why I said the Palestinian project just in Gaza alone
Oh,
was that
okay.
was that.
So the Palestinian thing. If you look at private donations to UNHCR alone, just one agency, 50% of private donations went to quote unquote Palestine in 2025.
But that's in addition to UNRWA, yes?
That's in addition to UNRWA. That's private donations, which we don't know who the private donors are. These are not state donors, these are private donors. 50% of the money that this agency received from quote unquote private donors went to Gaza.
Do we know what the dollar amount was for the total private donations?
Oh, yeah, a couple $1 million. Let me find it 1 second.
And so the question is, why does the
Yeah.
money go through UNHCR instead of going through UNRWA?
Oh, because everybody gives money and everybody helps in Gaza, and everybody's involved there. So you have the IOM already helping. It's not just UNRWA. You have UNICEF. A couple days ago, there was a report of a girl being banned from going to school, a UNICEF-run school, because she was not wearing the hijab. So that tells you that school is being run using these Sharia compliant programs that we are paying for. So we're barring little girls in Gaza from going to school because they don't wear the hijab.
Well, so is the
So
question to funnel
Fuck.
more money into Gaza, or is the
103
goal to get multiple
million dollars.
organizations operating in Gaza? Like, what's the goal? If you have a designated umbrella organization in UNRWA, why are they going and bringing in additional umbrella organizations like UNHCR?
More money, more staff. It employs people. The UN gets money from it.
But
Yeah.
th-
It's
So
all a grift.
but this
so
was my
I'll
question.
give you an example. I'll
Is
give
it
you an
staff?
example, Cyber.
Is it that they
No, no,
want to
no.
have the staff on the ground with ID
Cyber.
cards? What is it?
No. So Cyber, let me explain to you. I'll give you an example. So IOM, the migration agency, as I said, they do all sorts of migration, not just refugees. One of the things that they do is they also provide the health assessments that are required to migrate to, let's say, Australia or Canada, which are very like intense health assessments. They do x-rays and all sorts of exams. These are not done for free. These can cost up to $300 per person. This service is provided by the United Nations, is being paid with our taxes because we're giving them the cash for them to go pay the UN to give this service, and this service is helping them migrate to Australia. So this is given by IOM, and that's what IOM is doing in Gaza, for example, or one of the things that they're doing in Gaza.
And who has the contracts to run those health assessment clinics?
The UN.
And then they parse it out to all these doctors that then go on the news and say that Israel's committing
Well,
atrocities
no, I wanted
because
to
they get
ask if it
paid
was
insane
the
salaries.
hospitals, like every country, every Islamic country has built a hospital in Gaza. So I was curious, is it done through those hospitals or is it separate clinics?
No, these are
That's a
separate
separate
clinics.
bucket.
These are mobile
Yeah,
clinics that they
separate.
go and set up, wherever they go in
They're
the
pop-up
neighborhood.
tents. Yeah, yeah. And then they grift off of that too. It's all a grift. All
Exactly.
of it is a grift. We don't even know if they're doing those exams. Nobody knows. There's no
So
oversight.
the
There's
thing
no
about
oversight.
X-ray
So this
machines
is
for
what
like
this is
tuberculosis.
also
Well, wait, Leslie, am I right? They're doing like X-ray for tuberculosis or other things like that. Those aren't
Yes.
correct.
typically things that you could move easily. They're heavy and they need radiation shielding and all kinds of things. But we're supposed to believe that those are being done in trailers or something with
Yeah,
like power
totally correct.
Not in
generation.
trailers, in tents. Have you ever seen the pictures from go to what's her name? The woman who posts all the stuff from
Imshin.
inside of Gaza? Imshin, yeah. And so she shows the pictures of what the clinics look like in there. They don't look like they're I'm telling you, we spend over more than $3 trillion in Gaza alone, the Americans. It's I would quadruple it because you have to deal with the Palestinian camps also inside of Jordan. We're paying, and the Palestinian camps in Syria and the Palestinian camps in Lebanon. All of them we're paying for, and we're the biggest donor towards it.
N- Listen, not only were the biggest donors, they're the biggest recipients of aid in history in the entire world. If you just look at what USAID was given 1 year alone, you're talking about 28 times more than the average, aid anywhere else in the world. Now, UNICEF, for example, is already going to start doing Sharia law aid in Nigeria, of all freaking places, still. Like, the jihadists are persecuting the Christians, and now Christians are not going to be able to get aid unless they convert to Islam. Like, what the hell?
Okay, so no, that we can handle with Nicki Minaj and the president because this is a hot topic and we can get access to them. So when does that start?
They're already doing the research. They're hiring contractors to create the program for them.
Okay, no, I'm sorry. Maybe we should have not done Iran and we should have gone and invaded the UN first.
I agree.
That's the first place we should have gone. Oh my God, they have us over the rigs. Remember, the UN was not created for all these third worlders and for the Russians and the Nazis and all these people. There were supposed to be like 3 countries in the UN for reestablishing the new world order. None of these other countries should have been in there.
Still,
What
the
was
UN,
which were the
still, you need to understand, put aside the General Assembly and the Security Council and focus on the two major bodies that were embedded in the UN from its foundation, UNESCO and the World Health Organization. Go to their founding documents and understand what their founding goals were since the beginning. UNESCO wanted to bring back eugenics, rebrand it, and make the unthinkable thinkable again. That is their quote in their founding documents. In order for what? To create a one world government, run by technocrats, experts, and not politicians, because that is going to achieve world peace, quote unquote, utopia in their fucking heads. And how they're going to achieve that? By removing religion, nationality, identity from
That's the
people.
CCP. That's CCP. The CCP is the ones who push that.
No,
That's the
Stell.
CCP
No, no,
project.
no, no, no. The people that founded these two organizations, that ran and became the directors of them, were the same people that founded eugenics. Eugenics. From Britain, from Denmark, from Canada, from fucking Sweden and Norway, and all these Scandinavian places and European places.
Nazis. A lot of
A lot
Nazis.
of
It's mostly
Nazis, a
Nazis.
lot of Fabianism from the United Kingdom. This is the ideology that was embedded at the United Nations from the beginning. Forget the General Assembly and the Security Council. They've been doing this shit from the beginning still.
Now, who runs the UNESCO now?
I don't know. I'll look it up. I have no idea.
I'm sure it has a board. This is
Yeah,
where,
they
like,
have
No, but
European politicians put their families, no? They put their daughters and their son-in-laws there, right?
no, but it's been heavy. It's been heavy infiltrated from the Islamic countries and the CCP
It's a
because
guy
there's.
called Khaled El Nani. He's from Egypt, and he's the Director General of UNESCO now.
There you go.
Actually,
Muslim
Now you
Brotherhood. Exactly.
understand why when Larry Taunton went to the USAID facility in Egypt, they lost their mind.
correct. And this guy actually just released a press statement today, demanding an investigation on the killing of the Al Jazeera terrorist, journalist, whatever you want to call him, that was killed a couple days ago. He condemned the killing and demanded an investigation on his murder.
You mean the Hezbollah guy in Lebanon?
No, no, no. It's a guy called Mohammed Wishan. He was
Yes.
he was a commander in Hamas. Let me put the tweet there.
In Hamas, yeah, the commander in Hamas. Yes, exactly. Yes.
Yeah. So the UNESCO guy, the UNESCO general, the Secretary General, whatever it's called, Director General, he demanded an investigation on his killing and condemned his murder of the quote unquote.
Well, of course, because he came through the Egyptian border through Rafah into
Of
Gaza.
course.
Oh my God. The Israelis and the Americans need to do something insane, and they need to deport everybody from Gaza and the whole infrastructure and all the organizations, and say we're no longer participating in the organizations, and we're no longer paying for any of the camps. Whatever country they're in, they have to become part of it. Bye. Bye.
Seriously.
We're done.
I mean, for real, it's ridiculous. Like, if you
We funded an entire economy. People in America do not have income. And you know what I hate? Is the lies that Tucker puts out, and he says, America's paying for Israelis' health insurance. No, you're paying for Palestinians' health insurance, motherfucker. That's who you're paying for. The Israelis have it out of their taxes at 56% to everything they pay for. And, we're paying for Israel to exist. No, you're paying for the fake state of Fakestein. And all the Palestinian camps, they're perpetual refugees for life. No, this has to
no,
be
but
changed.
it's
Done.
still you have to understand how sociopathic these people are. They literally studied the Palestinian society so they can figure out how to model
And
a
replicate it.
system in which education, healthcare, and social protection can be given by these like Islamic, foundations and whatever, while the state picks up the garbage. So they literally want us to all be fucking Palestine still. I'm sorry, like it's demented, it's sociopathic.
The Palestinian project has been the most effective project by the Soviets and by the Muslim Brotherhood and by the Nazis and by the Chinese that's ever existed. And they're literally, they've taken us not by the by under the knee, by the hip. Really, we're like completely been like hit us from the hip down, so to speak, right? And completely handicapped us in the most bizarre ways that you have blonde girls with blue eyes sitting in Lebanon right now, like Kala Walsh, being part of the resistance. You have PFLP in university campuses and DFLP and Hamas and Hezbollah. Are you kidding me?
Well, but that goes back to what I was explaining to you the other day. All these grants that the universities have received. So grants in the Islamic world work differently than what we understand grants. You know, we understand a grant as I give you $100,000, use it for your research, and most I can put some strings attached that you can only use it, I don't know, to pay salaries, whatever. The Islamic grants are not grants at all. They're buying ownership on these research. They're
Yes.
buying ownership on
Yes.
hospitals. They're buying ownership on schools, on the disguise and the pretext that this is philanthropy. It's complete bullshit.
So the 6 billion Qatar gives annually, let's say, right? Or the K through 12 program where they've infected our children from K through 12. They give the literature, they gave the verbiage to the kindergarten through 12th grade at the universities. On top of that money, they also buy Islamic seats. They buy seats, but that money was funneled through USAID to a guy for Gaza. That guy's wanted. He's on a watch. There's a warrant for his arrest. Nobody knows where he is. He's a Palestinian billionaire from the U.S. And he had all the contracts to build all the hotels and the hospitals. He's a contractor guy. He gave the money and turned it around to fund at all these universities the Islamic seat, right? The Middle East seat department, and they bought it for 12 million, let's say, but they're using our U.S. taxpayer dollars in a roundabout way. This is why I
But
keep. It's been.
it's more than that.
Oh my
It's
god.
more than that. They'll also, for example, fund partnerships with, let's say, Harvard University. So Harvard University can create a study on how legitimate, I don't know, Islamic financing is and how sustainable it is. To sell it to the leftards. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then they can use Harvard as the name. They also have, for example, they have another interesting study that they were funding. They have one, for example, the Chrislam. So there's a huge, in 1993, they created the Chrislam department at Georgetown, which all these people that end up in our State Department and all FBI, CIA, National Security Council. So you go through that organization over there. You guys are going to make me have 2 ounces of Diet Coke tonight, and I'm not happy about this because of this. Okay, so like that's my treat for just this. So you have you have this organization, which, by the way, they hire the mouthpieces that Carrie Prejean Bowler was handled by. It's a fake think tank. It's a basically Muslims from all different parts of the world that are Muslim Brotherhood. Ben Talal from the Saudi anti-MBS movement, which Tucker, cuddled with and scissored with on his interview when he went there. He didn't meet with MBS. He met with the opposition. So to him, he's the one who funded also 9/11, as we all know, and many other terrorist organizations. I have to say allegedly, but it's been proven. So anyways, so you have that organization that's there. They hired that Rabbi Shapiro guy who lost his and he's the mouthpiece that Carrie Prejean Bowler was quoting and was trying to get onto the Religious Liberty Council. He's been kicked out of Satmar, which is that Nutea Karta funded by the Iranians. We're now finding out that they're actually not Jewish. So wait for this to come out because I just found out stuff that's going to blow people's minds that they're really not Jewish, which is even insane. And funded by the IRGC and this guy who was kicked out because of improprieties, and also he was
This
hired
is
by the
Rabbi
secular
Yaakov
community.
Shapiro, the one who's always on
Yep,
Spaces. Yeah, he's terrible.
yep. Oh, he's not. Wait, he's on Spaces
He
now.
blocked me. Yeah, there was a space where I barely got a couple words out, and he blocked me. I'll send you his profile.
Yeah, yes.
Oh my
He was on
God! So
Spaces
he's a
probably 4 months ago, and I was on a space with him, and whatever. It's
He
fine. I'll
still
send you his
is.
profile. Yeah, I know. I just can't get into Spaces.
You
Well, you
need an
can get an
alt.
alt account, but wait a second, wait a second. Which spaces has he been going on? Has he been going on Suleiman's?
A lot of them. He bounces
Oh,
around.
I have
oh
screen
my
recordings of
God.
some of his earlier statements I can send you.
You mean the statement that keeps contradicting his previous statements? And it's always I love consistent people, as you know.
So
You can
he got
hate
put
them.
into this think tank, and he's getting a salary now from them, and he's
Wait,
writing
what think tank is he a part of?
the Georgetown one, the Chrislam.
Oh,
I have all the stuff on him and everything. I gave it over to the FBI already, but and to the administration. But because you have to track it back to the Muslim Brotherhood. But you'll see the people that are on that thing, like totally obscure people we've never heard of before. Okay, I don't know why I'm getting looked at. I'm going to a pharmacy, anyways. So anyways, I have a whole write up about him. I did a whole report on this. It's just not. I'm not going to ever post it publicly because there's too much lawsuits that can come out of the that situation with the organizations over there and what's going on with that. It's under investigation because of money going to very strange places into PO box in Virginia and DC that are not related to anything. So I have a lot of questions, but the FBI will do their job and that'll be fine. I don't need to do that. So it's too scary what's going on over there. With me and Miko Pellet's part of this whole thing. And they're using stuff with anyway, I don't want to say more. I want to stay alive. So he's been on spaces. So he did very bad things that he should not have done, and he got kicked out. And actually, I don't know. They couldn't go to. I don't think they could put him in jail for this, right? Because it wasn't like enough or something. I don't know what has impropriety with younger women, not children, but younger women. But he got kicked out, lost his flock, went to Satmar, and then just did anti-Israel, anti-Zionist stuff from there. He got fired from there, also because that's retarded that they hired him as their mouthpiece. It's just we're just disgusting human beings. Anyways, and he's not he wears a suit and looks normal, so he's not like the weirdos that are walking around with the pro IRGC and pro Palestinian stuff that take Karta who just get income and they're really not Jews. I found out. Oh, this is gonna be the best thing ever to tell the world what we've been dealing with these morons. They should be deported back to Iran. They're Iranians. They're IRGC
there's literally pictures of
operatives.
them at McDonald's eating after they do their whole little song and dance outside of a protest.
Are there pictures?
Yeah,
Can you send me that?
I'll have
Because
to dig through and find it.
we're okay because we're trying to find a way to get them deported back to Iran because they're Iranian agents.
Well, they go
So that
back
would
to
be
Iran all the time and they meet with terrorists and they can sort and collaborate with terrorists. Isn't that enough?
well.
They're like as bad as what's her name? They're as bad as like all of these other people, except that they go and they openly say that they're. Sorry, let me find this page. 1 second.
Stealth. They also spoke at the Holocaust Revisionist Conference in Iran back in '06 with Norman Finkelstein. I posted about it.
Norman Finkelstein flew to Iran.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Can
Just to
you
make
can
sure,
do
you're talking about
can you
Rabbi Yaakov Shapiro, right?
yeah the
Stealth,
one that
check the back channels. His
Kareem
book is The
Parisian
Empty
Bowler is
Wagon.
above. Yes. Empty wagon. Yes.
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I think he privated his account.
Yeah, I think he had to. Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, see, I would scoop up all these motherfuckers and deport them. If it was up to me. But
If
also
you need
the
help, you know where to find me.
uh okay, so has he done any podcasts with like the bros?
Let me
Like
check.
I was just curious if he did like podcasts with what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I will investigate that real quick.
Because Dropsite News was using him with Carrie and with the other. Like we are so like, how are you Americans in doing this? Carrie Preaching Buller, how as an American, your husband's a football player. I would divorce her ass in 15. First of all, I would never let my wife do something like that. Okay? I would
It's a lot
Sharia
of
law her
CTE
ass.
Stealth, a lot of knocks on the head, hard knock.
No, he's not like that. No, no.
No,
No.
her husband's in on it actually.
He's in on it
He
now. Oh
yeah, he
no.
met with Thomas Massey, and
Oh
that's when
no.
Thomas Massey was glorifying Carrie Prejean Bowler.
Oh no. Because it's money. Because he does. They're not making money. They have. Well,
Yep,
we know their whole problem. We know what's going on. It's always
yep. It
we know
runs in the
everything.
family, in the family's bloodlines. Look at the mother, for instance. I sent you that article.
Which are the one that she's been married 3 times and she's a gold digger?
4 times,
Four
and that
times.
4 times divorced, seized like $3.1 million of funds from an old wealthy man that they had a 20-year age gap in between. And she was a control freak. She was controlling him, monitoring his phone, preventing him from calling his own kids.
So elder abuse. Did anybody call elder
Exactly.
abuse?
It's elderly exploitation.
Did anybody call the police on her and that and investigate it?
No, but there was a lawsuit. I think it got dropped. I
Okay,
think
they
they
settled.
settled. Yeah.
And did she have to give the money back, or what's the?
No. No. I'll DM you some stuff.
Please do, because I'd like to send that over to certain people actually. Because
Yeah.
wow, what grifters!
So just so
They're
you know, some of the
grifters.
Yeah,
Shapiro
homie.
spaces are actually recorded.
Yeah, he hasn't
I'm
uploaded a
sending you the dashboard
podcast.
link.
Yeah, he hasn't uploaded a podcast since March 6th, and the former one was November 2025. However, I would love to know if you'd like to collaborate with some of my guys. Let's see what he responds. I will get a hold of him.
You're
Self
gonna have him
also
on
David
Myron's.
Duke.
Oh
David
God,
Duke
No, I'm
was
not gonna
was at
have
that
him, you silly. I'm just
David
gonna
Duke,
see if
what
he responds.
David Duke was also at that conference back in '06.
in Iran?
Yeah.
Oh
I
my
sent
God!
I sent you the posts
Oh my
in
God!
the back channels.
I think David Duke converted to Islam is what somebody told me. There's a okay, so there's a real Nazi, but he likes me because of my COVID stuff, and he still loves me. Like he's obsessed with me. Like he wants me to. I'm like, I can't unconvert for you, sweetheart. It's never gonna happen. So there's a weird fetishism with some of these Nazis with Jewish girls, like Arab guys. It's the same thing. It's a very bizarre thing, as if they're gonna like pimp turn us or something. I don't even know what you call it. Anyways, it doesn't matter. You can't like it's just a weird. I sorry, I
It's
digress into
called a
the
guilty
weirdness.
pleasure.
It's something like that. It's like Twitter freaks. Okay, so this guy told me, like he's some. It's been a while. I have to try. I mean, totally mute out his DMs because I never check DMs. But and I'm sure he's listening right now. So hey, my little Nazi friend. He said to me that. Well, he said he's told me multiple things. I'll only say one thing because I never share DMs, obviously. But he said to me that. That David Duke had converted to Islam because he was so hard up for money. And he obviously has a relationship with Dugan, but he converted to Shia. And I was like, and that's why he met with certain people. Like he met with Suleiman and Nick, but he went with other people that were, it's because, he was living in Russia and they gave him money to write the Elders of whatever, his Jewish question book in, in Russian and then in other languages. So they financed that, and then they ran out of money, and he went over to not ran out of money, but he went over to the next place. So it's part of a whole infrastructure, which goes back to that Dugan article because he's a Dugan person that we've learned, and that would explain. He was at Charlottesville. It's the same op with Charlottesville. That's why I keep saying the administration needs to go back and investigate Charlottesville like the right way, from the proper side because wow, oh my god, my mind is blown now. I did not know that Dugan. I didn't know that he went to Iran. David Duke. Oh my god, they're all,
Look at the post. I sent it in the back
they're all a
channels.
bunch of muzzies.
And Rabbi Yisrael Weiss from the Torah Karta was there.
Yeah, I don't think that's his real name, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, yeah, because I would have because Homeland Security needs to look into their travel. I don't know how that's never been on their radar. That's why I don't understand. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I was doing some like deep diving to kind of combat like leftist arguments on defending the regime, and I found this. So I'll repost it.
Yeah, please, can you repost it? Yeah, and I'll have Barbie also use your tweet and share it out there, and we'll do something with this craziness. I mean, honestly, like,
But seriously, Stealth, I wonder because this whole United Nations transition to, like, Sharia law compliant bullshit, it didn't start yesterday. It's 10 years in the making, at least publicly. Now, my question is, how is it that our government never realized that allowed this to happen? It's not bothered by it. Nobody questioned, giving aid to people based on their religion and us paying for the cost of it. I mean, like, I don't understand these. Like, this is not like something that started yesterday. It didn't start under Biden. It started 2014, that at least publicly.
you mean you mean under the Obama administration with Samantha Powers when she was there? Is that when it started?
Yeah, but the point is that Trump also passed in between
Yeah,
when he
they
accelerated.
probably don't know. I'm telling you, they don't know.
You really think they don't know
Yeah, they
still?
don't know. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I spoke to the head of USAID, and there was stuff. I'm gonna get her on a call with you, Leslie. I'll get her on a call with you, and
Right.
I spent over 3 hours with her, and next thing you know, Doge got created, and I spoke to her a year before. Or, no, 2 years before, and I brought up the idea about like a Doge, but without knowing what. Yeah, listen, I have everything documented. I wrote, oh my God, I have so many notes of the conversation, and we came up with a whole idea, and then Doge was implemented exactly regarding USAID. Like, oh my, I have evidence of everything that has occurred so far on this topic. If I had known what you were telling me about, I could have addressed this sooner. That's why I, okay, yeah. Um, do you have this put up in like a normal report without your like pictures and graphics and all that cute stuff that you do? Because that's not like, I can't send that over as a formal report.
No worries. So I have, let's see.
I mean, I'll just take the transcript from the space, but I want some more detail. That's more like,
Yeah, I mean, I'll put it up in a document. I'll send you one that doesn't have all the pictures. It's a little bit more serious, which is specific to IOM, which is the migration agency. If you want to read that through
yeah,
so you
I
can
know.
understand
Yeah, I know
the
all about
scope
the
of it.
IOM. I know. No, I don't
No,
need.
no, no, the scope of the Sharia law thing, so you can understand. You can read that Substack, and I'll send you a document with all the with all the links and everything to everything that they're doing, which is pretty fun.
No, but the stuff that we just spoke about, like the details on these things, like if I need to put it together an intel report specifically for something for the administration, if you give
Yeah,
me,
I'll
if
send you something over when I write it up.
there's got to be other like people that have done this work already. I'm assuming, right? Like these reports. Have you ever seen any reports, formal reports on this?
Listen, Stealth, I didn't know about it. I learned about it because a little announcement came up that IOM had partnered with an organization called the Muslim Hands in the UK. And I know Muslim Hands. I know they belong to an umbrella organization that is from Saudi Arabia that is designated in the US. So I'm like, what the hell is the UN doing formally partnering with the Muslim Brotherhood openly? And that's when I started looking into these. And that's when I realized the United Nations has an actual roadmap into transitioning, the entire organization to be funded by Sharia law money. Like, this is not something I knew for a long time. I just found out.
The problem is we cannot just defund the UN and walk away from it, America. What we need to do is be able to dismantle their ability to do with anything with this. They probably employ millions of people with this, and there's the top people make a fortune, and they want the grift to keep going.
Oh, still, this is how ridiculous it is. So, in order to implement those things, they hired a lot of consultants to essentially give them the roadmaps and frameworks and how to structure it so it will be, successful. Within these documents, for example, you'll see that it tells them to hire outside organizations so the UN cannot be accused of discriminatory hiring practices because only Muslims can be hired to do the job.
Excuse me?
Uh huh.
Oh my God.
You get things like, for example, for refugees, when they get to the refugee camp, they register, they give basic information including their religion. Historically, this information was used for demographics. That's it. Oh no, these sociopaths now essentially use that as a pre-qualifier for you to get the aid because you already answered that you're Muslim. So unless you answer that you're Muslim, you're not going to be helped.
You're not going to be helped?
Not with this money, which is, it's cash money that they give you every month. All this money is given in cash, and somebody has to approve it based on your necessities. So you have to be very poor, you have to be very needy, and there needs to be like a sort of like a advisory board or whatever that decides who's getting this money. So obviously this money is going to terrorists. If you look at, for example, in the Palestinian territories, they redefined what an orphan is. Historically, everywhere in the world, an orphan is somebody who doesn't have both the mom and the dad. Oh no, for them, it's somebody who doesn't have a father.
Right, because
Most
the
of
dads die from being terrorists.
Exactly, most of the Sharia compliant money is going to orphans. So they have their own little pay for slaves bullshit going on there through the United Nations as well.
Oh my God. The biggest grift ever known to man, and we're the biggest suckers. And then I
I
have
know.
people on the right that are pro Palestinian that are like America first. I mean, really.
The Christians. Hey, dude, the Christians are not being helped in Palestine by the UN because they're not Muslim. There you go. Go complain to them.
Wait, say that again?
I'm saying that, through all these, Sharia law programs, all the Christians in Syria, in Lebanon,
They don't get any money or any help.
nada, they don't get any of this money.
Holy shit. I have a question. So there's a Catholic organization. I'm going to talk to you privately about this. That's in 7 countries. He's making a fortune. All the people that are getting the stuff, all the aid and everything are Muslims, even though they're supposed to be giving it to the Christians in those countries. And is it only being given to the Muslims because, and they have Muslims working there and everything. So there's something that happened recently that it brought up, again, my attention to this. Problem is it's related to somebody that's all the way up in the administration, but it's Tulsi Gabbard. So it's one of her people. So I'll just say it. Fuck it. So is there a possibility, because they make money off of this, they make a tremendous amount of money, all these programs. So is it a possibility that because they have Hamas working there, so Hamas kidnapped the guy who runs one of many of their different booths, I call them, in Gaza. Okay. Oh God, this gets even better. I got to talk to you privately about something because it's such a big story. Okay, so it's a very famous person in the woke right who recently converted to Islam, and they were Christian, and they went to Qatar. Anyways, so is it possible
And
that
they're running for Congress in Florida.
what? And he lives in Florida. Okay, is it possible?
They're running for Congress against Randy Fine.
No, a different asshole. But I'll tell you. We'll talk about that too. But is it possible? Because this person owns aid things, right, in Gaza and other places, 7 different countries. He's not giving it to Christians, even though he's telling Christians online that he's raising money and donations to give it to Palestinian Christians. Well, so the Hamas kidnapped him, even though he's a Hamas member who runs the thing. And I was digging into the story a little bit because I was like, I need to like figure this out because it's related to this Tulsi Gabbard story. Anyways, long story short, oh, this is interesting. Some strange things going on over here. Very interesting and strange. What's going on over here?
Stealth, does the first name begin with a J?
Uh huh.
Okay. Yeah.
So Hamas is running this thing for a Catholic organization who's hanging out with the Catholics for Catholics organization in the U.S., hanging out with Joe Kent, hanging out with certain individuals. Hamas is running the booth. This guy Hamas gets kidnapped by the other Hamas, and they're like literally beating the shit out of it and killing him. I know because he's wearing the shirt. He wears like a professional shirt, like the collared shirt, like a polo shirt with the label, and you can see him in the pictures of the organization because I looked it up. And he's Hamas also. And when somebody put the context, it's like, oh, look, Hamas is fighting Hamas. Like a person in Arabic was like, this is a dispute between Hamas. This isn't like a regular Palestinian. They give a whole. So I was like, okay, I need to dig more and ask more questions about this. So essentially, Hamas was pissed because this Hamas guy who's getting paid, he's not giving them enough of the salary that he's getting from a person from the U.S. who's best friends with Tulsi Gabbard, head of DNI, and Joe Kent. You understand how insane this is? How can this be legal? What is going?
Listen, Steph, the entire thing is a whole scam because they're making people donate what they would normally be donating for charity in their own countries to the United Nations, either through the portals or to give, to these like centralized, donation agencies. They're telling them that 100% of whatever they're donating is going to the needy because it must follow Sharia law, and that's the mandate. But then you go into the actual documents of what they're doing, and they're skimming money off of the top. So they're defrauding everybody. Like it's a whole scam, 360 degrees, no matter how you look at it.
So in early days after October 7th, there was Twitter Spaces where people were raising money for Palestine and run by a Pakistani guy, not Suleiman. And the people on there were from Australia. And it was involved with the dumb bitch from Israel for the water stuff, even though she wasn't getting any money for it, which is interesting because we had that investigated. Raising money thinking they're going to bring the water in. There was already water in Gaza. So that's a whole lie. It was a whole scam. I actually challenged her on a space with Nelson. I have that recording, which I'm actually going to send that as evidence for something else. But in that recorded space with the Pakistani guy running it, I think I have the screen recordings because they always did live spaces without recording those spaces, and they were raising money and they were doing it like Bitcoin money like this. These people all made the money and they were splitting it. We found out later they did a space where they're fighting amongst each other because this person collected the money and disappeared. Okay, and this woman in Australia, and then she came back just recently. I saw in one space just for a little bit, a different PFP, same voice, same person, same name, and like circling back regarding she was trying to grift again, this person, but they're associated with some very interesting people. Some of them are sanctioned and they can't come to the US, and they're sanctioned in their own countries. Anyways, doesn't matter. So that whole water stuff that was going on and all the money that was being raised, I remember reading a report. All these people that were like, oh, press a dot, put a period under my picture and put a dot if you see me, I'm struggling, because it was for engagement purposes. Also, this is the other thing, and also for geolocating certain things. But what I found super interesting was a report that said that like 80% of money that was raised out of these like online requests for cash never went to anything related to Gaza. Either it was funneling towards terrorism, or people were themselves just making money and lying and pretending.
Here's the thing, Stels. I mean, a lot of this money also, like these
Yeah, through
cryptocurrency,
the
you know,
crypto.
yeah, exactly. So there's a lawsuit in the U.S. against one of these companies, these cryptocurrency companies, for sending the money to Gaza and Hamas and whatever. Even documentation that employees knew for years that the money was going to terrorism, whatever. You look at the case. The case was dismissed by the judge before it was heard. So
Under
in
which
the
president? Under which president?
right now, a couple months, like a month or two ago.
Oh, can you
Uh,
give me the case? Like, why was it?
yeah, I'll send you the case.
Okay.
You look at the dismissal, and essentially is justifying that this company is not liable because the money was not transferred directly like through Hamas, like it went through an intermediary. You look at different cases still that are going on right now. You have that one. You have one against the Associated Press that the judge dismissed the case because the guy was a freelancer. So as long as they're freelancers, you can hire them as long even if they're Hamas and you know about it. You look at, for example, the case against SJP and AMP, also dismissed for unreasonable, stupid stuff. UNRWA USA, which is an NGO that only fundraises for UNRWA, again, the judge dismissed, saying, "Oh well, the money went to UNRWA, so they're not liable with whatever
Can I
UNRWA
ask
does,
you
even though
which state these cases are? Is this all DC? Is it all being brought up in DC?
you have Virginia, you have in DC, you have in Florida, it's all over, man. They
In
are
Florida,
actually,
also, it didn't go well.
yeah. Remember the judge that sent back the Cuban kid back in the 90s, in the 2000s? I think it was like late 90s. There was a kid that arrived in the US in a boat. The mom died on the way. And then you had the father in Cuba requesting that the child was sent back to Cuba. Remember that case? It
Yeah,
was like super big in the US. So in Florida, the
yeah.
same judge dismissed the case of the Associated Press because the Associated Press hired the terrorist that invaded Israel, for years knew that it was Hamas, continued to hire him after they knew that invaded Israel. And the reasoning behind it is, well, he was a freelancer.
Is it under appeal? Are they going to a different court with it?
They're going to go to appeal. But my point here is all these things still can be stopped by Congress simply not creating new legislation, but clarifying, our terrorism, material support to terrorism legislation. Like, that's not what it says. It doesn't say if you hire somebody freelance and you know that they're a terrorist, it doesn't matter because they're freelance. They don't work under your company. Like, what the hell? Like, what kind of arguments are these?
Was it a left-leaning judge? Do we
No,
know?
this is a
I
right
mean,
wing. Like, that's the thing still. Like, you have from both sides, right and left.
but Associated Press, I'm sure, brought a huge because it's a civil lawsuit,
Correct.
right? So the implications with them is a huge implication because Associated Press, has a lot of money moving around in lots of places, especially for these judgeships,
Correct.
right? And so they can do a lot of backdoor
Yeah,
deals.
but my point is that if you look at what's going on with like 5 particular cases, which are the ones that I've been following, you have the case against the nonprofit that hired the journalist that was keeping hostages in Israel. You have the case against UNRWA USA. You have the case against the Associated Press. You have the case against AJP, SJP, and the one against this cryptocurrency company. All these 5 cases, what they're doing is essentially shielding anybody in the future from providing material support to terrorism unless the appeals court reverts the decisions of these stupid judges that are blocking discovery, then demanding that you provide evidence that can only be accessible through discovery and dismissing cases under like ridiculous reasoning that the lawyers are bringing.
So were any of these hearings filmed for the Associated Press one?
These are not hearings. These are the associate. These are just a regular, court. I know that one of them, I think it was the Associated Press, if I'm not mistaken, but there was one that they requested that nothing was done verbally, but everything was done through documents only. So they didn't want the case to be heard verbally, have anybody like argue in front of the judge. They wanted everything to be submitted, through paperwork. And the judge
What was the
accepted. I think that was
justification
the
for that?
Associated Press one, if I'm not mistaken.
What was the justification for
I have
that?
no idea, man. I didn't read that part, but I don't even remember.
And this is under Pam Bondi. So could Qatar be applying pressure because Associated Press and Qatar are like working together because of Gaza. They're very responsible for this stuff. Is it possible?
It's possible. I mean, if you look at, for example, the case of the Palestine Chronicle, which is the guy that was keeping hostages in his home, that one is a very, very left-leaning judge in Washington State. Soros funded when she was nominated. Only Democrats voted in favor of her. Her first judgment was basically removing the requirement of, being a resident in Washington State for 30 days to register for voting in the state, completely against the constitution of the state. So, like, it's just a wacko. But that's her. Then you have the Associated Press. As I said, it's a right-wing judge. He's very controversial, for years. That's why I was giving you the example of this case that he heard. A lot of his judgments get overturned in appeals. But the point is that they're literally shielding material support to terrorism from all vectors. If you look at these 5 cases.
Interesting. Do we
Sorry
think
guys, I have my
because we're
hand
having a
up. Can
problem
you
with?
guys hear me?
Yeah,
Can
I
you guys
can't
hear
see
me?
anything. I'm not looking at the screen. I thought you were on.
Oh,
I
it's
thought
okay.
you were flying. I thought
No,
you were flying.
I'm on end. Well, I
Okay, go
know, but
ahead.
something. Leslie, I have landed in the airport in your neighborhood. How far are you from your neighborhood's airport?
Oh, I'm in
If you want
Cologne
to come
right
say,
now, so I
oh,
don't know which
bummer.
airport you are from.
You can DM her. Send her a message. Send her a message
Yeah,
Well,
on
it's
send me a
about
WhatsApp.
it's about the project that you both were working on.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. Send me a
yeah, I
message
think
and we'll figure out.
the project. Yeah. Okay.
Um, do we know who's representing? Do we know who's? I hope they have good lawyers. I don't understand.
All
Is
these
this have
law-
to do with?
so all these cases are being represented by Mark Goldfeather and his organization, the
Yeah, him.
National
Yes,
Jury
yes. I'm
Advocacy
friends with
Center.
him. I'm. I'm going to speak to him. I'm friends with him. Okay, so
So
tell me.
these 5 cases that I've been following are cases that they are handling, and as I said, the pattern that I see is very consistent, which is shielding material support to terrorism in the future from all sorts of vectors with completely unreasonable arguments that, unless they're overturned in appeals, they will become precedent in the future. So
Why would they be precedent if they're not? If they're not?
because that's how law works, still. So, for example, let's say tomorrow.
But we've had a lot of terrorism laws, a lot of cases like this. It's not the first go around. This is for a long time we've dealt with this.
No, but that's the point. The point is they're not arguing the validity of the evidence. They're essentially raising the bar on what actually constitutes material support by reinterpreting the law and creating these judgments through the arguments of the lawyers and the judges accepting them. So then in the future, it's no longer, the benchmark that we are used to, because now you have another judge that said, oh no, that's not enough. You also need to have X, Y, and Z. And unless you have A, B, C, D, you cannot get access to discovery, for example. So then the next judge will be presented with that argument by a defense lawyer saying, well, the previous judge said that this is how it works. So now you're starting to have arguments between judges on interpretations, and most judges will not want to say that another judge was wrong. You know what I
What
mean?
is the beeping?
Well, no, actually, no. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Like, if it's a case that was already heard and then it went to appeals and
Don't
appeals
worry about it.
also confirmed that, then the next judge over is not going to want to fight that. You know what I mean? They're just going to use that as the interpretation for something similar. Any other case that falls in the similar line, will use this as a precedent on how to defend yourself. So anybody who wants to hire terrorists can say, well, as long as they're, not full-time staff, I'm not liable. Unless I am not, funding directly to Hamas, but it's going through a quote unquote legitimate organization like the United Nations, I'm not liable. Unless I didn't direct the person to physically invade Israel, on October 7th, and my money can be traced to that attack, I'm not liable. Those are the type of arguments that they're making still, which are completely outside the actual law of what it means material support to terrorism.
Okay, so okay, you can hear me, right? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
so there's a definition of material support to terrorism, and I'll speak to Mark because I'm friends with him, and um, maybe, maybe there's some other things we can discuss with him as well in regards to some stuff that you've asked questions about. But give me a second. What I'm hearing from what you're telling me is, so it may be that there's a way by these cases for the Department of Justice, which should be under Pam. Well, they're replacing Pam Bondi, so I think things may be changing now. Remember, they spent 400 lawyers working on certain things, but how did they get the information that he was a temporary employee? How did they get, if they weren't able to get discovery? I guess my question is how did they get AP to give up some information, or they use that as an excuse by saying, oh, he was a temporary employee?
Correct. They use that as an excuse. So that's what I'm saying. Like, the lawyers are coming in with their evidence. They're not disputing the evidence. They're just making it irrelevant. And they're coming up with their own excuses. And the judges are agreeing with that.
So because AP is a corporate, entity, right? It's a big thing that's going to be coming down regarding to AP, right? So yeah, we have to think that they're worried about the like effect of, yeah. So this has to be handled very differently. Remember that we had some judges down where in Arkansas or somewhere, we were using certain judges. If you remember under the Trump administration, shit, I just scared myself. We were using some judges down in there was a couple judges that Trump used. You guys remember who I'm talking about? The older guy, super based, and we were getting things put through over there when they were going against Trump. I'll speak to Robert Bose, but I'm assuming these were American citizens. So that American was based out of Florida, and that's why this case is out of Florida, right? With AP, or is AP out of Florida? Like, is the AP like? In
I
other
think
words,
it's based in Florida. And that's why,
who
because
is
this is
based in Florida?
a
Who?
class action. There are many plaintiffs. It's not one.
I know that's right, because there was a lot of Americans that were killed by
Correct.
Hamas or hostages.
Hmm.
These motherfuckers, honestly.
But yeah, I mean, essentially, if you look at it, like, there is a pattern of, you cannot trace the money that I gave to the specific October 7th attack. That's not how the material support to terrorism law works.
But he was
I
an active
gave
employee on that day.
October.
He was filming it while doing the attack, so he was getting paid.
Oh, but that's what I'm saying. This is not just the AP. This is across the board with all these different cases. They're all making the same argument. My money, or whatever money you're claiming went to terrorism, cannot be traced directly to the October 7th attack. So
That's but
they're
but that's
raising the
bullshit.
bar that
But
unless
that's
you connect
bullshit
the
because
money
no,
directly
they
to
were
a
wearing their.
particular
But
attack.
that's bullshit because they were wearing their journalist stuff on that day.
But again, Stealth is not just the AP. It's also, for example, UNRWA USA, which is a fundraiser organization for UNRWA. It's also this cryptocurrency company. It's also the AMP SJP lawsuit that is filed against them. It's also the lawsuit that was filed against the 501c3 of the company that hired the journalist that was keeping hostages in his home. All these cases are making the same argument. For some reason, all the judges are accepting it as valid. And then you go to specifics. The AP is also arguing that he was only a freelancer. He wasn't a full-time staff. He didn't work under our direction. We didn't tell him to go invade Israel.
It doesn't matter.
Of
This is,
course it
you're going to
doesn't
see they're
matter.
going to be able to do this.
Of
No,
course
no,
it
no.
doesn't
I
matter,
no.
Steph.
This is
We
just the
know it doesn't
beginning.
matter.
These kinds of cases. We have a 9/11 case that's ongoing right now, for 9/11 survivors, right? And it's been ongoing for 20 years. Okay, so these cases will stretch it. It's the lawyers that are going to be there in regards to that AMP or whatever. I mean, I played a video of the AMP director saying he's got 17 lawsuits against him. He's like, that's okay, we'll beat it. We have
Oh
time. I
yeah,
have time. Or they'll just run and they'll leave the country.
yeah.
They'll just run and but because their legal stuff is being funded by Qatar. That's the problem. They have an endless supply of cash for legal defense. But you know what the America can do? They can call up Qatar and say, you're not allowed to fund their legal team anymore in any way possible, or even an individual, because we know what you're doing. And Donald Trump can do that, but he has to do that now. So these people, they all have like Mahmoud Khalil had 19 lawyers at like $1,500 to $2,000 a piece using US taxpayer dollars out of that program out of Colombia. And on July 4th at the embassy of Qatar, they did espionage, the aid, and stole the information and the questions to give it to the lobbyists that the Qataris paid to show up to sit behind and intimidate the heads of the school. I'm sorry. How is that not being like that is just like a I mean, this is just
It's completely
ridiculous.
ridiculous. Stealth, I put three threads on the nest, which is about three cases out of the five that I've been following. So you can read a little bit the details on them and you can understand a little bit better what's going on. But as I said, the fix is simple. Congress doesn't have to create new legislation. They just have to pass a freaking simple bill that clarifies what material support to terrorism is. So judges don't get to reinterpret it and
But
accept these
isn't it
arguments as
already
valid.
defined? No, isn't it already defined?
It is defined, but it needs to be clarified. It needs to be clarified. You don't have to trace it to a direct
But
attack. The simple suspicion that is going to a terrorist or a terrorist organization and you continue to provide that support is enough. Period.
yeah, well, we have that with the Red Cross and the Red Crescent in Gaza and in Lebanon. Their ambulances are used to transport terrorists
Yeah, but they have immunity, so it's
or to remove
different.
hostages or whatever, right? Is there a lawsuit against
They
them?
have immunity, it's different. It's like the UN.
Why do they have
It's like the
immunity?
UN.
No, but you can't have immunity if you're knowingly allowing terrorists to use it. There's no immunity on that
Hell,
end.
we couldn't even sue UNRWA for participating on October 7th because they have immunity. The lawsuit was dismissed.
No, but they're appealing
Yeah,
it.
but,
No,
but it
they're
was
working on it.
dismissed. That's the point. The point was it was dismissed regardless of the fact that the Trump DOJ said they don't have immunity. The judge still said they do.
That's the DC
Yeah.
judge, right?
No, New York.
Same thing at this point.
It's the Southern District.
Yeah, of
Yeah.
course, yeah. And they can't move the jurisdiction on these?
I don't think so because the money flowed through New York banks, so that's why it's.
Ah. No, it will get done. It's just going to take a while. There'll be a lot of appeals. That's how it's going to work. Because these organizations have too much to lose by if this comes through, right? It also helps Trump completely to dismantle UNRWA, and they don't want that to happen either, right? So that's part of the
Of
game
course,
here.
but my point
Is
is, it shouldn't be up to appeals, Stealth. The point is, we shouldn't be letting the judges make up their own rules and interpret the law in whatever way a ridiculous defense lawyer brought it up to them because they painted up with nice arguments and a lot of bullcrap. I mean, I'm sorry, but it is a moment in which Congress needs to act, needs to clarify, and make sure judges don't step out of line. It shouldn't be up to appeals.
This is an issue of the Southern District of New York, which is well known as one of the most corrupt districts favoring either corporations or when the government, typically under Obama or Biden, wanted to do something corrupt, they would do it in the Southern District of New York. there's a really bad case of Amazon wanting to get rid of one of their competitors who was like a seller on their site. So they hired private investigators to cook up a case against them and then took it to the FBI in the Southern District of New York. And they went and they destroyed his life, even though like they fully just cooked it up. But they accepted on spec this case, knowing that it was presented to them by the person who was the opponent of this guy in business and stood to benefit a ton from him being indicted and whatever. The Southern District of New York is a cesspool, and it has been for decades. It's where they tried Noriega, and it's why they took what's his name, Maduro, to the Southern District of New York. I'm telling you, the Southern District of New York is a disaster. You can ask any lawyer.
So I brought somebody up. Hey, Jonathan, how are you? I saw your handle. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. How are you?
Good, good. So you're running candidate for Beverly Hills City Council for advancing a charter
Yeah, that's
commission?
right.
So tell me about this real quick.
Well, do you know about the charter cities in California we currently have? We have
No.
121. And so, from what I understand, and the way it is, I guess, in California, through incorporation of a city like Beverly Hills, which we did in 1914, we're a general law city. And so we kind of operate by the bylaws of Sacramento. And by default, when they pass down mandates and things, we have to respond through the structures and the operating procedures that they've outlaid before us. And by becoming a charter, it gives us the tools at least to position the conversation and respond in ways and handle the situations as a city. We can't pass off mandates. We can't dismiss them completely, but we can negotiate, for example, with the RHNA that we're facing here and the building moratoriums for those who are not aware what's going on in Southern California.
What's the RHNA? What is
Yeah,
that?
it's the builder's remedy essentially. They've so, for example, we're in the sixth cycle now, and we had a 1,000% increase on the required housings we have to fill for the affordable housing. So, in the fifth cycle, it was. Sorry, I was just putting my daughter to bed too. Let me just. Yeah,
No worries.
yeah,
I'm
yeah. No,
sorry.
I was just listening. Um, it-
It must be a baby because it's about 1 a.m., right? Beverly Hills time.
yeah, no,
So,
it's 12:30. She's 4, and she was making some noise and sent some.
okay.
Yeah,
Got it. Got
answered the
it.
call. Um, yeah, it basically gives us the framework to respond and to have control. So with these affordable housing, we had our city council pass a building that's going to go up on sort of the southeast. It would be southeast Beverly Hills. It's close to La Cienega. It's a 22,000 unit building. And because the regional housing mandate
Wow.
wasn't responded by the city council in time, builders can dismiss any sort of zoning enacted by the city, granted by the state to build these houses. So in this case, there's 22,000 units, and 22 of them are for affordable housing. And so you see, it's kind of the development of Beverly Hills against the wishes, and it's changing the footprint of Beverly Hills against the wishes of the residents of the city. I think we already have with the Wilshire corridor, and I'm sorry for anyone who's not from Los Angeles, doesn't understand what I'm saying, but
It's okay. It doesn't matter to them.
yeah,
Keep
on
going.
Wilshire Boulevard, we've got a lot of like vacancies in tall buildings, big footprints. If we were a charter city, that could have been converted and rezoned, and we could have fulfilled those requests there. We wouldn't have to. We wouldn't have been bypassed by these developers for these mandates to build a 22,000 unit structure, which is only going to serve a very small purpose of what enabled them to get around the building zones. So it's all about like bringing self-determination, really bringing the control of the city back into the hands of the residents. And I feel like Beverly Hills, it's probably one of the most wealthy cities in the country. It's definitely one of the most famous cities in the world. And if we can't have self-determination, then who can, right?
So is this like a woke left thing where the new construction that you already have empty buildings? You're saying I just want to convert those buildings. Why do we have to do a new construction? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, it gives us the framework with a charter to actually address and respond in those ways. A charter answers a lot of other issues that I feel like people were facing. And the way I came to it was, my wife and I watch home shows, building shows, and we kind of laugh. We're like,
Right.
where are we gonna move with these taxes? Like, where could we go? We play this
Right.
game all the
Right.
time, and we don't like anywhere else. We love LA, believe it or not. Um, I love it here, and there's a lot of problems. A lot of those problems are symptomatic from being passed down from Sacramento. Our spending's out of
Yes.
control, the fraud's out of control.
Right.
And
Right.
so for me,
Yeah.
I was exploring the idea kind of before jumping into the city council of like, all right, if I run, what if we try to become a state? Kind of half serious, like, yeah, Beverly Hills, a state. We could all just live here and avoid the high taxes and just the enterprise taxes that's pushing all the businesses out. We build a little enclave here. Well, it needs to be
Because the police department and the fire department there are separate from the state also, correct?
you're separate from the city. Beverly Hills is a municipality. Yeah, so
Yes.
we're not part of like the LA police or the LA fire. We had our reservoirs
Right.
were locked down and pretty well managed. I think like the issue is that most of the candidates right now are vying to rearrange the deck chairs on a Model T, and we're living in a Tesla world. Of the 121 cities or 122 cities, zero of them have ever abandoned their charters. Um,
I guess I'm not understanding. What do you mean by they? So, I mean, what are you trying to say? They've never abandoned their charters.
Well,
What do you mean?
so it was about between 60 and 40 years ago, most of the cities that became charter cities, they developed and wrote a charter. It's the operating agreement for how the city's structured. Outside, in
Okay.
general law would be
Okay.
like the
Yeah.
default
Okay. Yeah.
incorporation through Sacramento. And so
Okay.
you have one by using Sacramento's framework. I mean, think of it as like a franchise. You do a McDonald's, you got to play by the McDonald's rules. But if you do a burger joint and you're just borrowing from the ideas of McDonald's as much as you need to, right? Hamburgers,
Right. Right.
nuggets and
Right.
things.
Yeah.
You can kind of determine yourself what you want to offer. Maybe you want to have sales or changes on things. It's just more control at the local level, essentially.
Okay. So, what would be the obstacle? What would be the pushback by
Well, one of
them?
the things we have is the city of Beverly Hills is getting FOIA requests, and by, as it is on their own, a FOIA request is not like a very controversial thing. But what's started to happen with our city is we're having requests put in on the city, the clerk of court. We're talking hundreds, maybe thousands of requests coming in. I don't know for sure. I'd like to investigate this if elected more and get the actual numbers. But there's from the state issues down through the framework, the amount of time legally we have to respond as a city for freedom of information. We can't question the person's intentions, what they use it for. We have no authority to question that whatsoever as a general law city. And so when we don't meet those requirements, because it's a small office of like, I don't know, I believe it's five individuals, it's being used as sort of an economic lawfare because the city becomes penalized when we don't meet the requirement or the turnaround of the information in the
Why don't they
I
just hire
don't
more
know.
people? They're very wealthy.
A lot of good questions, I guess, but in this instance, it just seems like they're taking us to town because they'll go to a city judge. The city judge will award them, and the city will be fined and make payments, and they're
Wait,
cleaning
they get a
house.
financial incentive for filing a FOIA that they know you won't be able to comply with in time, and they get a financial return even if they don't care what the information was?
I don't know how to say it any better than that.
Okay, so Stealth, what could be happening is if I was a conniving schemer, is I would say, I know if I file 10,000 FOIAs, this office can't fulfill it. And let's
Right.
say I go to a judge and say, Judge, they haven't fulfilled my FOIAs. You need to give them a penalty. You need to give me $500 for each of those FOIAs.
There
Well, no,
you
they have
go.
to pay me $500 for each of the 10,000 FOIAs that I have no legitimate use for, right? And because it's an old office, it's outdated. It's they don't have any incentive to update their processes for processing the FOIAs. They don't care. The office administrators don't care. And some conniving schemer is able to just keep filing like spurious FOIAs. Now, me personally, I think that every FOIA should be fulfilled as soon as possible. But this system of financially rewarding people when the city doesn't fulfill the FOIA within a certain time frame, creates a perverse incentive.
By the way, has there been a certain type of FOIA that's been going through? Like is it anything unusual or
No, from
suspicious?
what I understand, they can't ask any questions, and it's local municipality things like our hiring practices at the fire or police department or the local sewer system, how it's set up. Pretty benign on the surface. Um,
Well, it's not benign on the surface. It sounds like DEI stuff on the first
well,
point,
it
or
But
sounds
it's
some weird.
definitely like
technical. Am I
it's
correct that it's highly technical? It's benign, but it requires a lot of research and possibly compiling non-digital records into digital format, that kind of thing.
right. Exactly. It's definitely being used by nefarious purposes. If you're asking me to weaken the structure of Beverly Hills.
It'd be interesting to know: are they coming through the same law firms or agencies, or
How do you
is there
file a
any?
FOIA? I don't think you need a law firm. How do you do it? Is it just an online portal?
It could be an individual person, but could be an organization or a
Yeah, I think it
group?
just is filed through the
Like,
clerk of court. I don't believe I haven't looked
yeah,
into
but
it, the
is it be
portal, but
like it could be done by CARE? It couldn't be done by BLM. Like, it could be done by the DSA groups. Like, so I'm just curious. Like,
from
Yeah,
what
but
I've
what I'm
been,
saying is that, can I ask, is this something that they then have given you information about the FOIAs, like the number of them that they're able to fulfill, like they have good metrics on it, or it's just you just know that it's a big problem and they are too embarrassed to admit it?
yeah, I know it's a big problem, and I know it's been spoken and brought to the attention. At least this is the from what I had heard from the clerk's office. When I mentioned the charter city and the charter commission as like studying this to possibly put it to a vote in 2027 for the city to vote on after spending some time studying and maybe drafting um, possible routes we would take, it was brought to my attention that this was a great idea because it would fulfill this other kind of symptomatic problem with the FOIAs. And these are local. From what I understand, they're local. They're in California. They're also international.
you're getting international FOIAs.
From what I'm told,
Stealth, this is a new
Okay, I find
leering
this.
center. This is a leering center. They go to
It is.
court
It
and
is.
they get money, and you could be anywhere in the world, and you file a FOIA, and they're not allowed to ask who you are or why you're asking for it, and then you go and complain when they don't fulfill, and you get money. It's a
yeah.
leering center.
Are you that surprised? I mean, it seems to work with the framework of everything else that we're experiencing. Everything's about the destruction. Um,
So I find this fascinating. Are you a lawyer by any
I'm
chance or
not a
no?
lawyer.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, no.
Uh, okay. I was just curious. Okay. So how do they collect the money? Is it electronically that they're paid out, or do they have to actually show up at court, a physical person,
Uh,
or they have to do
yeah, these
Zoom?
are great questions. I don't have any of the answers. I'd like to know more.
Okay.
Great. Yeah,
Fascinating.
is this being recorded that I can get this later, this transcript?
It's a recorded space. Yeah, it's a recorded
Awesome.
space.
Excellent. Yeah, these are great questions.
Okay. So is it kind of like, how that people create PMAs in every state? Like, you could create a PMA, which is kind of like outside the
Mm.
jurisdiction, that kind of a charter. So wait, uh, so if is there a desire for this in the Beverly Hills side?
Yeah, I mean, it's sure taking off with people that I'm talking to. I'm getting a lot of attention from it. That's for sure. I'm an outsider here
Uh
for the
huh.
most part. I'm not part of the
Is it
establishment.
is it the first time it's been done for Beverly
Well,
Hills or
from what I
tried?
understand, in 1987, there's an article from July in the LA Times where there was a 15-person council assembled by the council, the city council, and the mayor to evaluate whether they were going to possibly study a charter with the general driving purpose for enriching the Beverly Hills Unified School District's food programs. And ultimately, it was shot down. I want to say it was Richard Tannenbaum at the time who was advocating for it, but I could be mistaken that he was in complete support because I have very limited info on it. Just one LA Times article that I've found so far.
Can
Uh
I
huh.
ask a question? Have you gone to the wealthy homeowners? Because the biggest benefit I see if I want to get people on board is all those people that want to be able to maintain their homes and have their homes preserved from fire, etc. And they have the money to back this and the incentive because they own these estates and these beautiful homes. If they have a now charter city, they get to then have much more input and
I've been talking in my daughter's school with some of the other parents. This was where a lot of the encouragement started. And then
Uh-huh.
as I was collecting my nominations for my candidacy, I started to meet a lot of very influential, interesting characters in the neighborhood. And
Uh-huh.
the thing about it is this city is just as fractured as all of California's GOP. I would say. I
Right.
mean, it's like the
Right.
left hand is
Right.
fighting with the right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so, like, even what happened in
Yeah.
San Diego was really interesting. If you were watching that, you know, we've got Hilton and Bianco, and now with Sowell um, dropping out of the race for the controversy, that had to be on their radar
That
for a very long time. The
Yeah,
Democrats,
yeah. So Swalwell was holding up in Beverly Hills in that guy's house, the $25 billion. They're running their command centers through there.
yeah,
That was who was running his campaign for him, and they were living there, like as if they were like refugees or something, or they were like on in they were as if they were under like I mean, but it's funny because Swalwell's lifestyle is like a very regular lifestyle for a lot of left wing billionaires and millionaires. If you know, you know, right?
right.
So, and for Hollywood, right? It's like not a new thing. Even Elon Musk got wrapped up in that situation with Amber Heard
Yeah.
and the lesbian model, right? So, wait until those pictures come
It
out.
seems like
Um,
my neighborhood in particular is largely and the baby boomer kind of generation, they'll probably be aged out in about 20 years, and this neighborhood
uh,
will flip. It's already starting to take all of the historic houses and turn them into these like mega mansions. That
yeah, yeah, but that's the Persian community. That's the Persians did that. You
yeah,
know that, right?
there's definitely a stronghold for the Persians as well right now with that. But um,
So, do the Persians want this to go through? They probably don't, right?
no, there. Well, again, it's fractured. I mean, I've got a Persian woman, Dr. K, who's she's great. She was a colonel in the United States military, from what I understand. She was really powerful when it came to ballot harvesting for the 2024 election. I want to say this woman, she's about 5 foot. I think she's very soft spoken. She collected 4,000 ballots. She got together with 20 of the synagogues, the rabbis, and just coordinated it.
Yeah.
Currently is Persian, and she's a great storyteller, but she does tend to swing very hard to the left with social issues. And a lot of things have been built around her branding, which I've noticed a lot of discontent among the city with her. The current status of the approval, or rather of the city council, is not great. I would say of the two incumbents, probably one will get reelected, leaving two seats open. We had a third, which was John Mearsh. He was a no party preference candidate. A lot of people liked him, especially in the southeast corner, which tends to be closer into LA and a little more of apartments and smaller houses in comparison to the traditional idea you have of Beverly Hills, the palm trees. That's all to the north of Santa Monica, Little Santa Monica Boulevard. They enacted term limits. The city voted on it in 2022, and he's already served 4 terms, and he went to sue the city, but he was basically barred from um, injunctive relief for being able to run again. He was arguing that term limits start from the precipice of when you had been a candidate. So for him, 2022, or rather a sitting council member, essentially he was arguing that he should have 3 more terms of eligibility. I think he's a controversial figure also, but he's got a lot of strong ties and support with the community, I think. And, I'd be interested to see his thoughts on a lot of this and what he's positioning himself to do now, as this did happen February, I want to say February 23rd, or maybe it was February 8th, that he was barred, and the nomination papers had to be turned in by the 6th of March to qualify, I think, for an incumbent. So yeah, it's an interesting dynamic. I mean, that's everywhere you look right now. The GOP, the jungle primaries, it's a shit show.
Can I ask a question about the governorship race, just because you're in California and you seem
Yeah,
to
I
be
wanted to
generally
know,
aware?
yeah, his thoughts on it. That's what I was trying to ask him. Good. Yeah. Bianco
Sure.
and Hilton? How was the debates?
Well, I, I mean, I would like to have more people because the two of them have the delegates. There's, I want to say 611 delegates votes up for grabs still for the Republican Party. And so each of them have captured a little over 400, which won't be enough for the party to get behind either one. And it feels by design, I got to tell you, like it feels like we're always strategically outmaneuvered. There's a lot of people that have some good ideas, at least from what I've heard from them speaking on spaces. um, and then I've heard really great things about both of them from people I trust and opposite sides of who they like, which is concerning that there's not really a coalescence on the support here. And I think that's going to hurt us because, again, it's a jungle primary. And for those that don't know, Republicans can vote for Democrats, Democrats can vote for Republicans. And oftentimes the Democrats, as a position play of power, will vote in the Republicans' primary choices to, pull in a lesser evil um, for them
So they like
and
cook the
a
books.
weaker,
So they like cook
they
the
cook the books
books.
for, yeah, a weaker candidate. So yeah,
Well, I mean,
I feel like personally I'm building like it's a ground campaign for me for moving forward even past this city council election.
so have you had pushback from like the DSA on this for you guys or no?
No
No.
pushback. I mean,
Okay.
in terms of a charter commission,
Yeah.
it's not a partisan issue. I
Right.
mean, I,
Right.
I think that's probably why I've gotten support from people on both sides. Obviously, we all have friends on both sides, and
Right.
the tumultuous political landscape and just the rage bait culture we live in right now all lend us to want to fulfill that, ring that bell. But proposing this really, I think, opened a lot of people's eyes to like, wait, we've been focusing on so many things with our energy that are diminishing returns. This actually has a foundation for what we want. I mean, we're a community here,
Right. Right.
right? Whether or not my neighbor is a Democrat or an independent, we're still next door neighbors.
Right.
We still share a fence, and
So
so
what have people been saying for you in Beverly Hills in terms of um, Bianco or Hilton? Anything yet?
yeah, I've let's call them some of the older matriarchs of the neighborhood,
Yeah.
who I guess they find me charming and encouraging that I'm running. They've had a lot of nice things to say about Hilton, but some of my really strong conservative friends, guys I know that are part of like the Sabo art installation group, I thought Bianco might have been coming into this as sort of um, a Trojan horse. Maybe there were some things I thought were controversial, but I've been told that he's a sheriff, and
Yes.
California hasn't had a sheriff elected for governor in like over 100 years.
Yeah.
Which that would be nice to get a little law and order in
Yeah.
control. I
Right.
think we could all use it. I think the average everyday person is, for the most part, just like totally sick of all the chaos
Yes.
and the lawlessness. Like Rodeo
Yes.
Drive is turning into like a motorcycle rally of like dirt bikes and wheelie popping at 7 o'clock and 6 o'clock in the evening on a Saturday. And we're thinking, this is why there's vacancies on every corner. This is why major businesses are leaving.
Really? They
Um,
they have in Beverly Hills on Rodeo, like on the Rodeo, where the
yeah,
where
like
the stores are, or where?
yeah, right south of Rodeo in Santa Monica, there's that's where we have like the Christmas time,
Uh-huh.
the tree
Right.
and all the festive stuff. They'll close it down. There's some great stuff they do that the
Right.
city organizes, but kids come in on dirt bikes and they just loop and do circles. Cars do the same
Are they,
thing.
but they're not from Beverly Hills, these people, right?
I mean, I would say they're probably, I would say they're not. I tend to get around my neighborhood by foot quite a bit,
Yeah.
and I never see them until there's like a motorcycle gang and those short little e-bikes that are motorized,
Yeah.
the gasoline ones that are
Yeah.
super noisy.
Yeah.
They'll,
These
they'll
are
come.
typically kids, yes? Like on
They're kids.
Sarons and like they're like
Yeah,
12 o'clock boys. They're trying to do wheelies and show off to their friends.
Or
yeah. They do these ride-alongs where like I'm about 4 blocks of Sunset, right at the start of Dead Man's Curve, where it
yeah.
gets really fun to drive. And they'll come through with like 200-300 motorcycles
Oh
and
wow.
it sounds like fireworks. It's like, "Bop, bop, 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 bop," and it's a rumble. They're driving around cars on, both sides of traffic, and
So
it's
that started after October 7th, right? There was a lot of protest groups and things that's what I was being told by my friends that live there in that area, that there was a lot of sometimes with the no king stuff or whatever, sometimes, but then there was these other
yeah,
elements that were coming in that people felt that they were not from that area, but they were doing it since the pro-Palestinian protest stuff that they were running around.
yeah. They definitely try to instigate. I don't get too involved into it. I mean, I'm in LA. It's like such a diverse
Right,
place, and
right,
you
right.
try not to like be
But
sucked
there
into it.
wasn't any Antifa there, was there? There was during BLM and everything.
No, not even through COVID. I mean, we've had even through the presidential election and October 7th, there was a ton of Israeli flags out on the lawn by Beverly Hills
Yeah,
and pretty high security for those purposes.
yeah.
But I think by and large, the conservatives would really collect there, and it was a lot of flag raising for the
Right,
president
right, exactly. Yeah.
and
And
waving.
also you have a private police department there that are no joke, right? So they're very pro
Yeah. Well, there's issues there that I've started to notice. We
yeah.
haven't hired a captain internally in like the last 3 or 4 captains we've hired have all been outsiders. And that
Interesting.
yeah, it builds a weird dynamic because then we're starting to lose some of the really good guys that like, look, Beverly Hills pays great.
Right.
And we have state of the art infrastructure and surveillance, and there's drones that patrol and stuff over tops.
Yeah.
They're pretty quick. Like when my fire alarm goes off, they're here in like 45 seconds.
Wow.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah.
We have great services, and by hiring the captains outside captains, guys that have been putting in the hours, they're taking jobs at UCLA, I hear.
Right.
And it's frustrating because we're a city of 24,400 registered voters. 7,000 show up, so that tells you a lot that 2/3 of them just don't even feel like there's an effort.
Well, that's
I think
problematic
it's
too though. Like they really should vote. That's
yeah.
because it makes it seem like they're just too wealthy and they don't care because they can bypass, like they need to turn up to vote. That apathy is not good.
From what I'm hearing, and I guess you guys can tell, I like to talk. I like to talk politics. I enjoy talking to people. I like to hear ideas. I'm okay with being wrong. It seems like the activization of them, there's no one really nurturing and nourishing the Republicans, or at least the conservatives, or what I like to call the common sense people. Russell Stewart, another candidate, said it the other night, but it's a great point.
Yeah.
Like the Republican Party's about common
Right.
sense.
Yeah.
And if we have actually a pretty large city in terms of a Republican percentage
Right.
population.
Yes.
The NPPs are huge. Like there's been a huge jump that have left the Democrats and the Republicans.
And in the Palisades as well, and Malibu and Spencer, that whole
Yeah.
thing, right? Yeah.
Well, do you know about Ellie Coletti, who's running to try to? I think she's running an NPP to on the platform to annex the Palisades from Los Angeles.
No, I don't know about that.
It's Yeah, so it seems like she seems to be, from what I'm just giving you guys hearsay just so you know. But from what I've heard, it seems like a lot of her strategizing and her efforts are really just to keep Karen Bass in power, because it's to divide the Republicans, to take away from like an energized group around
Oh,
Spencer
so
Pratt.
she's trying to keep Mayor Bass by that?
Well, that would be the default move if she doesn't have actually the real power to run, and that her leans tend to be a little bit, with her NPP status, they tend to be a little bit supportive, not
Sorry, what's
complete
MPP
DSA,
status? Oh,
no party preference.
oh, yeah, 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 yeah.
Cal-
So they run her as an op to balkanize the vote. But what?
yeah, California only recognizes the three independent parties outside of Republicans and Democrats: the Libertarians, the Independent, and the Green Party. So anyone else by default is, or even including those,
Oh,
they're
Green Party. Green
NPP.
Party is also available in California.
Green Party's available, and also there's a feminist movement. One of my friends, I was just looking at the voter data, building my precinct captain strategy, but she's supporting me. I think it's called like something 24, and they tend to be sort of a social issue. There's a feminism angle to it. I don't know if it's extreme or not. I just was surprised to see it on the voter data.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, we have the numbers. If the Republicans showed up, we could fill all three of my seats. And I think the state is the same way. There's 1 million registered Republicans in the county of Los Angeles. It's the largest county of Republicans collectively in the United States.
Yeah, so
And yet they're fractured.
I think they just don't show up, right?
Yeah, they don't show up. They're disenfranchised. It's bad juju to do it because like I work in entertainment and there is a fear. I've been doing documentaries of late. I also freelance with
Do you
some
remember when the
places.
CCP hacked the Sacramento all
Yeah.
private what do you call it, concealed carry permit holders and gun holders, and they released it
Yeah.
under Gavin Newsom, and he let it happen essentially because they could identify who had concealed carries, and this was it. Literally BLM could target,
It
anybody could
allowed them
target.
to get targeted so they could steal their guns out of their
Not
houses. It was a
no
huge problem.
less more about like going after them for like to pressure them
I
with because a lot of people are like, oh, I'm anti-gun, meanwhile they have conceal and carries too, right? So
Yeah, I think what you're getting at too is sort of the court of public opinion to put them to
yes,
divide each other.
yes,
It's not so much that there's a crime there
right.
or a fear
Oh,
because gun owners feel secure in that, but it's like your friend who didn't know you were could find out, or you could, your boss is somebody like
right,
this, and then all
yes,
of a sudden
yes, that's
there's this unnecessarily division.
exposure, yes, exactly, just to create, yes, 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 but also as a way to target certain things as well, which I found interesting.
Yeah, there's definitely a hive mind mentality here, and especially in entertainment, people. I think there's a lot of NPPs because people just don't want to be in that conversation.
Well, like
Period.
I know Caruso. So for me, I was really upset that he just didn't say, you know what, he didn't get any help from the Trump administration. He didn't campaign properly. I kind of feel like he also kind of, harmed the election. I don't know it. He should have just, run as a
I understand
Republican.
your
You
sent.
know what I mean?
No, I understand your sentiment, and it's interesting because right now with the fracture of all the political pundits, the conservatives against Trump, and him being Trump sensational,
Well, they're not
it's
conservatives.
like
They're the woke right. These all they're
work right.
yeah.
Yeah, sure, sure. They for me, like one thing that I've kind of noticed is like the fog of war with this Trump administration. It's different.
Yes,
I've been
very
paying
different. Very
attention.
different.
Most of us are probably, I'm 43, and most of us of my age, we were probably woke up by Alex Jones
Yeah,
and
right.
9/11, and then it took us to Ron Paul and the e-liberty revolution, the love revolution. You start to see good ideas. The Occupy Wall Street had some good foundational ideas, audit the, end the Fed and things like that at its start. It wasn't as extreme as these movements we have now, where it's sort of radicals. It was more like dialogue was happening. And so, with Trump, I'm noticing from this administration, which gives me hope, if we know that good is happening, then the enemy can position against it. And so it's almost good to not know anything in these times. Like I saw something before you guys invited me up. I was reading about the, I think Clandestine on X posted it, which was a speculation about the 36+% control of the world's oil supplies, all the tankers headed to the United
Yeah.
States, and how Trump was locked. It makes a lot of sense why Trump was locking up Canada, Greenland, and the Arctic, because those are shipping
Yes.
routes with great circles to get quickly over
Well, it's not just that.
the Far
It's
East.
it's the nuclear subs from the Russians and Chinese that were of concern
Right,
for
of
us. Yeah,
course.
yeah.
Yeah. But then, with the Panama Canal, which he did first, you notice he went into Venezuela
Yep,
really
yep,
quick, really
yep.
effectively. That built a lot of support that we're capable. We have this tech. It's fearful. You got the heartbeat campaign. I don't know if I
What
can believe they
what's
have that
what's
sort
the
of.
heartbeat campaign? What is that?
They found the crashed soldier in Iran because of his heartbeat from 40 miles away.
Oh,
They were able to detect it.
they use specific technology. We talked about it in my space. It's not, you're not going to get the real truth of how they did it. Nobody's going to disclose that.
Yeah, I think, but my point is like, and I'm not like saying like they shouldn't do it. I think it's like putting fear in the heart of the enemy in a way that we are swift and powerful,
It's
and
just
he has
deterrence. It's
to keep that
deterrence.
strong front.
It has to
Yeah,
be deterrence
yeah,
against the Chinese and the Russians and the Muslim Brotherhood. And
Hiya, can you
yeah,
check your WhatsApp? Like, rush, please check your WhatsApp and send me some help.
okay,
yeah. And you know what's interesting too about the Iran situation is like the Persians have an extremely high IQ.
yes,
And there's a lot of division there. I was in 2014 in northern Iraq for a documentary. I got a pretty good education for that area. But you start to look into the Middle East a lot, and you've got whether it's what's happening in Lebanon to Israel now with
Hezbollah.
with Hezbollah, but the big fraction that you're seeing is like the Assyrians, the Armenians, like they're two different people, right? The Persians have this history here in this place, and then the co-opting when a lot of them left at the fall of the Shah. Um,
There's a
they're
difference
not they're
between,
not
right,
dumb.
there's a
They're
difference
not dumb, and they're
between
not
the
different.
people that are in charge. They want the king back, but there's also Kurds, Baluch, and Awazis, and those three groups are
Yeah,
where
that's where
all,
I
yeah,
was. Yeah.
yeah, so that's where all the energy
Well,
areas.
and I think the Peshmars are somewhere up there too. I mean, they're
Well,
probably more
Peshmergas are
towards
the
northern
Kurds, like
Iraq.
it's the Kurds. Yeah,
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 the
yeah, yeah.
Kurds.
So, but I'm going to send you an article.
I'd love to go. I'm looking forward to going to Cuba and
Yeah,
Iran
yeah.
because
Cuba's
Iraq
next.
is
We were supposed to
beautiful
have Cuba
people.
already because I worked on the free Cuba
Yeah,
movement. So I'm the one who started it online, which is the craziest thing ever. But it had to do with the fact that Elias Rodriguez killed the two embassy employees, and then Charlie Kirk was killed, and it all had to do with the Salt Lake City Transtifa group and other stuff. But anyways, the
yeah,
the the we're supposed to be, we have to get Cuba. It's like insane, the training that goes on for DSA and for all the
yeah.
students down in Cuba. It's just not right. So
Yeah, that's didn't where Karen
yeah,
Bass
Karen
went and
Bass, but
spent
all
like
the
years,
DSA go
right?
there, and all the kids from the
Yeah.
schools, and all the leaders that we have, and the Susan Sarandon, and all these whack jobs that are obsessed with Neville Singham, and it's just it's a such
Hmm.
a
Hmm.
it's just so anti-American stuff that you can't imagine, and it's been going on for so long now. If you've ever heard, I have a Twitter space recorded on of about the fires and how by 5 a.m. after the fire started, the pro-Palestinian community had put images and said, "Now it's by you," and they did a split screen between the Palisades and Gaza.
Mm.
So if you saw it in 2012, Al Qaeda put out a
I,
report.
I, I I saw
You saw
that.
it, okay, good, okay,
Yeah, I know what you're talking. Yeah, I know
okay.
what you're
So I
talking
do
about.
look at my feed. Or are you seeing it in other places?
Maybe I did see it on your
Okay,
feed
okay,
because I follow
yeah,
you, and I
okay,
don't remember how, but
okay.
it's probably somewhere mutual.
Yeah. So because Bar Kohana, Elizabeth Bar Kohana, like
Hmm.
yeah, she goes to events and stuff like
I've
that.
only recently been made aware of her. She's in 42 or 41.
She's no, her
Um,
position is she is the chair for what's her title? Let me just see here. Let me grab her.
yeah, I think committee chair Russell Stewart had mentioned she's someone
Yeah,
that I
you have
should
to speak to her. Yeah,
introduce
yeah, yeah,
myself
yeah.
for.
Very important to me. Yeah, we brought her to CPAC and AmFest. She is the delegate and Jewish community engagement chair, and she's on the she's on the LAGOP Central Committee planning. That's
That's
yeah, and
it.
she's a
Yep,
lawyer
Central
too. Yeah,
Committee.
you can speak to her. We'll get you hooked up maybe tomorrow. But so she wants to do early voting. People are pushing back, saying no early voting, like same day voting. So there's an ops that go around on these things. It's very strange. It has to do with actually a lack of education. And there's this bizarre thing that occurs on the right. And I'm sorry to say, but there were so many bizarre things that had happened to Trump under 2016 that some of us
Yeah.
know on the inside. A lot of people who are doing
Mm.
ground game and other stuff that we're aware of, that there was such subversion of him. I mean, you literally had Steve Bannon working against him to get him impeached, and plotting with
Yeah.
Epstein and Alexander Dugin to take over Europe and America. I mean, I'm like, what? So
Yeah, I mean, and Jeff Sessions, and then recusing himself, and then Bill Barr taking over, and
yeah,
basically dragging his feet. I mean, it seemed like it came from every angle in that administration.
and every
It
angle.
was probably good that he took 4 years to like take a gap year, a presidential gap year, and like try to figure it out. Which is where I think like we knew during that administration a lot more information. Both sides were pumping it out, so things were happening, even if it was speculation. So I tend to be hopeful right now that the fog of war and the quiet is like, him keeping things close to the chest in a way as like how he attacked Venezuela so quickly and
Yeah, yeah,
quietly.
yeah, 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 yeah.
That's my hope. And that's where my support is. I put a lot
But
of faith in him.
it's hard to have fog of war when we literally moved our entire armada around Iran and surrounded it. No, there's they're doing ground operations. I mean, not us, but there's going to be civilian stuff happening, right? So
I,
you have
I
to.
there was a,
So we did the shaping. We'll go back to striking it. It has to do with weather issues and flight issues. So there was a lot of difficulty, even though we were very successful because of weather and things. Were supposed to be. We were supposed to wait till June. The Israelis wanted to wait till June actually, because there's more shaping on the ground that needed to be done, and Trump pulled it in because he was worried about midterms, obviously. So they made him go quicker.
mm,
That's why the whole narrative of Israel pushed it to go in earlier. No, no, no. It was the administration, Trump, and it was also a timing, and it had to be done. Also, we're resetting the 60-day clock by this temporary ceasefire, so Trump
mm.
can go back in and doesn't have to deal with Congress and, oh, you're over the 60 days, even though Obama,
Yeah, right.
so yeah,
Because
so
it's a
really it was the
declaration of
resetting.
war.
Yeah, so it was really the resetting of the 60 days, but also we just have really bad weather issues, and it was causing us difficulty, even though it doesn't appear on the outside to us because we're not sitting inside of CENTCOM. There was difficulty, and now you need time for the ground operations, like the people, and to rise up and other things. So we have to see how things like, and we also have to give them a ton of more chances because of the propaganda narrative framing. The problem is they're getting restocked by the Chinese and the Russians. So it all.
Well, he Trump even delayed that the Jing the Winnie the Chinese conversation too,
Yeah,
didn't he? For
the Winnie
like
the Pooh. Yes,
6 weeks or
yeah. So
something.
yeah,
Didn't
yeah,
he?
yeah. Xi Jinping. Yeah. So yeah, he pushed it
That's
back.
strategic for
Well,
sure.
yeah. Plus, they want to kill him. So I prefer he doesn't go there at all. So and the Chinese.
Sure.
I mean, they made chemical weapons and put them on warheads, and chemical weapons made out of something similar to fentanyl, not exactly, but it's a not only is it a major war crime. It what it does is it's a paralytic for soldiers or civilians, and it's crazy that they had it and they were launching it into Israel since last year, and the Israelis figured out what it is. But that's insane. That on its own, it should give reason for us to do insane
Yeah.
things to them because I mean, Israelis bombed the factory that made it and the scientists. I don't know how the Israelis find out who the scientists were, but they did. And so those guys, I think two of the scientists, I think there's more to be had, but that's insane. That
Yeah, there's a lot of patience. There's a lot of patience too. I mean, it just the way they made that first strike on Iran was impressive.
yeah, and such
For a start.
barely is like literally zero civilian. The civilians that are being killed
Yeah,
is the Iranians are killing their own people. The Americans and the Israelis are it's like next to nothing in terms of civilian. The problem is that people are getting killed by their regime, and they're going to be a lot killed during the ceasefire. They're killing them every day. They're hunting people down, and that we have no idea how many or what the deal is, right? So anyways, it's a shit show because their eschatology doesn't believe in surrender, so we can't get them to surrender. And
it's actually it's rewarded to not. I
yeah,
mean,
yeah, no, I mean like
yeah,
even verbally to surrender, even if they, so it's 85 million, 90 million people. There's not enough time to kill as many terrorists in there that we need to kill.
yeah. They're a big country. It'd be great if we could settle that so we can all go visit because
Yeah, yeah.
they're smart people too.
But
Like
up until like 2014 and during Obama's reign, people were going in and out of Iran just fine. Like a lot of Persians from LA.
Oh yeah, when I went to Iraq and came back, just a ton of people were like, "Man, you got to come to Damascus," and I'm like, "What?" They're
Yes,
like, "No, no,
people still go to
you got to come
Damascus.
and
I
do the
know.
grace."
The problem
And
is every once
obviously,
in a while they'll kidnap you from the airport, which they did in 2016 to a U.S. From New Jersey, a Lebanese Christian man went there with his wife.
Hey,
Yeah.
Stealth, on the topic of airports, have you checked your WhatsApp?
No, let me see. Let me see.
Our good friend
I re,
Carolina's,
I, re,
maybe pre-sample Sam can
I,
help
re,
her?
who can help her? I responded to her. Who can help her? What did you say?
Sam? Pre-sample Sam? I
Oh,
think he's working in Germany right now.
oh, I didn't realize. Okay. All right, hold on. Did you DM our friend? Uh,
I haven't DM'd him, I can right now, unless you have
let
someone
me let me
better.
ask. Hold on one second.
Sorry, Jonathan, it's been cool and good to hear from somebody who's like interested in politics at the local level, because my personal belief is that if you're not willing to do politics at the local level, I don't want to hear about politics at the national level, because really everything starts like at the community level. So we appreciate you and we appreciate your like drive to fix things like at the earliest opportunity.
You
But
you
this is
just
just a
you
friend.
just described me. Thanks. I was so frustrated with all of it. I'm like, you know what, city council, this seems like I can handle this. I have learned in these 2 months that it's so a tremendous amount, but I should have been involved 20 years ago. I
Yeah,
I
right?
really should I really
Yeah.
should have, because I love this stuff. I mean, I love these discussions. I love learning about this, and it's very important to me. And yeah, I have a lot of opinions on the federal level, of course, but like it does seem that it all is the genesis of it all is at the local level with your neighbors, and you got to get coalescence, um, and
That's where the
consensus
voters
really.
are, right? Yeah,
Is
like
there
you said,
anybody
consensus
running
starts
against
with the
you or
neighbor.
no? Is there anybody
Yeah.
running against you?
Oh yeah. There's 11 candidates. There's three
Oh,
seats, two
oh,
incumbents, the mayor and another.
oh, the
But
mayor?
the mayor is an incumbent. Yeah, Mayor Sharona, and then Lester Friedman are the two incumbents. There's a strong couple of candidates on the other side. I think they're going to be the opportunity I have is there is enough Republicans, and I think I have a good connection with the no party preference, even some Democrats. Like people like my idea. It's not a social fearful idea. It's like economic and common sense. We need to have control here, or else what's the point of Beverly Hills if we become Los Angeles?
Hey,
Right.
I wanted to cut in quick. My phone's a little messed up. I don't know if anyone can hear me. It's like not working. Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Um,
Yep.
Not to be random, but has anyone talked about anything with like the animal shelter crisis going on in that in Southern California?
They don't have an animal shelter in Beverly Hills,
No, I'm
so
saying in that area.
No,
So
I
nobody's talked
heard
about
about.
it.
I haven't talked about it, but I think I've heard about it. The situation where they're just like
they
jumping
were
the
th-
fences.
Yeah, well, they were thinking about getting like someone in Beverly Hills was talking about getting a contract to be able to go into the city and county shelters because they're so overcrowded. And you guys, I don't think have a kill shelter in your area, but you're pretty much in the same area. But there's
Yeah.
so many owner surrenders and overpopulation on the streets, which is causing obviously the city and the county to pay so much money, whether it's a bite, being sued for bites or just like upkeep or whatever the case may be. But
The
I just didn't.
the biggest issue for animals in Beverly Hills, I think, is the coyote problem.
Yeah, that too.
It's where I'm at. I've seen a good bit of them, but it's not as high as it has been.
They're all the way down in the
And maybe that's
flats.
I'm in the
Yeah, it's
flats.
like Riverside. All the city and county LA shelters are horrendous. Like just absolutely
Yeah.
horrendous.
Yeah,
Byron
I'm in that
Bass.
field too.
I will.
It's bad. It's really bad.
It's really really bad. We're talking like thousands a week getting euthanized for no reason. So,
I,
I mean, we
I
yeah.
knew
reduced
there
here,
was a
but
That's an
Well,
LA City
communists,
thing, though. That's not going to affect
Chinese
him.
back
no,
communists
no,
love to
that's
torture dogs and kill them. Just remember that. Yulin, remember how that's gone silent?
Oh, please don't bring it up. I want to go to
don't.
sleep.
Please don't.
Well, that's the CCP and the left, and they don't care on the left
Yeah, but
anymore.
it's gotten a little bit
Yeah,
better
I
though,
know they
right? Like
eat dogs. I know.
No, Yulin,
oh
they do
my
the
god,
exact same
stop! No,
thing.
stop! Oh my god, wait. Talk about it. Hold on. I'm gonna mute myself.
Yulin does the exact same thing. Nothing has changed. Nothing's gotten better. They're still doing it. They're just hiding it. And the left in America are not allowed to talk about it because we're owned by the CCP on the left. Okay, you can unmic now. Or she's, I don't know, she's silencing herself. Lillian, did you want to say something? We were talking about earlier, Lillian?
May I just comment, like Jonathan? It's too bad you're into politics right now. I would have loved to speak about your documentaries, but that's gonna be for another day.
Josie,
So
just a
please come
minute.
back.
I was asked a question.
Yeah,
Josie,
sorry.
sorry.
Lillian, did you want
I
to?
was
thanks.
asked a question and I please. Yes, thank you very much. I would like to share something that, because you know that yesterday it started in the evening
Yom
and
HaShoah.
today is the Memorial Day of Holocaust, Shoah, and survival of the European Jews, and why it's so important to commemorate it really at that time of history with all the psyops and all the anti-Semitism coming from the woke right and from woke left. So I will share with you some thoughts, if it's okay with you,
Yeah, go
Steve, and
ahead.
Please.
then I will also would like to tell you two things, two caveats. The first one, I don't know if you are following Dr. Eli David. He is Israeli commentator, and he is specialist for America and Iran. And he made a list. He made a list. I will share it. He made a list of how many times since the year 2000, yes, the Iranian regime, yes, the mullah's regime actually breached any agreements and anything they signed or willing to sign regarding their nuclear program and uranium enrichment. And this is a list that also was approved and signed by the Atomic Center of UN, that they complained about it as well, and they have been warning about it as well. So in 2005, which is a very decisive point in history and a year, they signed also kind of an agreement that they would stop the enrichment to that amount or to that amount that would enable them to produce the bomb. And right after that, they accelerated their program. What I want to say, this morning, I heard a very long interview with one of the most leading experts in Israel regarding the nuclear enrichment program. And he is the, how should I say, the upper director of Israeli Rafael, which is the most important
A military company, military research
and
company.
he said very clearly, do you hear me? Do you hear
Yeah, you
me?
cut out for a second. Raphael, the military research company.
Do you
Yep,
hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
And he was also, before it's Professor Steinitz, Yuval Steinitz. I can send you also a link to his biography. He was also energy minister in Benjamin Netanyahu government before he was nominated for the president of Rafael. And he said very clearly that without the change, elimination of that regime, nothing will change. Nothing will change because of two important reasons. The first reason, that the nuclear and ballistic missiles there are the shields of that regime to survive. And second, because of the what it's called Weltanschauung, their philosophy and their religion, yes, that they have to destroy the Jewish nation and also following also the Western world. This is it. This is their mindset, Weltanschauung. So agreements here and there, you have to be whatever President Trump decides eventually to do, you people need to realize that any kind of them handing over the uranium or whatever, it's temporary. It may take 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, or less. They will resurrect. So that's it. This is the message. And I decided to come up on that space, and thank you still for giving me the mic and to tell you that exactly on that day. Exactly on that day. For me, it is very important that you know it and that you realize it. So, this is what I would like to share with you. The veil of the siren to honor the memory of the Holocaust and acts of Jewish heroism has just been heard in Israel. On Yom HaShoah, Holocaust and Heroism Remembrance Day, a 2-minute air raid style siren sounds nationwide at 10 a.m. Israel time. Everyone stops. Pedestrians stand still. Drivers pull over and exit their vehicles in solemn silence to remember the 6 million Jews murdered in the Holocaust and the Jewish resistance and heroism during that era. This year, in light of the October 7 massacre and Israel's longest war of survival on 7 fronts, including the operation against the genocidal regime in Tehran, that Memorial Day received a multi-dimensional symbolism. Thank you very much for enabling me to speak out. And with that, back to you, Stills. I will share it.
Thank you, Lillian.
Wait, was she trying to say something with Los Angeles has a high population of Jewish people?
She's talking about Yom HaShoah, the terrorist attack, the anniversary for the Holocaust is today.
Yeah. Oh, I thought she was trying to say that to him about Beverly Hills or something. I was like,
No, it has nothing to do with, no, it's separate conversations. Separate conversations. Um, Jonathan, I sent you an article. If you read it, it'll perfectly explain what's going on right now in the U.S. And I retweeted on my feed. It's my last post. Everybody should grab that. So Sneeko,
Oh, cool. Got it.
thanks. Yes, so Sneeko did this interview with Dugan, and this who's sanctioned across the world, anyways. And he didn't know who he was speaking
Oh,
to.
so 60,000 views. My bad. I forgot to tell
Only
you.
uh,
only 60,000.
yeah, he doesn't get
It
a
was
lot.
60,000 a few hours ago. I can double check again.
Okay, that's not a lot, but will it be clipped? The Russians will clip it in
Mm,
Russian on RT, and it'll be clipped all over. Yes, it will, and it will be clipped all over South Asia, and it'll be clipped in other languages. So you have to go look on RT. They'll clip it, and they'll put it out in Russian
you
as
should do a
well. And then
poll asking people if they know that doctor's name, and then do a separate poll if anyone knows who Dugan is, and just see the results you get back.
which doctor?
The fake doctor,
You mean professor?
whatever, professor, doctor.
Yeah. Okay.
Um,
Okay.
because there's so many young people I speak to that have no idea who either one of them
Yeah,
are.
they're not supposed to know who they are. That's the whole
Yeah,
point. They're exposing them for the first time,
yeah,
right?
yeah, yeah.
That's yeah. Okay. So let me just. I want to hear.
Intelligence family?
He's KGB. I mean,
That's the first sentence. Oh. Ye following Goko is crazy and they say they don't like you. Facts. Her daughter was assassinated. Born into a military intelligence family, Dougal was anti-communist dissident during the 1980s and joined the far-right Pamir organization. After the dissolution of the Soviet Union, he founded the National Bolshevik Party. What?
oh yeah, welcome to the real world.
Sick logo, bro. That logo was hard. Which espoused National Bolshevism. Dude, it's a little early for this, bro. Nazis?
Yeah, Nazi
They were
Bolsheviks.
supporters known as National Bolsheviks, a syncretic political movement combining ultranationalism and Bolshevik communism. So, like Russian Nazis?
Yes, MAGA communism.
With Edward Lemanov in 1993 before leaving 98. 97, Dugan published his well-known work, Foundations of Geopolitics.
So they're gonna have to read through that esoteric Gnostic like it's based like on weird stuff. Okay, I can't believe we're in this. Okay, so I
Why
can't
didn't the
believe
Trump administration arrest him yet? I don't understand.
why what
Wasn't that the guy that you were going to have me go flirt with at the UN? Why hasn't the administration arrested him yet?
that's not no Dugin doesn't go to the UN. He doesn't leave Russia.
Who's that guy?
Dugin?
No, who was the guy that you were trying to get to go to the UN that you were worried about talking? I thought it was. Remember, you said Tucker was asking him to go talk. I thought it was Dugan.
Jeffrey Sachs.
Oh,
Jeffrey
yeah. Whatever happened with
Sachs.
him?
What do you mean whatever happened? He's still spewing his nonsense all over the
Oh,
world. He's like the
so
most
he
powerful
never got
person.
help.
Colombia, no, he can't get arrested for if he hasn't done anything. He's got FAR applications 97 with the CCP. The problem is
Oh, I thought you said they could, but they're just not arresting him.
no. He's got no. I mean, he has to be investigated. But yes, he needs to
Uh,
question.
oh.
So
Um,
he's basically Putin's political Rasputin here that wanted Trump to become more of a radical cultural figure.
no, he wanted Trump to become an isolationist. So that if you've never heard the audio, I'll play you some audio and you'll see his plan. So he's basically runs the the strategy since 2012 but, for
Yeah,
Putin.
24 years.
What?
Yeah, yeah. I was looking at it. It's like 24
You
years
read
is
the
something he's
article?
saying for. Well, I pulled it up and put it through Opus 4.6 on
Uh,
Claude.
okay.
Got the summary. I'm just like trying to keep up with that other guy.
Yeah. So I'll play some audio here so you can understand what the plan was, and it's kind of it's c- they're running the Krizlam up. They're interjecting Eurasianist slop. So they're interjecting Eastern Orthodox Church from Russia, mixed with the Islamification, because all of Russia is basically a ginormous Muslim country because of the empire surrounding it. And he started the Arab movement in Tajikistan. Dugan, I mean. His partner, who he started the first group with, and that guy's from Turkey originally, so Muslim Brotherhood. But what he's a Shia follower because he likes the eschatology, which is end of days, which is if
Mhm.
because they believe in death to America, death to Israel, so they became obsessed with Khomeini under the Shia ideology. The Russians did, or the Soviets back in the day, and the Russians later. But so they like the eschatology because it's like a like if they can't destroy American Israel, or the Russians can't with the Iranians and the Chinese, well then fuck it, let's just nuke the whole world. So that's what he actually believes. You'll read the article, and they actually believe this. So which is insane, and
Wow.
he got Putin to invade Crimea, and then he got him to invade Ukraine, even though that was like the first step in destroying their ability to come closer to us. In the Trump's first administration, it was pushed by Bannon to bring Russia closer to us. And so because of that, they smeared Trump horribly. But the idea was to pull Russia from China and bring India with them. Well, that narrative framing by Bannon was actually planned and organized before with Dugin and Epstein in meetings in Italy. And it was actually an op to not only smear the administration and Trump, but to come up with the Russia. It helped the left incredibly because the Russians were working with the left and with the right. So this was an op, and the Chinese and the Russians have this 100-year deal that they signed in 2022, right before them going into Ukraine. Like there's a little bit of it's very coordinated. But that article has 90% of the very details that you need to know. The other 10% I discussed in the recorded space, but I have a lot of recorded space on. There's some things that are missing. I'm actually going to call up the author. I'm
When
gonna.
people, when a country oppresses its people, I mean, they really have the ability to play the long game.
Yes. Yes, like 1,000 years, 100 years.
We're sitting here like talking the governor, right? I
Right,
mean, wow. Thanks
right.
for sharing.
Yeah. But
It's a big one. I'm gonna read it all
yeah,
later.
yeah. So Tablet has some of the like. There's 3 articles from Tablet on what Tucker is doing. Tucker, the arsonist, but it's Lee Smith who wrote the book on Trump and China, and he's the expert on the Russia hoax. Also, Lee Smith. He comes to our spaces. He's great. I'm gonna actually get him to come in. And then Mike Duran is another author from Tablet. Mike Duran has a lot of he's at the Hudson Institute. He's very pro Turkey, which annoys all of us, but because we don't like Erdogan. We just need Erdogan needs to go. But anyways, it'll work itself out. So here's a statement from Dugin. This is 3 weeks ago. I found this video, and then everybody started sharing it. Of the moral United States. Listen, the United States is on the edge of the radical collapse. So that is superpower, hyperpower. That is collapse. That is agony of it.
And we need to understand that well. We should not be hypnotized by the real situation in the United States. They are in very, very bad situation. And hence, they radical and extremist actions. So they have the problem with Epstein elite. They have the problem with the economy. They have the great problem with the state of the moral United States. That is decaying society in the last stage of decay. So we need to follow that. We need to understand that. We need to study it. We need to have the correct realistic understanding of what is going on in the United States of America outside of their propaganda, and maybe outside of our own propaganda. So we have to have a very correct, realistic understanding of American society, because from that depends almost everything in the world. So we need to try to reach the people of real MAGA, the core MAGA, who share with us our general ideological, geopolitical, metaphysical vision of multipolarity. Because the MAGA accepted multipolarity. Trump has betrayed MAGA and has thrown away multipolarity, has declared the war to multipolarity. So, but not MAGA. So we need to follow people like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Alex Jones, Andrew Neapolitano, Larry Johnson, Jackson Hinkle, and great, absolutely great, Kim.com, that we should invite next time for our conference. He is very great. So we need to reach these non-conformist MAGA people in the United States who have a very similar vision of what are the real priority to save America, to save the world, to save the West, to save the East, and so on. So we have immense amount of our friends in the United States of America. Mega movement has made a rise of them. They help to them to reappear and to become important influencers, important power inside of American society. Now they are leading anti-Israeli line, and that coincides geopolitically with our vision of things. So that is very important. So he wanted to say Andrew Tate, and he held himself back. So they ran the MAGA communist movement, which they started in the U.S., and that's Hinkle, and then this bizarre, whatever, Muslim guy out in Michigan. And MAGA communism movement, where people started from RT. Andrew Tate was part of it, but only like peripherally. The Russians also started the Manosphere movement in America, and that's an op as well. Using NLP. These are brilliant. These are brilliant strategy. He also mentions Kim.com. Kim.com is wanted to exfiltrate or to bring to the U.S. because he ran the largest pedophile and pornography website and transferring of information. And New Zealand has been blocking him, the Chinese, because New Zealand's run by the CCP. They're blocking his extradition to the U.S. so that he can be tried for like major crimes. That's who he's saying he's excellent. We need to bring him to Russia. The guy can't leave New Zealand. I think he's like, I don't know. I think he's living in the Russian embassy or something in New Zealand, but the guy can't get out. So it's funny to me that he wants to like, we must bring him for our next event in Russia. They went after and they created the Catholics for Catholics allegedly in the LifeSite News, and the whole infrastructure with Bannon, which is the SSPX, all these schism Catholic groups, and they're behind all this weird stuff because they're trying to integrate the Eastern Orthodox Church into the Catholic Integralist movement, and to all this drama was like he mentions Candace Owens. There's a few more names that he didn't mention, and probably the reason why he didn't mention them is because nobody has come up and actually accused them of certain things. But it's coming. So just you wait. So what's interesting is if you read that article and you'll see what they've been doing, it's been highly effective. So Charlottesville, both on the right and the left, they funded, they fund Antifa, and then they find extremists, and then they're involved with all these crazy O9A and 764 and all these groups, and now finally our government's talking about Cash Patel, and they had even Senate hearings where parents talk about these things where they're recruiting boys and girls and to do terrorist attacks and kill the president and all these sorts of things, and it's being done quite frequently, and it's you go back to Alexander Dugin and you'll see what was created under these infrastructures of these very bizarre organizations that should scare the shit out of everybody, and and it's because it's decentralized, it's hard to pinpoint, so you have to hunt down these individual groups, but they can get a guy in the Navy or a guy in the special forces. If they can suck somebody into one of these groups, they can get him to kill his entire platoon in the middle of a operation. It's insane. So there's a lot of that going on, and then you'll see in the article, I don't want to read it for the third time. I'll read it again tomorrow. It's just shocking. So that's Alexander Dugin article. It's the last one I just retweeted. Now I have more stuff that I've said in my spaces about this and that I posted, and others who are listening to the space have posted that we can fill in. There's some major gaps in the article because he's not this writer is in France, so he's an expert on European history and everything. So he knows this guy, and the problem is like people like Evola and other these esoteric philosophers, they are literally the ones that are fueling the Catholic integralist movement in the U.S. that are affecting like Peter Thiel, and they're affecting like J.D. Vance, and it affects the thought process of a lot of people in the Heritage Foundation, and it's very concerning. It's what's creating this woke right narrative, where they're bringing in Eastern Orthodox things from the Eastern Orthodox Russian Church, which is not the same church that was there during the Tsar, right? It's a different church, right? This is the church of the Nazi Bolsheviks, so to speak, in a sense, a little different. It's more heavy-handed with, you know. So red. And well, Rodin was here. She has all the articles and all the different stuff, but it's like the red church versus the white church. It's very interesting. So, anyways, so the idea is that what Bannon was doing with Dugan and with Epstein was they were going after and making a campaign to go after Pope Francis, and they were trying to use regular Catholic priests to do it, and that got wrapped up into a craziness. And there's a lot of stuff that was going on, but basically to move the Overton window because there's a whole financing to in France to bring back a Catholic king because they blame they blame Napoleon Bonaparte, but they blame the Enlightenment period in France and the Revolution, and they blame that for the fall of the Catholic Church, and they also blame, even though they started the Holocaust in Germany and they destroyed their own country, they blame they blame the Jews for the Holocaust, which led to what Tucker talks about is like, oh my gosh, Europe was destroyed. It didn't have to be destroyed. Well, they were the Germans started a huge war and nobody wanted them to start this war. They did, and then the Russians came in and was doing atrocities too. But they did their own thing, and they went all the way into France. Like, and nobody, the only people who were stopping it was the UK, and then eventually we got involved. But it took us way too long. We should have been. If we nipped it in the bud early on, and we just took out Hitler and a few of the generals, like if we had the Israelis around then, there would never been a World War II, and nothing would have happened, and you wouldn't have lost 1 million U.S. soldiers, of which I think it was how many was a huge amount of Jews have fought in World War II, but you wouldn't have had any of these like catastrophes or the Marshall Plan or the rebuilding of Europe by bringing in like Tunisian, Algerian, and Muslim workers and like that, and Turkey. Then none of this would have happened if it wasn't that people allowed this to happen with the Nazis. I mean, the only people who destroyed Europe is the Europeans themselves. That's who did it with their own hand, and they did it to kill all the Jews, and then they still blame the Jews for the war that they started because they wanted to expand and take over all of Europe. And then of course, as you know, the Japanese and wanted to take over all the islands and take over China, and then the Maoist revolution came. I mean, it's so fucked. Like, and all these people did it. all these people destroyed their own countries. All these communists, all these Nazis, they're socialists. They're all of them. All of them are lefties. So they did it, and then and most of them were like Satanists and weirdos and freaks. And now after all these years, they're still blaming the Jews for nothing that we did, and it's just very funny because I mean I find it very funny considering it's the Yom HaShoah so today, but it just the fact that Tucker Carlson blames the end of the West, he's literally using Dugan talking points. I don't, the craziest stuff I've ever heard. It's kind of like Eric Swalwell at this point. All these weirdos that are talking and saying the weirdest things on the woke right, you could say all must be, there must be compromise because the guy's worth nearly $1 billion. Tucker, he doesn't need any money from anything. He could retire and be very fine, but it's not. He's not. So he spent, he spent over 8 hours with Dugan. All these people have. Alex Jones has had Dugan on his podcast forever. Alex Jones is captured by the Russians. I don't know what to say. Like, it's really sad. And people thought, oh, he's got all this interesting truth or everything. He's like an expert in KGB propaganda, Alex. And an end of an era. And they captured. Here's Vigano, who's been removed from the Vatican because of his involvement with the Russians and with Dugin and his multipolarity. This is at the Second Congress of the International Movement of Russophiles and the Multipolarity Forum, and Vigano speaks. Your Excellencies. It's crazy. Okay, I'll retweet this so you guys have it. It's just shocking to me. So this was February 26, 27, 2024, and he's doing a live stream with the Russians. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, this is the second occasion on which I have the honor of speaking at the International Congress of Russophiles. I thank all of you and the organizers of this event for inviting me to give this reflection, which follows by a few weeks the historic interview that President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin granted to the American journalist Tucker Carlson. The reaction of the Western mainstream media shows how scary the truth is in a world that lives on lies and is based on falsehood. The United States is on the edge. So the fact that you have he was a very big archbishop, like he's also involved in the cover up of some scandals with the pedophilia stuff and all that, but that's a different conversation. He's That's it. He's done for. He's kicked out of the church. The whole thing is insane. What's going on, and it's so they captured some of the biggest voices, and he was excommunicated fully. And there's a press release. I put Vinegar in the category of men who took a few firm positions within the church, then got co-opted by the influences and the influencers seeking to co-opt him, and is now being played. Now the base that followed Vigano for his initial strong stance is left demoralized, and that's the objective. Lest we forget, this is from a former FBI guy. He goes through the whole background. And Bree says he's fully involved in it. No one is forcing him to be a keynote at Dugan's conference. You see it for yourself. I get it. He's been played and played badly. That's how those influence operations go. Gosh, I'm so shocked. Yeah, so no. It's more than just getting played. This is actually Q-Todd's Gunatard. Q-Tards. Oh, QAnon. Okay, yeah. Bergoglio kicked him out because Bergoglio didn't want to read about Vigano's findings on the McCarrick investigation. Vigano was quite vocal about that and highly disappointed in Bergoglio. It caused deep rift between the two. Nope, the announcement was clear. It's open source. So see how people don't even know the truth about what's going on? This is a political excommunication over a pre-sex abuse cover-up. Nope, Vigano was well past that and pushing Dugan propaganda by the end. He schismed himself by rejecting the authority of the Holy Office of the Pope, refused to face the trial and was excommunicated for a schism. He then aligned himself with the Bishop Williamson of SSPX Resistance.
You didn't reply to Carolina.
What'd you say? What?
You didn't reply to Carolina.
I did. I did literally reply to her. I texted somebody. There's nothing else I can do. I don't know what. I only know one person. There's nothing else can help. I don't know what's going on.
Leslie, if you're listening, DM Carolina, please.
Oh. Okay. Well, why can't she ask them for how long? I don't understand. Wouldn't they answer her?
They're German, and with the recent event, probably slightly homosexuals too. So I don't know.
No, I mean, I just there's like certain laws about certain things. I don't
Yeah,
know what the laws are on this.
they haven't said anything.
She should you should just call the U.S. embassy in Berlin on your phone and the U.S. State Department. Just call the U.S. embassy in Berlin, Carolina. They'll provide you with services. Um, hold on.
Well,
If you argue with them, if you act a certain way, they're Germans. They need things like very simple and straight and yes and no. Um, let me see here. Okay. Um, Belgium, Greece, Ireland, Netherlands, and Norway. In Germany, pepper spray laws says that you can carry it for the purpose of defending yourself against animals, provided it's
yeah,
labeled
I
as
told
such.
I told her all of that already. Already,
Oh,
she's yeah. That's not it. She just needs to get out of there.
oh, oh. Well, it says you cannot. Oh,
I think the problem is that it has like a bling on it, like little rhinestones covering the label. So it's not clearly labeled. I think that's where she ended up.
Get creative. Find some
if it was
tape and a
packed,
sharpie.
if it was packed in her suitcase, it wouldn't be a problem. On the carry-on, it's a problem.
Well, at this point, it's a problem because they're looking at it and it's on a desk.
Well, we're dealing with it now. Right now, what should it be? Could it be? Could have been.
What did you say? What did you say, Josie?
I said we're dealing with this now, not what could or shouldn't be. Like
Right,
it's
right,
there
right, right,
now. So
I would just tell them that because you were allowed to get on the plane with it, you thought it was fine. That like you
right,
would have expected them to catch it not now and like
right.
they can take it and throw it out, but like you
Yeah.
thought that it was allowed.
Tell her they can just throw it out.
because my immigration lawyer, she's asleep right now. But if
Mm.
anything, if you're still stuck at 5 a.m.,
No, no, just have her call the embassy.
she said she will.
That's it. Okay.
Carolina, send me a thumbs up if you want me to like send you something else or call you specifically. But I see you're sending me emojis, but I don't know what to do.
Um, let me see if somebody's awake. Hold on. That's why I don't go to Nazi countries. I'm sorry. I'm like, I'm
I told her just tell them you're here for the jihadist Yemeni slash Hamas party. Like they'll let you right in. I was like, what do you mean?
that's right. No, no, okay.
Should have worn a burqa, Carolina. You should have been
Oh my
wearing a
god.
niqab or something.
Yeah, if you wear a burqa, you'll be fine. Go ahead, Riz. Go ahead, Riz.
I was gonna say, what happened to Ezra Klein? I thought he was like heading on the right path. And did you see the article he put out? Like a psychopath.
Ezra
He's
Klein,
glazing
the
Hassan
podcaster.
Yeah, he
Piker.
glazing his
He's
Piker
glazing
and
Hassan
like
Piker.
Yeah, they're all, but he's a lefty. They're all
no, but he
lefties.
was
These
on the
people.
right path last year. Like he was talking with Ben Shapiro. He was like writing articles in favor of him. Like he was like coming to that common ground. Like you know how like some people like from the left kind of did. And I was like shocked. And then all of a sudden he put out this article. And even like that nut job Shannon Watts, that mom demand gun control lady, she's even like going at Hassan Piker.
Who?
That lady that
Who's
does the
that?
gun control stuff, with all the school shootings. She's like a lunatic on the
Uh
left.
huh. And she doesn't like
No,
Hassan.
she hates him. So I know she's now like saying the same thing, like what happened to Ezra Klein. He was supposed to be like a middle of the road guy, and now you're like sticking up for like radical. He was just saying like pretty much like agreeing with Hassan too on a lot of shit, like craziness. Like I don't understand what's going on.
Wow.
She should say that he poses with guns and
No,
calls for
someone just
violence,
needs to.
including murdering
Yeah,
landlords,
but he needs
which
to
to
put
me
in
is
an
the
article like
problem.
Wow.
Nick
By the
said.
way, Bridget Gabriel put out a post. The Muslim Brotherhood has invaded the Republican Party. Be vigilant.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah. but someone should put an article with him, like when he found out Sneeko was being featured on the Iranian TV alongside with him. He hated. He's like, get me off, get me off. So someone should just do an article like Hassan Piker and Nick Fuentes. Are they, like, and loop them together? He will hate that.
Oh, I
Yeah,
see.
he
Okay.
hates that shit because he says he's so different than him. No, you're not. And I don't understand Nick Fuentes. Like every day, it's like some new, saga. But like, I thought he was like all I hate minorities, I hate every religion. Like, why is he now all of a sudden like pro-Muslim, pro?
Because he's under the Duganop. Did you read the article I sent you?
Yeah, but I'm just
The
saying,
one that
like, regardless, why would he like go like from his
big
strict morals, like his big thing?
no, you don't understand. It's an op. That's why I told you to
No, no,
read
no.
the
I know
Dugan
that. So you're saying
article.
he's just full of shit, but I'm just saying I'm shocked that he would even do the op against his main points of, like contention. Like it's just weird. Like I don't know. That's
But it's not his main points of contention. That's the point. It's an op. So in an op, you have to bring people along the road until you just are open about your op. Does that make
no,
sense?
I know that. I'm just saying like how he was very like pro only whites and like only Christians, and then like to even entertain an anything. It's just strange coming from him. Very, very weird.
Because they're not what they say they are.
No,
They're
I know.
literally running a Dugan op. No person on this planet believes what these people believe. Really, it's an op.
Yeah.
So they have to take you along the road. If you actually read the article, you would understand the op what's going on. Like there's other articles that I've read from Tablet. It explains everything that's happening very simply. That's why just read
No,
the
but remember in the
articles.
beginning, Nick Fuentes was like kind of resisting it in a way, like when he was making fun of Candace, making fun of Tucker. He was,
No, he's making fun of them because they're supposed to be fighting amongst each other when they're all on the same page.
yeah.
They're all on the same
I'm
page.
saying I feel like he was resisting it and then he gave in.
No, it's not about resisting. That's the. It's they pretend fight on purpose.
I know. I meant like
That's
he didn't even want to engage in any of it. Like he just kind of was doing his own thing. Remember, he was the one saying like, "I know Benjamin Netanyahu didn't kill Charlie Kirk." He was the only one saying that. He was like kind of in his own little.
he still agrees on that
Yeah, no, I
point.
know, but I'm just saying like when he was at that point, I was like, wow, he's really just like kind of in his own lane, doing like not, kind of doing what everyone else is doing or pretending to do what everyone else is doing, or So I'm just wondering what the deciding factor was for him to kind of just, join the party.
But he's always during that party. He's been. If you watch him every day, he
I don't
does
watch him
every
every day.
day. It's a different
I don't.
narrative. Yeah. So you have to. Yeah. So every day he runs a different
Yeah,
narrative.
he just seems like a panican, like a big time panican. Every day it's
No, he's not a panican. He's has nothing to do with a panican. Absolutely nothing to. He is literally a Duganop. Like you have
mm,
to. You're the. He was involved with Dugan before. He's read all the books. He's a Duganop. It has everything to do with Charlottesville. It has everything to do with their meetings in other places. It's full blown. It's all of them are together.
yeah.
All of them. One package deal.
And did Candy get
That's
confirmed, or is she still trying to like dictate Donald Trump's Catholic or Christianism? When she
who?
remember Candace Owens, she wasn't even confirmed yet, so she's not even a Catholic. I
Right?
wonder if she got confirmed. I thought it was supposed to be Easter weekend.
Yeah, we haven't heard anything about it. There's been no
And she's
response.
been going
If it
nuts about Donald Trump at the picture. So I'm just wondering if she actually finally became a Christian or she's
nope,
still
no
talking.
pictures, no info on it, nothing, zero.
Wow.
The Kremlin just put out a statement. Israel is playing a dangerous game near Bushehr that endangers Russian specialists and risks a massive nuclear catastrophe for the Middle East. The IDF reportedly refined its strike coordinates to avoid Russian personnel. Tensions remain high. The Russians took their people out, so they still have some workers maintaining it. Well, that's too bad. Get the fuck out. A large fire broke out early Tuesday at BYD's test vehicle storage facility in China. Oh wow. Okay, we're doing operations.
It's not operations, it's lithium batteries are very unstable,
Explosive. Oh, I
especially
know.
when they're charged improperly or they're charged too quickly or they have flaws. This is why
Lithium.
BYD vehicles should never be allowed in America. This is also why Chinese made battery packs need to be very well inspected and also probably shouldn't be allowed in America. It's also why you need to be concerned that Mark Carney signed a deal to allow tens of thousands of BYD vehicles to come into Canada, which once they're in Canada, they can be driven into the United States and driven around the United States and sold into the United States.
So,
So
by the way,
just
Cyber,
realize
if you look at the building where the fire is, it's not like what a nor. It's
It's an office building, so there's something else going
Yeah.
on there.
So
Yeah.
what China was doing is they had this problem where they wanted to keep their numbers up, their vehicle production numbers up to bolster the production numbers of their domestic companies like BYD, etc., to make them look like they were outperforming Tesla, which they're not. So they were producing these vehicles and registering them, and then they were just parking them. But they couldn't park them in places like fields because kind of we got wise to that. So we would just fly a satellite over and we'd take a picture and be like, "Oh, look at that! It's a lie. All these cars that they registered are just parked in a field." So they started parking them in like these semi-finished buildings that they had been building because like they're having this real estate crash right now in China, where they had all these massive like Evergrande and all the other companies were building these massive buildings. So they're not actually occupied. So what they're doing is they're parking these vehicles in these semi-finished multi-story
Carolina
buildings.
is good. Sorry, just had
So
to.
you can't. Sorry.
What happened?
They let Carolina go. It's fine. Now I'm in my gate. Oh shit. And
Okay,
I
awesome.
had to my hijab. I'm just kidding. I had to put on my
Go
scarf
buy a
around it.
hijab at the
Pull down her
what's it
hair
No,
called,
like
you
souvenir
really
so.
should.
store. Okay.
You really should.
So yeah, so they're hiding their cars so they can make it look like they've increased production and they're maintaining high levels of production. They have to hide them from satellites, so they're parking them in these like semi-built multi-story buildings, etc. And that's kind of what you're seeing right now. This is the result of the simultaneous collapse of their real estate industry, which is a slow rolling collapse where they're doing things like, for example, giving people vacations on their mortgages. So they don't want to admit that their borrowers can't afford to pay their mortgage. They don't want to admit that their borrowers can't afford to sell the properties at the mortgage price, right? So they would get out of their mortgage. These people are upside down on their mortgage and they don't want to have bad debt on their books. So what they're doing is they're just calling like borrowers and saying, here's the deal. We're just going to give you a 2 year vacation on your mortgage. And that way it doesn't look like bad debt on the books. And they can make it look like bad debt in a more managed timeline where they cycle in 10% of it at a time and then whatever. So like realize that this is a very multi-layered management scheme by the Chinese Communist Party to try to stave off the appearance of the economic collapse that has been slowly rolling since Evergrande went bankrupt. I think it was already a year ago, or maybe even more.
Um, interesting. Um,
Not to go
okay.
completely off topic, but for just happiness, because we need to balance. If you're able to see out the window where the constellation Pegasus is, it's going to be one of the first times you could visibly from the naked eye see a comet. So if anyone wants to check it out, it's on the eastern sky in the constellation Pegasus. It's called the C 2025 PANS comet. That's all.
So the Pope is honoring Algerian Muslims who are fighting against French Catholics. Did I get that right? Yes. Pope Leo places a wreath upon and prays for the Algerians who died in the Algerian War of Independence against French colonial rule at the Makam Ehid Martyrs Monument of Algeria. I don't know what world am I living in. This is the most bizarre.
Just wait, he'll be giving like the same thing in Libya and in Egypt soon. Maybe he'll go to Tunisia and lay a wreath there for the Arab Spring guy who died.
You can't create memes. It's already too. He memes
All the memes are
himself.
out there. The memes are amazing that are going on right now. But this is a meme itself. Yes, ego. Yes, absolutely. This is. Oh my god.
Need to take
Uh,
out billboards or something where he's going to go so he can see it and just show the hypocrisy what's going on in Nigeria. I can't even watch it anymore. It's so
the
bad.
the UN's architect of open borders, meet Amy Pope, the most powerful globalist you've never heard of. The UN's migration chief, working hand in hand with Pope Leo to erase borders and dismantle Christian civilization under the banner of compassion. She's a former Obama Biden insider. You know what we should do? We should do something interesting. We can recall her back to America under Trump, and get put her on a no-fly list and not allow her to run any of this stuff. She's the direct. What she runs, she's the director general of the UN's International Organization for Migration. Yeah, why can't we fire her? What we have to remove her and pull her back and bring back her U.S. citizenship, or she can stay at the Vatican and sleep next door to the Pope. I'm sorry. This is what Rubio should do.
The fact that
Rubio
people
should
claim that
put
the
her
U.S. is too
on
dominant,
a no-fly
then
list,
I'm sorry.
pull her passport, get her fired,
I
fire her from
prefer a
the
RICO
IOM.
charge, a human trafficking RICO charge.
No,
I
this is quicker.
prefer. Why? You can pull her passport once she's under indictment.
You start with this first, then you worry about the indictment. She should not be on this at all at the IOM or be working at the UN. You can fire her completely and remove her passport that she's not able to travel.
They haven't even gotten Mahmoud Khalid out yet. Do you think they're gonna do that?
Yeah, it's happening right now, actually, as we speak. Homeland Security can do
Just want
this.
to say, one in this space gave me the freaking pepper spray and I forgot about it in the bottom of my purse. And I'm going to kick your butt. And if I get some $300 or euro fine, I'm going to like bill you.
How is
And
it
you know who
their
you
fault?
are. Because they're like, you're gonna go out and you're like always in the road. Here's pepper spray. I'm like, I don't carry none of these things.
I mean, I remember
I,
last
I
year.
mean, what kind of country forbids a quote unquote weapon that even mother flipping TSC International
Well,
lets
did
you bring on the plane?
Oh my
They
god,
must
I
you
just
know,
really
I
realized,
like
think
guys.
rhinestones.
Oh my
Okay,
you know
everyone's
what
getting
what
off.
did it.
Restituter.
I think what did it is that I stayed quiet the whole time. I let them do their thing, and then at the end, they asked me like, "What do I need it for? Like, why did I bring this?" And I said, "Oh, I just spray dogs with it." That's the only thing I could think of.
Oh my god, what? That's what you thought of?
That
You
was
like
very
That's
secretly
it.
German.
That's
hate
That's
all I
cool.
dogs.
said.
Wait, but I was gonna
Okay,
tell you the new thing in
restituter.
New York City, the theft.
Sorry,
People are
sorry,
stealing cars
restituter.
from parking garages now, and they're like
Y-
taking really expensive
That's how
cars.
I was able. That's how
Okay,
I
if you
was
guys
able
want
to
to chit
evade
chat,
a crime.
if you guys
No,
want
we
to
don't
chit
want to
chat,
chit chat. I just want to say something.
okay,
It
go ahead.
is to avoid a criminal. To avoid a criminal offense in my situations. Yes, Ohio is going to say don't go out of the country, but I'm going to just make sure you check your bags.
Okay, so restituter, I have a question for you. Did you listen to the article that I read twice about Dugan from the author today?
Oh, from the tablet
Yes,
article.
yes,
Yeah, I read it. I'm going to read it back today. Tablet are amazing, aren't they?
they're the best.
Yeah. By the way, good morning,
Good
everybody. Good
morning.
morning, ladies
Good morning. Good morning. Good
and
morning.
gentlemen. I see Cyber there.
Yes, yeah. I was he got a little beat up. He's got a little bit of bruises from me today, but he's fine. He's gonna be fine. He knows
Well,
I love him.
yeah, exactly. You two have been literally going at it for like 2 months now.
No,
It
not at
started with
all. No,
Mike.
no, 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 no,
He
no, no,
was
no, no, no,
wearing
no,
a
no, no, no.
helmet.
There
It's
was a
all good. It's
reprieve.
all
No,
good.
no, 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 no. No, what happens is a cyber gets the side effect of proximity when I bring AB to the spaces. So now that AB is in here and AB's not getting it, cyber is getting the Canadian attacks from me on him. He's getting the blows that I would want to give onto other Canadians. Cyber is getting it, but
I got
cyber.
it yesterday myself. So I literally just wanted to kick AB for some really odd reason while I was getting like, her
Me
epic
No,
too.
no, no.
rants on
It
you.
Me
wasn't
too.
that. It wasn't that. So Jake was sending me messages, brutal messages about to Cyber, and I was like, okay. So I called Jake, and I'm like, oh, we're getting Cyber on a call. But listen. This is what happens. Canada has great water. Okay, they make great water bagels. You also are using the water in the showers, and it starts to seep in a little bit of the cuckoo-ness from the Canadian what's going on onto the skin of people like Cyber, who's a super based conservative. He knows I love him to death. I want everything for him, but I need to round out some of the edges, which comes across as oppositional defiance. Is just that he's very smart. And I know very smart men. I'm very privileged to have a lot of smart men, which they do come to my space. Not everybody's a retard. I call when I'm screaming at the retarded men. It's not Cyber and ABN. Well, there's some people that are extremely smart. They're still retarded because they want to. is Cyber asleep? Did he fall asleep or is he still there? I'm talking about
They
him
want
while
to have
he's
what, a
here.
different opinion, you're saying?
No, 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 no.
Mm.
They're smarter than they're too smart for their own good, but they're think that they have an answer for everything, and it's a very obvious thing, and they overcomplicate it, and it's not that. And a
Sounds like
lot of them
someone I
are
know.
a lot are book smart, but they don't understand how like real ops work, and this is something that Carolina often tells me. She's like, you just naturally have this ability self. It is literally what I've spent 20 years of my life working on, but it was never used for politics or this. It's used for something else, right? So yeah, so it's threat risk. Your brain is ordered in a different way. And so certain individuals that do a lot of reading, they're very smart on certain details. There's no question. But then sometimes they don't know, they just don't know to shut the fuck up because they're wrong, okay? Even though they're told 3 times. So this is something that people have to learn, and it's a very complicated thing because you can be book smart. David, are you laughing at me, David? Are you laughing, David?
I have to know, have you ever
Okay, hold on,
said
hold on,
I'm
hold on, hold on.
wrong?
And I love Riz. I love Riz to death, but she also,
Has their own opinion, I
I
know.
don't have time to train her. But if
I
Carolina
have
should
my own
train
opinion.
Riz.
You're mad that I said
No,
the
not
youth is
about your own
struggling.
opinions. You're not educated on things. You don't read anything. You
You're
don't
mad that I
study.
said the youth is struggling. That's
Okay, no. They're not struggling. I'm not mad about it. I don't get mad. It's. You think I get mad or I care when I raise my voice at anybody? I get off here and I go get a fucking massage and I get my nails done and I look at all
That
my.
means yes.
I know I don't get mad at all. I could care less. Like
you
I don't
sounded
take
very
anything
mad today, I'm
personal
just telling you.
because you're so marginal. Like you think I get mad? You think I'm going to get upset at normal people that come to my spaces? Do you know the things that I'm dealing with behind the scenes, like killers, like actual killers? Like actual terrorists, like fatwas against me and people that are actually trying to kill me. Like it completely like this is like frozen yogurt from TCBY, okay? Like really, like it's really nothing. I'm not that I don't love you guys, but it's really you have no concept of the dangers that we're experiencing in America. Like your brains would break. Meanwhile, you're worried about Hassan Piker. Hassan Piker is a nothing burger
Maya,
compared
I
to
was
what we're
just
actually dealing with.
translating English Italian to English. That's all.
I don't know what she's talking about. This one also has Tourette's sometimes. It's
David,
okay.
David gets it. I'm also neurodivergent because you are half Italian and you put a
Oh, I
lot
am
of
half
passion
Italian.
in your speech, and a lot of
Oh,
people
yeah, yeah,
don't get
yeah.
it.
Oh, that's right. Yes, because, well, I'm half Italian, half Romanian, so you're not going to understand my temper. But, like, I don't care. Like, 5 seconds later, I love you to death and I would die for you. Like, people don't get that about me.
Every time I go
Now,
with
there's
a
some people.
restaurant with my family, everybody looks at us because they all think we're yelling at each other, but we're just talking normal. Yeah.
Oh no, that I'm different. No. It's like, here I have a very like because if you're in my space, you're generally gonna have a very high IQ, and if you've listened to me long enough and you actually try to learn something, and like don't the little boys like Hassan and all these children, these things don't matter. More important that you understand cognitive warfare. More important that you understand like what Restitutor is doing or James Folk or the tablet articles that I read or you listen to Victor Davis Hanson 7 minutes a day. I could literally solve the problems in America if people listen to Victor Davis Hanson 7 minutes a day. You wouldn't need me. 99% of the problems would go away, and the rest would be just enforcing the Constitution. Other than the fact that there's a tremendous amount of people that I want to arrest or deport, but that's my fantasy. Not every people
Yeah,
get their
but here's the
fantasies
thing
met.
is that Riss and I are more on the ground work, so we will be directly involved with people in our local area, even the
Yeah.
youth, and people like Asan Piker or like the streamers, they're more like one-on-one with people, and they have like a strong influence on like the local level
You
too,
just
which is
cared
why
about
we
him when
kind
he
of
was in
focus.
Cuba. The
What?
stealth, you were cared about him
That
completely when he was in
it's not
Cuba.
about him being in Cuba. It's about Cuba in general.
Yeah,
I
but
only care about Cuba.
he was doing propaganda for the fucking
Yeah,
regime.
yeah, but that doesn't matter
But he's
either because he's going
infecting
in
the
and out.
youth. That's the same thing as
No,
Dugin.
no, no. He went to China already. Him under gunpoint in his hotel room, literal gunpoint. Because obviously, if people have the connections I have, we would understand what was going on. Under gunpoint, he was required to say things to the camera. Okay,
What I'm saying is, you don't think
when
he
he
has
was
more
there,
influence than Dugin or to the youth?
it's completely different conversation.
Okay.
It's completely different. On the left. You already have the Neville Singham operation. It doesn't need to be more than that. That's already like a fixed thing on the left because of an infrastructure. I'm talking about on the right, on the woke right. The only way we lose America is not by the left; it's by the right being divided and not voting. That's it. Otherwise, we'll win all the time, because the fringe on the left is so crazy that their own left can't handle them. Like they're like, what are we gonna do? I don't need to worry about that. I need to worry about the right getting the right wing going out to vote. The left will either kill themselves, die off, not replicate, cut off their own genitals, commit suicide, jump, pretend like they're doing a TikTok video to plank and fall off the side of a mountain. The jihadis will eat them up. I'm not worried about it. They'll get 17 vaccines and they'll take themselves out. On the right, that's not my problem. It's a completely different thing. The CCP will hit them with a bioweapon and they'll take the bioweapon as the vaccine. So what am I going to do with the left? Nothing. On the right, very different. Very, very different. Especially the libertarian right, which are
Oh yeah,
morons. What, Restitutor?
the libertarian right. You're absolutely dead right about them, man. They're a problem. They
Yes.
are a
Yeah, can I
problem.
just, that's what I'm saying. Can I just read just some things of the youth that, like, the studies that I've done? Like the 40% of like high school students literally are like depressed from what they tell their doctors. Okay. Like we have a huge problem because of social media and because of the constant like media and TV and computers and gaming. Like you said, they shouldn't be gaming, but they are. You know what I mean? So like just because you think things should be the
So
way and
if,
we
if
agree
if
with
the
you,
numbers were actually 40% risk, okay, it would be considered a national security threat and it would be deemed as
it
such.
is.
It is
I'll
not.
send you all the data on it.
It's not about data. No, no, you're not understanding. It is not real responses because you're asking children by left wing investigators those questions. It's all framing. In
Do you know how hard it
reality,
is for me to buy a
if
house
the
single?
if oh
And
my
I'm not even
god,
a child.
okay,
I'm still hurting too. The economy's
Oh,
fucked
it's
up,
bad.
Stell,
It's
for
really
people
bad
that are
in New
not well
York.
off.
Okay, I'm going to explain this to you again. You spend most of your life trying to save animals and you're not feeling well. I would say take the energy away from trying to save animals and other people. Take care of yourself, and then the economy will resolve itself in your own home. Or you can get married. That's another thing you can do, which will help take off some of the burden. But because individuals are raising their, especially women who are very more sensitive, women can give themselves their own autoimmune disease by
So,
literally.
that's a little too much.
It's not. It's absolutely not. And this, I
She's gonna
actually work
admit
in
to it,
this.
Tom. She'll say.
I'm sorry. You're not working at the CDC or at BARDA or in hospitals or anything that I've done for 25 years. I am telling you what you're saying is wrong. If there's a 40% rate of depression among kids, you would see mass suicide. It would be considered an actual national security threat. And there's measures that we have to implicate on that. There's things that we can actually do that will be done on the left or the right if those are the numbers. Those are not the real numbers. You know how I know? They're not slitting their throats and setting themselves on fire every week. There would be a completely different footprint. I mean, David, I don't know what to say. David knows.
Well,
David, why are you laughing, David? Say something, David.
It's
Because,
self-reported.
honey, you are the funniest human. You can go right from dead serious at 80 miles an hour and be right back into laughing.
I'm like laughing my
And
ass
I
off.
love that about you. I mean, that's what's, that's what's of interest to you. Because if you were just dead serious all the time and were just screaming
Oh my
all the
gosh. I
time,
like, oh no, are you kidding me? I'm totally laughing all the time. I'm in the best mood ever. I
you
like
know, then you,
I'm like in the best mood ever all the time. I have like no nothing. I don't get depressed. I don't have to cry. I don't have to watch like I don't have to listen to special music. I don't have any crazy autoimmune diseases. My hair is not falling out. Actually, today I
but
had
that's what
so
I'm saying. So because you're fine means that people like
no,
myself who are
no,
going to the
no, no. It's
hospital.
because you ramp yourself up. Your particular personality type cannot be at all on social media, and you should not be listening to Hassan Piker, and you should not be saving animals. You have to be completely focused individually on your health and be completely offline. You are not able to handle it. You are not able. I'm sorry. There are people that cannot handle it. They have a lot of issues. They have other personal issues, and for them, it is anxiety making. I can literally hear your anxiety from a mile away. Like, this is what I am trained to hear. I can't explain you why, and I'm not going to discuss my background or what I've done professionally. You are prone to anxiety, which leads to autoimmune diseases when you don't need to have any. This is like, just learn homeopathy and you'll understand why. You cannot be on social media. You cannot be on socials. You cannot be on Instagram. You cannot even watch the news. And you definitely cannot watch Hassan Pike or any of these influencers. And you should stop worrying about any fucking animal to save the animals and only worry on your health. Go get married and get pregnant. That's it. That's your prescription. That's it. You can check in once a week or you can check in once a day like a 12-step program, but that's it. It's Al-Anon through the roof. And I'm sorry, I love you, but I'm telling you, if you want to save your health and your life, you're a beautiful girl, you're smart, do what I'm saying. You don't have to be on anything you do is going to raise your anxiety levels.
So
It's
you're
just
saying
going
that I've been on social media in the last month? You're telling me that I haven't been completely
Maybe y'all
MIA?
should take that conversation.
Okay. We'll talk online offline. Send me
No, I'm
your
good. I can't believe you just told me that I gave myself my yo, dude. Have a good night, everyone. I gotta go.
no,
Wow.
literally, you induce your own autoimmune disease from your cortisol levels and your hormones and your anxiety. This
I
is published.
literally barely have anxiety.
Okay. Okay. I can't. I'm sorry. You can speak to me later. I won't charge you and I'll help you. But you need to see a homeopathist and the main prescription because I can't. It creates too much anxiety in the room. And I'm not going to do therapy for people online. And I'm not going to do homeopathic consultations and I'm not going to manage people's emotions. This is not what Twitter spaces are for. This is not like I will speak to you, but you have to get yourself together. You get dysregulated. And the dysregulation is, oh my God, nothing is happening. The world is ending.
Still.
I
Just
don't care from you either. I'll also can remove you. I don't care. I'm telling her, I'm giving her advice that she could pay $25,000 to for her whole life and nobody will help her. She'll pay 1 million. There's a prescription to get healthy. I've tried and I've tried and I've tried. It's not working. I love her. I feel bad. I'm trying to help her. I've given her as much guidance. Not on my spaces. I do not need people that are literally having anxiety disorders and who are unwell on the spaces unless they want to do on the medical spaces. Here, we're dealing with things that are very complex and will create in people that are not healthy a high level of anxiety and increase autoimmune disorders. Autoimmune is literally your body attacking itself because it cannot regulate itself. So my suggestion is you go back to the thousands of hours of spaces that I've done and you will exactly understand how to fix your autoimmune disease. Do not watch any social media. Do not increase your cortisol level as women. In fact, most women shouldn't be on my spaces because they're not able to handle the level of the military stuff and the psychological operations or anything that I'm doing. I have a completely different constitution and I'm built for this. I'm sorry. And if you don't have that ability to have the constitution, I've done homeopathy since I've been 19 years old. I don't thank God, I don't even get a cold. I was hit with COVID, which is a bioweapon, but I saw what was happening. So I'm at a different level. Like I literally create solutions for autoimmune diseases for the government. And whether they take it or not, and it's easy to get homeopathy, and it's easy as a woman to stop autoimmune disease is the number one thing that are damaging women's immune systems and their ability to have fertility. And they're literally their brains are being destroyed by autoimmune disease. It causes inflammation. You could be the most beautiful skinny girl. So many women, the rates of autoimmune disease in women, I can't even quantify it because some of them are not yet diagnosed until a critical event like a tragedy occurs in their life and it turns on and then you're in a wheelchair and then you can't get out of bed and then your hair is falling out and then you have ovarian cancer and then you lose your menstrual cycle and you get PCOS. Do you want me to go on? Levels of infertility rate in women are 30 or under is not some from a random place. It's self-induced. Birth control, alcohol, vaccines like the HPV vaccine. I'm sorry. This is what it does to the body. And I'm not going to sit here and spend 30 years of my experience in studying where I didn't go and enjoy myself in the world. And I spent 30 years studying on this stuff, like literally from like the age of 10 years old. But like, because I didn't speak till the age of 5 and I was like allergic. I nearly died when I took the chickenpox vaccine once when I had my son because the pediatrician who's anti-vaccine said, no, you take 1 dose, your son's protected and fine. And I nearly died from it. And he was an anti-vaccine pediatrician who's like, no, you get one because my mom got such horrific chickenpox and it was her second time and I was traveling all over. He's like, take one. I ended up in the hospital for 15 minutes from the pediatrician's office straight to the emergency room. And I've shared this story already. So I'm like the most anti-vax person possible, especially for females. Unless you're traveling to third world countries, I'm going to tell you something completely different. There are things you're going to have to take when you go to third world countries because you're not going to sit there and have, like me on the phone. I can speak to the top homeopath in India in the world and get treatment on the phone while he's, in Bombay, and I'm like on the phone like I think I'm dying. Like you don't have access to that. You could, but you don't. So if you're going to sit and if you're hospitalized, you cannot you have to rest. It means no media, no news, no rescuing animals, no worrying about dogs dying. Nothing. Women have projected all their issues onto stray animals and rescuing stuff rather than rescuing themselves. And God help me, I know it feels bad, but there's other people that can do that work. It's not for you if you're unmarried and you don't have children. First focus on that. That's it. But if you have to worry about every single dog that's getting killed and you can't even hear me talk about you, Lynn, you're too sensitive to be doing that work. The people that I know that do animal rescue, they don't have any feelings about it. They're like, no. I'm doing this and it's every day it's like going to war. They're not crying after every picture. I remember when I was doing my internship with the head of pediatric neurology, and I went to the bathroom and the broom closet, like down the hallway from the ICU, and I'm not going to say the name because then it'll lead into a whole other is the most famous pediatrician, neuroped in the US. And he's like, "You're not built for pediatrics." He's like, he goes, "How many kids do you want to have?" I said, "6." He goes, "Yeah, you're not built for pediatrics." I was crying. I'm too sensitive about babies. That's my thing. So he's like, "You can't do pediatric neurology. You can't do pediatrics." Okay, fine, thank you. So I have to shift it. I have to move it to a different direction because I'm too sensitive there. He did the best thing by telling me that because I would be literally destroyed daily seeing people bringing in their kids into the emergency room when the parents did damage to their own children, or I don't know, they have infantile syndrome that they developed from a vaccine, or they die from SIDS from a vaccine, which all of this is published and available, but nobody was listening to us. And everybody's known this, which is how I know everything about Elon Musk and his first child dying. Like I'm on the inside of things. I just don't say these things because I don't want to make my. I don't want to talk about myself. I don't want to. You can learn that if you listen to all my stuff from the medical side, you can understand who I am and who I am and what I know and what I've done. And I never name drop as little as possible because I don't want to end up dead on the side of the road like other people. And I also don't want to. I'm not going to talk about myself. That's it. I'm just explaining to you. When I say something, I know something and I don't want to go into detail. It's for specific reasons. And I'm giving you, like, I'm actually trying to help you. You better take it because people pay me $5,000 an hour to do that stuff for consulting. So that's completely different. So again, like, it's because I work for free online that people don't take me seriously. But if I charge you $5,000 to have a phone call with me, you would have a very different perception. But there's people who call me now and will be like from institutions I don't even want to talk about, saying, "Could you please consult on this issue? Can you do me a solid? I know you're doing something else right now and you're not willing to take any work in this other area, which is the medical area or the bioweapon area." Right now, I'm being called by the bioweapon stuff every day because of what happened in Iran. I will literally shut down my Twitter space and I'll make $1 million in 3 months, maybe 6 months. Okay, because not only is there narrative framing around that, but there's investigative research, and then there's a whole through line of all the possible things that can go wrong. $1 billion was paid to a company to predict every single COVID outbreak. That's just one company. There's many that were paid. Okay, they made a fortune on it. Not a single one predicted the outbreaks correctly. They used advanced mathematics, AI algorithms. They had data from the government that I didn't have access to. They were top security clearance, so they were provided stuff from certain entities in the government. They had access to things that typically you wouldn't have access to because they had to provide this intelligence for the National Security Council and for certain other institutions, right? You have to predict how much medication you're going to need. You're going to have to predict many things from that data, right? So when you're tracking things and you're doing pattern recognition on things, it has a direct result on planning. Okay, so response planning to to national security events and tragedies, right? And there's certain subsets of people that do certain parts of it, and it's very compartmentalized for good reason. There's people that will never know that I worked on something, and I will never know they worked on something. So I provided reporting. It was without any of this extra functions. Everybody tried to, I got 1,000 phone calls and everybody's asking me questions, things that I'm like, dude, I'm sorry, I can't explain to you how I do things. It's not because I'm trying to not explain it to you. I can't explain it to myself. That my predictability rate on things is so high, and I'm always so right. It's not even a reinforcement option for me anymore. There's things that I completely know nothing about, and I have total humility on it, and I will never say I know it. Now, can I learn it? Yeah, I can probably learn it within 30 days or less, sometimes within a week. But that no, David, why are you laughing at me? I don't know why you're laughing at me.
Because, dear, you are the funniest lady I think I've ever known in my life.
I'm
And
not.
I,
I don't know
and
why you
I've
think I'm
known,
funny.
I've known a lot of goofy people in my life. But when you go off, you are so funny, and you know it. It'd be different
I
if you
don't.
didn't know it.
I'm
That was
not laughing.
impressive.
I'm
The
laughing
fact
because I.
that you did Pete Nuke is good enough for me.
What'd you say that I what? That I what?
Well, you did pediatric
Yeah.
neurology. I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
that's one
But
of the
it's not
most
even. But it's
important.
not even my profession anymore because
I know, but it's one of the most important things
it
in
is.
life
It is.
you can do.
Yeah.
Because I mean, that's where the
Which
answer
is
is.
why I breastfed my son for so long, right? Can you
I know
imagine?
that poor
Wait, David, can you
that
imagine
poor
how
child.
smart I could have been had my mom nursed me? There's a whole
Yeah,
generation. I mean, like, but she wasn't
yeah,
able to. She was in an Ireland, so it was, and I was in an
that would
incubator.
have been harder. Yeah, in the
Yeah, no,
long.
back then they couldn't. It wasn't a thing.
Yeah, that'd have been hard in the long.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
wouldn't have fit in there.
No, I was in an incubator. We had different
Yes,
problems.
yes.
Socialized
You
medicine.
came out pretty good, kid.
No, no, I could have look. I didn't speak till 5. I could have been. God knows what I could have become. But whatever. I got hamstrings, so I.
You already became pretty important, dear.
No, no. What I'm saying is, I'm
And you know
saying
what?
like
You know what I like best about you is you don't give a shit about those people that are hot after followers and all that.
I could care
You know,
less.
you could care less. And see, if people in life would understand that you have to be able to shut things off in your mind,
Yes,
it's like pain.
yes.
Pain is
I
something you can just simply handle.
David, I
Yes, dear.
delivered naturally in hypnosis in my delivery, and I was giggling through the video, and I didn't know I delivered the baby until afterwards when the hypnotherapist who was sitting next to me took me out of hypnosis because she walked over to see the baby. And then I had to, and then I should have, I didn't know that I had to push the placenta out, and that was the most painful part. It's the first time I ever felt any pain in delivery. So I was going to explain to you, I like delivered in like 15 minutes, first baby, and I'm tiny. So, and it was a small baby too. And like, I went from 2 centimeters to 9 centimeters because in hypnosis, and everybody was laughing. I made the funniest jokes in my labor. No meds, nothing, not a Pitocin, not a Schmosin. I didn't take an Advil afterwards, and nothing. The freezing spray, and that's it, boys and girls. And within 30 days, I had my body back because I drank chicken soup and ate figs and took Chinese herbs. So like I'm gonna like I barely gained 27 pounds because I'd lost like 17 before. So like and I nursed for 5 years. God bless me. Okay, and I was it's so funny because I'll
Oh
let you.
my God.
Yeah, 5 years. Yeah, and my son is a genius and never been vaccinated. Thank
The
God, thank God.
poor child, he needed a woman immediately.
No, he didn't need a woman immediately. No, no, he mourned for a year and he used to speak to me about it. I'd pick him up from kindergarten and he would speak to me in the car about it and he would have full conversations about it. We have it recorded. Mommy, I'm still very upset at you. I said, what happened, sweetheart? You took away Tita. And I said, well, you barely nursed. And you're a big boy now and you've got lots of teeth and you're going to school and you know, you it's not something you can talk about in the public. He goes, there's kids at the because I there's kids at the pediatrician's office that are almost 7 that are still nursing. He would say to me, and I said, but that's them. Mommy's not allowed to do. Mommy's not doing that anymore. And he goes, well, he goes, I think you should speak to your rabbi about it because if God is giving you milk, I donated my milk for a year afterwards to children that are in the queue. So that's still 6. And I said to him, like, I haven't had any sushi. I don't have any alcohol. I can't even, there's other things that goes on with that. And I said, it's time. And he goes, and he said to me, he's like, I will always remember that you did this to me. These are all recorded conversations, like he's an adult. There was a whole mourning period. I believe in co-sleeping, right? So for many years there was mattress on the ground because that's how, if you co-sleep with your children, you put the mattress on the ground, they learn how to walk quickly. It's the most secure kids. My son never had a binky, like he never had a pacifier in his life. He has no idea what it is. First time he saw a pacifier was when he was babysitting a kid recently in Jerusalem. When the war happened after October 7th, they were babysitting all these soldiers' kids, and I see him in pictures with like 3 kids on his arms in a stroller, and I'm like, where's the girls? The girls yeshiva are doing something else. The half the boys from the yeshiva went to dig graves. And me, he goes, I'm taking care he took care of an orphanage, and then half the time he was taking care of all the soldiers kids that ran to the army. So because some of these people have 5, 6, 7 kids, right? So the moms can't do it. They have kids that are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 years old. Every 9 months they're delivering these women. Okay, and they look great. I don't understand. It's just amazing how these women are able to do it. It's just boggles the mind. So went through a kid having in the morning process. By the way, this is a very normal thing. Like, I only wanted to nurse for 3 years. It's the pediatrician who pushed me. No, a little more. No, a little more. No, a little more. And then the homeopath, a little more. No. Then the acupuncturist, a little more. Keep going. Well, between those 3 guys, they must have known something in their infinite wisdom. Oh my God, I spoke to every rabbi in the world about this topic. When should I stop and whatever. It was like a whole like psychological debate. I spent a fortune just on the calls to speak to certain people about this topic because I was like, oh my God, I was getting such pressure. I was getting pressure to stop at 6 months. I lost all my friends that were like not woke, like not like nursing moms. Like they were like, oh no, I'm on my 3rd kid already. I'm like, because all of us were like 23 years old, but some started at 19. So like, oh, I can't tandem nurse. I'm like, yeah, you can. You need to come to a La Leche. I did a La Leche training while it was like, who does those things? I did it. So like, and meanwhile, I'm like, my life was very complex at the time. Just don't get me wrong on that, right? But but this was like such a simple thing. It's the most amazing thing a woman can do for a child. My son has never had a bottle in his life. So I pumped all this stuff that it was supposed to go in a bottle. No, 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 no. Like, if you listen to the scripture from Judaism, right? It has to be directly from the breast to the child's mouth. No bottles in between. If you can avoid it, no bottles. That's what the Lubavitcher Rebbe said. Because the neurotransmitter activity and the brain development that occurs directly by them coming, and because you talk to the baby, right, while they're nursing on you, they feel your heartbeat. There's a whole oxytocin release. There's so much that goes on directly from and then also their
Left eye
emotional,
to
like,
right eye.
what would you say?
It's a left eye to right eye. It
That's
builds
right.
relational
That's right.
development.
That's right. Yes, that too. I'm a little bit tired today. So but
I did attachment parenting too.
there you go. Attachment parenting, right? So like, I used to wrap my baby like I'm some African woman in, like, in the Nigerian Sahara or whatever the hell I was. And my dad was like, "What are you, a peasant?" Because you don't understand. It's like, even though my dad was nursed also till 3 years old because there was no food. He goes, "Well, there's no food. There was no this. There was nothing," because he was in communist Romania. He used to bring a chair, and because there was not enough food in communist Romania, his 2 aunts all had 3 sons. They all took turns nursing each other's children because some women would get food one week and one wouldn't. So they would have less milk or more milk. So my dad is breast brothers with his 2 first cousins. So I call them uncle because they all nursed off of each other's sisters. Do you understand what communism did to the world? There are people that are considered breast brothers, okay, because they were living in the same town and one woman had milk and one didn't. I mean, I'm teaching things to people that don't know these things because they're living in a bubble, okay, and they don't understand the dangers of communism and they don't understand the dangers of psychos. And the minute that anybody says, the minute that they pushed formula in in the US, and that was done specifically for a reason, and cribs, okay, and who pushed that, and the money that was made behind that, and to get women back into the workforce, because it was after World War II and all this stuff that was going on, it was a devastation to women and children. Nothing's ever been the same since then. There's nothing like breast milk. Nothing compares. Nothing, nothing, nothing. No offense to the people that have babies now and they can't produce milk. I feel you. Try to get somebody to donate milk to you. It's possible. It's doable. I donated for a year. Okay? So I sacrificed 6 years of my life for this. You are going to hear about it. I've told my son, you are going to hear about it literally from my grave and from heaven from me. So it's not going to end. And it's the greatest thing. And I miss it every time I see a kid. I just want to nurse the baby when I see them having formula because I know the difference. And it's the most beautiful thing a woman can do. And in Somalia, when the Muslims went around and cut off the breast of the Somali women nursing the kids, which was Ilhan Omar's father, he was a general that did that, that atrocity. When the Hamas cut off the breasts of the women and mothers in Gaza, in Israel, and they threw their breasts around, that's why I said certain people should not come to my spaces if they can't hear these things. If you have PTSD, if you're military PTSD, it's not going to work for you well either. Some people can't stay and they have to come back. Those are live streamed in video. They were live streamed on Facebook and Instagram and Telegram and social media. So if you think that I'm going to care about what a Myron Gaines or a Nick Fuentes who lives in the basement of his house, who's still crying because his mommy and daddy didn't love him, and how I really tried to make hope for this kid, but he's so smart. He's such potential, such a loss for me, honestly. But there's people that do not love their children. And they're very selfish. The father goes out to drink and hang out and parties and does God knows what with who knows what. And the mom is busy having a cigarette, drinking, sitting in front of the TV, watching, and they abandon their kids because they have their own generational issues, and they think that is their narcissistic tendencies outweigh their children in front of them. And I'm sorry, that's not how Jews are. We're like, they say Jewish moms. Well, there's the bad side of it and the good side of it. It's not about the neuroticism or whatever. It's not like the Middle Eastern women who are like completely obsessed with their sons, even when they're 55 and they're married with 7 kids. No, no, no. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like we sacrifice everything for our children. Everything. We sacrifice, marrying hot guys. Honestly, we try to marry the smartest guy who can provide for us because we want our kids to have the best school and have the best options. And there's Jewish religious people I know, especially Chabad, they'll live with 7 kids in an apartment just to be able to give their kids to go to private school because they still have to pay. So there's sacrifices we make, that there's people, and this is across all faiths and religions also, that Catholics had 7 children, 8 children, 9 children. They didn't believe in birth control or anything like that. So there's people who are very godly people, made sacrifices, and there's others that don't. And your job in your life is to do better than your parents for your future kids. I did. Not monetarily, not materialistically. I said it. My son wrote his 8th grade application in school on net neutrality. I didn't write it for him. I don't believe in that kind of stuff. The other list of options that I gave him, there was like 6 options that we worked through. He's like, no, I'm picking net neutrality. That's the easiest one, Mom. Because most people and kids, especially boys, will find the shortest distance to complete a task or do anything and go the short route. Men are built like that. Women are not. We have to bake the baby, 9 months in our tummies. We don't have the short route. 5 years of nursing is not the short. But men, quick, fast, and easy. How can, especially young teenage boys, instant gratification amongst men is the hardest thing for them to overcome. That's why you have such drug addiction and all this stuff, mostly on the male side. Now it's increasing on the feminine side too, because they're not females anymore. But that's a different conversation. So you have to train boys how to not have instant gratification. You know how hard that is? When there's like gorgeous girls walking around half naked, and you're trying to raise a religious boy who's handsome and good looking and tall and brilliant, and girls are throwing themselves at him constantly. It's very hard. So now, thank God, now I'm getting pictures of him with the 3rd one that he says he's going to marry. Like every month, Mom, I'm getting married. This one. Okay, let's see how it goes. Let's take 6 weeks. Okay,
Think about where you guys were at, where most guys run away from even talking about marriage. They won't even say you went on a date. They won't even say you're a girlfriend or a boyfriend. That doesn't exist in my world. Why do you think he is this way? 5 years old, long hour and a half walks to synagogue every Saturday morning. At 5, I was talking to him about marriage and family. 5 years old. What am I going to talk about at 5 and a half? I'm not gonna be on my phone because it's the Sabbath. I'm gonna what? I'm gonna talk about Kamala. I'm gonna talk about like DSA politics with the 5-year-old kid. No, absolutely not. I'm gonna talk about things like you're gonna have to have a profession when you're older. You're gonna be a man. This is how you treat ladies. My son I taught him how to open my door, carry groceries, how to walk on the outside. I trained him. Oh my God! It was like in the beginning, it was like he was great about it, and then like the teen years came, and he just was dying to rebel. And he was doing it with the girls that he dated. Now, I mean, every girl he dates, like they throw a fit that when he breaks it off with them because no other man has ever treated them like that in their life, probably not even their fathers. Well, I raised that. So it's hard for me to say that if you have a kid who's 19 and able to do it and you're a grown-ass man with $1 million in the bank and you still haven't figured out how to close the deal, then you're the moron. And what am I gonna say, that is your mom didn't breastfeed you or didn't raise you right or your dad didn't raise you right? It was way past that. It was like a simple formula. Most men will never live to see their grandchildren because they started way too late. And they pick with their eyes instead of picking with their ears. That's why this radio stuff is great. I hope a lot of people get married off of here because you're listening to actually who people really are. Who I'm saying is who I am. There's some things I have to put out for disinformation to keep myself alive and dead, and David knows what I have to do for that. But it's not like this stuff that I'm saying. This is like me. This is me every day. This is me at the grocery store. This is me when I see morons in my own community doing the wrong things. I'm part of like the one percenters. One percenters are very hard to have a lot of friends because we will point out things. We won't pick on little things. I pick on big stuff. I'm not a person that nitpicks. I will mold the environment around me on big stuff. Everything on the small stuff I can get along with anybody. Anybody. I can get along with the LGBTQ in my spaces, the Islamists, the Nazis to love me on. They DM me. Like you don't understand. I believe in the human soul. So for me, like all the stuff that you're saying doesn't mean anything to me. It's something called tachlis. Like at the end of the day, when the rubber meets the road, you want the best Orthodox Jewish cardiologist to treat you, or a neurologist, and you're a full-blown Nazi and jihadist. They all flying into America, all the jihadists that hate Jews, to get their surgeries done at the best Jewish hospitals. So who are we fooling and who are we playing around with over here? You buy your diamonds from the Jews, right? So I mean, stop. Like stop with this craziness. Because when it's your kid is sick and you want to see the best pediatrician, you're not going to ask, "Oh, are you a Jew?" No, excuse me. I want the top Jew in the hospital, please, to treat my child. You don't care that you're an answer. I know how these things work. I'm sorry. I see it every day for over 20 years. You want the best accountant? Make sure you get a Jewish accountant. What did Andrew Tate say? All these business people that I read are all Jews. Really? Why? Why? Because they had moms like me that drove them crazy about, you got to learn math. Oh, I don't want to be a mathematician, mommy. I want to, skydive and be fly planes. Oh, you need to know mathematics for planes, sweetheart. Well, mommy, I want to, I don't know, like be an off-road whatever driver. They need to know math as well. Oh, I want to, I don't know, build bots or whatever. You need to know math. There's every area in your life you need to know math. I mean, you want to buy a house, you have to know math. Give me an area or profession. Even an actor needs to know math to know his residuals and to calculate it so his people don't screw him out of things. His manager and this person. What do you mean? You want to be an actor? Great, you're going to be a lawyer first. Oh, you want to be a professional basketball player? Most likely you're going to be an owner in the NBA. Okay, so first you're going to go to business school, and then let me know how it goes with getting recruited for basketball. Because there's how many kids that are Jewish are 6'7"? Very few. The odds are we have like 2 Jews in all of basketball right now. More than likely, the managers, the office, the back end, the marketing, those are the guys. So You love basketball, you memorize every single basketball player's name and all their statistics and all their numbers. Great. An autistic Jewish kid knows the name of every single baseball player, their stats from like the year 1902. So then he's like, oh, but I want to play professional baseball. Kid, it's never going to happen, sweetheart. So I'm going to put you in baseball. You can play. I'll put you on teams. Great. But what you're going to learn is you're going to go and learn and become a lawyer so you can become a manager for all the baseball teams, for all the athletes. And you're going to love it because you're going to get to be their manager. You're going to make them money. You're going to go out to all the games. Life is great. You're going to box office seats. You're going to love it. You'll maybe even get to throw the ball every once in a while. This is how we talk to our kids. Realistic, practical. It's not sexy, guys. I'm the one who makes it funny. But it's not. But this is practical things in life. And for some reason, people are not doing this on the right to their kids. A lot are the Amish, like build whole houses and like for me, every single boy in America should know how to build a house in high school. I don't know what you're learning in high school, but you'd be able to build a house. My dad can come to my house and build anything. I can do because of my dad. He made me learn all this stuff because I was always with him. Every single weekend was Home Depot on Sundays with my dad. I'm like, no, I want to play home with my Barbies. No, you're coming to Home Depot. Okay, you're not staying home. You're coming to Home Depot. Fine. I learned a lot of things at Home Depot. I never need to do anything with that stuff. The men in my life will do that for me. But at least I understand and appreciate what my dad did, and I'll appreciate what my husband did. And then this is how you appreciate the men in your life because you actually see that they have to do this and that, and they have to teach you. That's what men are supposed to do for women. Men are supposed to be teaching us, not me teaching men. That means somebody didn't do their job. That's all but I'm raising young men. I told you all these teenage kids and all these little kids from the age of 5 grew up in my house. Their parents were like, "Oh, I have 6 kids." They just dumped their sons at me. I'm like, "Bring more, bring more." Because I don't know what's going on in your household, so I'll fix them up just right. Every single kid that from elementary school, middle school, and high school all have my cell phone number. I have one cell phone for all my son's kids, even the kids that the parents hate me and the kids love me. I say, I don't care where you are in the world. If you get into trouble, you call me. I will get help and I'll get you taken care of. If you're in Miami and you're gotten severely drunk, I don't care what age you are and you put yourself in a situation, you call me first. I don't know if your parents will pick up. I don't know what they're going to do. But I'm going to make sure you get out of it real quick. Now, you won't like the punishment I'm going to give you. And I will turn your ass into the police too if you do anything stupid. Obviously, that's my one thing. You have to learn your lesson. But if it's something stupid and you put yourself in a situation where you shouldn't have been in and you need exfiltration, you're not going to like the punishment in my house. You're going to be washing walls with water and soap for days on end. So, but you'll never do it again, and you're going to do it if you're drunk, and I'm going to make you do it all the way through. I'll let you sleep. You're going to wake up. You're going to have the worst 48 hours with me. But at least I know you're safe, and I picked you up. I picked up my son's friends at 2, 3, 4 in the morning, who are like, I can't get an Uber. My phone died. My friend ditched me. I'm in the middle of nowhere. Blah blah blah. Quiet, seamless, no problem. He's like, my parents don't pick up. I don't want them to know. We have a rule. You just don't go and do something stupid like start walking. I will be there in pajamas. I will give you shit like you never known. Not at that night, the next day. But you're gonna get so this is how parents should be talking with their kids' friends. Because I'm trying to build trust because I need to know what kind of morons my son is friends with. How can you know if they're morons or not until you actually meet these kids? Most parents have never met their kids' parents. You do not hang out with my son in any way, shape, or form unless I've met the parents. Oh, we're having a birthday party. It's a drop-off thing. That's nice. I'm coming. Well, no, it's just a drop-off for the kids. That's okay. I'll be there. How can I help you? Can I clean up? Can I set the table for you? Who are these people that are going to be there at this party? 15, 16, 17. My son wasn't allowed to go to parties anyway till he was 16. But it wasn't even a thing for him. He didn't even want to go. They preferred to hang out in my house. But the first time I heard anything about alcohol, my son came straight to me and was like, I want to tell you everything that went on. Because if you hear it from somebody else, you'll kill me and you'll be mad at me. So it's better you hear it from me.
So he walks me through everything that happened in the course of the night. Not that he did anything, but people he was with. And that's all I want. Just tell me the truth. Don't hide anything from me. Hiding is what gets kids killed. Hide nothing. Spouses, hide nothing from your wives. It's only going to cause you problems later on. Obviously, there's some things like if you marginal things not to cause aggravation, that's fine. But like, this is how you speak to kids. And this is how it should be happening now with our government and with the influencers and everything. Like, everything is lies. So people don't even know how to know reality or truth because they've been lied to by their parents. They have parents that have addictions, and you naturally have to lie if you have any type of addiction or you're not sober. I don't know how parents walk around sober and raise kids not sober. I don't understand how you can be high on marijuana every day or on alcohol every day. Oh, I only have half a bottle of wine every night. This is what women tell me and men tell me all the time. What do you mean? You have kids. Oh, how are you drinking every day? Drinking is not supposed to be like a default thing. It's supposed to be for like, religious celebrations. It's not supposed to be like something that's normally done. It's a culture that's occurred in America, which is not good. It wasn't like this before. But it was pushed on us in many, many ways. So we have fundamental problems where people are having children and they themselves have not worked out their childhood issues or their addiction issues or their eschatology issues, and they don't even know who they're marrying, and they're marrying them because they are attracted to her, and the woman is whatever her decision is, or he's hot or whatever the stupid reason is, and then nobody's serious in the relationship. You have two children raising children because they're both narcissists. Well, all of a sudden you deliver a baby with disorders because you were drinking while pregnant or whatever, and your child has issues, and all of a sudden you grew up real fast because somebody has to take care of the child with issues, and it's financially very expensive. Well, there are prices and prizes to consequences of how you treat your body throughout high school and throughout college. Directly affects your fertility and the quality of your sperm and the quality of your eggs, and it can have long-term effects on the health of your babies and your children, and it's a very big burden to bear that. And I don't care if you feel bad when I'm saying this. I have empathy from you from my heart, but just don't keep fucking up. Because it's like, what is it? There's a book. Everybody should own it. It's Fuck Your Feelings. Cognitive behavioral therapy is amazing. You're not going to sit for 7 years in therapy saying the same problems about why your mommy was mean to you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Be a better mommy or daddy. It's over. Because we've allowed people who have any type of emotion to now take over in the entire left-wing party, and we have grown adults running on emotion rather than on logical thinking, men particularly. I don't care how you feel unless you're bleeding or you've got 170-degree fever as a man. I'm sorry, or you're vomiting. If you're sick, I care about your feelings. Everything else is ridiculous. You should be completely focused on telling me how you think and blah, blah, blah. There are times where you can maybe talk about your feelings. And listen, actors and those comedians are on a different track. But the minute you put men into talking about their feelings, you are going to destroy America completely. And I'm not talking about coming back with PTSD from the war. That's separate, 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 separate. And they go and talk with other men about that. You don't talk about this with a woman you're next to. You go work that stuff out, and then you come and you kind of tell us, hey, this is why I responded to you in this way. I'm going through something. I'm not feeling well. I'm working on it. But do something about it. Don't drink after, take pills after, and all these things. How is that going to help anybody? You're just suppressing the symptoms, and even worse is going to come. And everybody knows those things. So again, if we can't have men in their logical side of their brain telling us how they think before how they feel, we're screwed. And if we don't have women saying how they feel before they think, we're completely screwed. And that's it. Simple solution. If you're a man and you want to be respected more than cherished, that means you're a man and you're speaking like a man. If you want to be cherished over being respected, then go find yourself a female that's a male. She wants to be respected over cherished, and that's your relationship. It's not great, but at least you have your match, and you like that whole dynamic. But if a guy wants to be cherished and the woman wants to be cherished, you have two females in a relationship, and usually on the men's side, that's a narcissist. And if you have a female that wants to be respected and cherished, you have a narcissist on the female side. None of that's going to work. She's going to be super hot.
She's going to drink a lot. She's going to be bipolar. She's going to give you great sex, and she's going to destroy your whole life. I'm talking to the men. That's how it works. That scale of, hot to crazy scale, this is what we're talking about. Women with bipolar disorder and narcissism, I mean, alcohol addictions, hypersexual, gambling, put you into debt, put your life at risk, crazy. And on men, forget about it. Bipolar, narcissistic behavior, you just change your phone number and leave the country for a while. Leave him with everything. Don't even take $1. Bye. Because they will destroy you. So, because they're bigger than you and smarter than you and have more money than you and do all sorts of things to you. So, this is very simple rules in life. And if you're codependent, fix your codependency and do not bury the codependency that you had before. All these things would resolve half the problems we're having with people in America because we don't have people that are doing things proper ways because you're either not following the Old Testament and God's laws and you're not thinking as men, oh, I'm going to pick this woman not because of the way she looks, but for all the other qualities that are very important as a man. And for females, the same way. You're not going to pick a guy just for his money. And you're going to pick about how he thinks about things and how he treats you and how he treats the world and how he treats women, children, and animals. So this is a simple recipe in 20 minutes. And you can spend $20,000 on therapy. And you can be in therapy for 20 years and still not figured it out. There's still people at 50, guys at 50 still crying over whatever, some girl that left him in high school. Are you kidding me? The only people that make that money is the therapist. That's emotive therapy. God help us. Why do I push all the time 12-step programs for people? I don't go to 12-step. I don't need a 12-step program. I know others do. So get up and go. Fix it. Get sober. You're not sober for 30 days, even if you smoked one, marijuana cigarette or whatever. It takes 30 days really for it to get out of your body. 31 days, effectively. But people that are sober talk differently. And women are not sober off sugar either. And either are men with alcohol. Cigarettes. I'm sorry. I cannot marry somebody that smokes. There's a level of addiction and personality disorder that comes across with smokers that is unlivable unless you're with a smoker. It is literally signing on a paper to just destroy your life for the other partner with the smoker. It is the most narcissistic thing you can do for yourself and for others around you. It is literally a death sentence. It should be banned in America. You have to go and there's deep issues why people have nicotine addiction. And it's very addicting, but the most addicting thing is sugar. And we're dying from it in America. And you know who did it to us? The big food. And we can't cut it out because it's supposed to be, oh, the libertarians are like, oh my God, you can't tell us what to eat or not to eat. I understand that. I understand that component. But when you make the sugar components so addictive, you're actually juicing it up. It's like cocaine. Why do you think I'm hard on myself? The only time I mention that, oh, I'm having 2 ounces of Diet Coke. What do you mean? That's me like checking in. Like, because I'm like, I know that Diet Coke is bad. But I don't do so many other things. Like, oh, I just like a little bit of it. Thank you. You can tell when I'm not on it. Today I didn't have a Diet Coke. Because you all pissed me off to no end. So anyways, I love you guys. But I can't do this like 24 hours a day. Because I'm hurting myself. I'm on vacation now. Tomorrow you're not going to have me. You're not going to have me for a few days. So, and I made that decision. Because it's the eschatological wars is insane. And people that come regularly, some people are not getting it. And anybody who's listened to me long enough, you know how I am. And by the way, people think like I'm mean to them or I drop them or everything. I love these people. If I'm yelling at you, it's actually because I care about you. Just remember that. Other people, I don't care. I just Angela's like, thank God I never get yelled at myself. I love Angela. She's just quiet on mute. But she studied Chinese medicine, so she knows my constitution probably already. So right, Angela? Angela's a DO. Anyways, so different DOs are different and osteopaths are different. And right, you're a DO, right, Angela? I think so. DO or osteopath, right? I think so. I can't. No, neither.
Wait, chiropractor? I'm trying to remember. Functional medicine. That's right. Functional. Yeah. Okay. So yes, functional medicine. It's the same thing in the same ballpark. So my point is, are people requesting? Oh no. Hi Antonio, how are you? So I was speaking to somebody in the middle of the morning yesterday, and Heidi Fleiss's father was my pediatrician before he died, and he was and then I went on to I was passed on to another very big Dr. Sears and those guys. Anyways, and he died of a broken heart because his daughter was his only child and she was a brilliant genius, but she was addicted to drugs and she was a grown up, and he didn't expose her to religion. And I, on my first appointment with him, it was like, I don't know, it was crazy. It was like $1,500 for a first consult with him back then because he didn't take insurance. And this is a new baby consult, $1,500. And I paid it because I wanted the best for my son. And, and and he spent an hour and a half talking to me about his relationship between him and his daughter because I opened up the conversation, and he didn't charge me for the consult. He's like, I think I owe you some money. I'm like, it's okay. Because we were joking. He's like, we basically bartered. He spent 5 minutes with the baby, and we spent an hour and a half with me walking him through his issues with his daughter. And addiction will destroy you. And look what they did to even to Heidi Fleiss. What on taxes and stuff? All the guys that were involved with that were the ones, and she was railroaded, and there was a whole op around that. She was a genius. She fell into a very bad situation, and she created a very bad situation for herself, but she was very good at what she does, but she could have done anything else. But your exposure in high school and drugs and a certain environment and certain people and that whole world, you can get into a very bad situation. Because if you don't have a home that's religious and the father and the mother don't like really put a heavy hand when you're living in Beverly Hills in that world, your children are lost. So there's a price to pay where you live too. So you have to be very, very cognizant and watch your kids if you're living in like New York, Miami, Beverly Hills, because those environments in that world, especially the time frame where she grew up and who she was running around with and everybody. This is a high drug rates, high craziness, high promiscuity. She herself wasn't a promiscuous person, which is actually interesting. So why do I share this story? I was talking about it with somebody this morning, and it's like, you know, I have my wisdom from going to Chabad and learning the Old Testament in Aramaic and then in biblical Hebrew. All my learning is from the Old Testament. My wisdom comes literally from Chabad rabbis. That's why I lost my mind when Tucker goes after Chabad, when Javier Malay has his advisors are Chabad. I mean, he's turned everything around. He won the election. World leaders would come and see Lubavitcher Rebbe in New York, Chabad. Mayor Adams goes to Chabad. All the leaders, I mean, Trump, everybody in the whole history went to Chabad. Even people you think are anti-Semites, the left, the right, foreign countries, every president would have consult with him because he's considered the smartest man in the world. And even today, his readings, you don't have to be Jewish at all. You go and read just the wisdom. All the man did was answer people's strangers' letters from all over the world daily. I have to explain to you. I'll read to you something or I'll play you something. Go ahead, David, so you can understand.
know what
Yeah,
you're saying.
I'm listening.
What you're
What's on your
saying.
mind? Oops, what?
What you're saying is so
Sorry, I
true.
thought you were. Sorry, my audio from the other phone. Go ahead.
No, that's fine. Dear, you'll never bother me, and you'll never get me angry on spaces. The people that get into this, so this is their life. That ends it. It's much like kids with games now, and they can kill off people and not know the reality of life. That's one thing about any type of farming community of people. They learn the cycle of life through animals, and then they understand it better. And like the lady who was talking about letting the kids go at 14 yesterday was crazy. I mean, you just never, never, never. I used to tell my
letting
kids,
letting the kids go to Antifa rallies and yeah.
yeah, I just told my kids, you don't live in a democracy. I'm the dictator and your mother. And other than that, you don't need to know anything. Grandma and grandpa, I guess. But the reality is in life, if you don't take care of those kids when they're young and put the time in with them, the biggest problem is most people won't put the time and effort into them. We used to tell the kids, you can have all the parties you want, but you're going to have them here. And then their mother would always say, and your dad will be downstairs in the gun room, which is right next door to it. And there's a door on both ends of it. And so we just, I don't know why they call it hovering. I guess I think part of it was when I came back from Vietnam, I was very protective of my wife and children, almost obsessive about it. And it's hard not to, when you know what can happen with evil, not to be that way. It was very hard. It was one of the things I think that hurt my marriage. Literally, the fact that I was so obsessive about taking care of them and thinking out every eventuality with them. Their cars that always have everything you could possibly need to live for several weeks, and they'd think their dad's crazy. But it's hard not to get into that, and you're talking about that about raising kids. That's how it is. If you actually love your children and you care about them, like you should. And my wife, although she and I didn't get along, was a wonderful mother, and I couldn't have asked for more. She spent the time with them, and then mom was a um, head of the math department at the university, and so they were proud of her and should have been. So was I. So I mean, life. You have to take care of your life first. You can't go to these spaces and hope that you'll get Stealth to take care of everybody. She really doesn't have quite enough time to counsel every single one of us. She counsels me because I'm old, and if she doesn't do it soon, I'll be dead. What fun will that be? So just pay attention to this young lady. Uh, her breadth of knowledge is unbelievable to me. Although I think her child has the empathy from me just abounds for this poor child with Stealth as mom. She's such an absolute loving, dear mom, and a little obsessive, a little maybe just a hair of a helicopter. But just pay attention to her and repost this space. Uh, this lady deserves everything anybody can ever do for her. She puts out a amount of knowledge that can't be ascertained anywhere else. She just spews it out, and I love that about her. That's her intelligence. It just shows up, and it gets so boring listening to people that they're like me. Um, anyhow, thank you, Stealth, for all you do for everybody every day. Now just go be funny because I love you being funny.
Thank you, David. I love you too. You're so cute. Hey,
Thank you,
Lillian,
David.
what's up?
You're not boring.
Chaya,
Yes.
I was preparing some food for Benji, our dog. Are you not going to be here in the next 5 days?
Well, yeah, because including Shabbat, right? So, right, is that why you're worried? Well, you have my phone number, but why? What is something happening in the next 5 days?
Yeah, well, they're going to be very decisive. The talks with Lebanon are going to start today. I must say that Ambassador Ron Dermer is going also to participate.
But
Oh,
Netanyahu is coming with Ron Dermer on when isn't he coming? Wait, tomorrow or on Monday?
no, today,
What?
today.
What's today? What's the day today? Today's
Today
Tuesday.
is Tuesday.
Oh my God! What time is the meet? Has Netanyahu landed yet?
Netanyahu is not going to come, but if Ron
Really?
Dermer is there, no, he's not going to come. But
So
Ron,
Dermer's
if
going, but not Netanyahu.
yes, Netanyahu is not going to come. He can't. But Ron Dermer is going to come, and Ron Dermer is there. It's like Premier Minister Netanyahu is
I
there.
know, I know, I know.
So this is going to be very decisive. I also sent you a posting of the Mossad. They are talking about it, and it has not been denied, actually, that there are talks about, rumors and talks about dividing or separating Lebanon into, for the upcoming time, into three
Federation,
different zones. Yes,
Federation of
three.
Lebanon.
Yes, three different zones where
Wow.
one zone IDF is going to be responsible, and then the other one is going to be responsible is the so-called Lebanese army,
Well,
and
but they're not responsible, so that's a no go right
yeah,
there.
well, we'll have to give them some, what we say, the benefit of the doubt, and we'll see. But this is going to be some ideas and from the get-go. So this is also in order. This is also a psychological effect to demonstrate to Iran that their second proxy is not only Hamas. They lost it, to this regime. It's very important, and also to the Hezbollah itself, that maybe the Lebanese, some of the Lebanese, because don't forget, in Lebanon, we have about 1 million Shia, yes? And at least 70% of them, they might be still supporters of Hezbollah and Iran. But that the rest of the population, including the government, maybe has lost the barrier of angst. So we'll see about it. So I wanted to know, I mean, uh, you are inclined to take a bit of vacation from our crazy guys and ladies here.
So
But
I I'm spending time with people who want
mhm,
my full attention on vacation, and they barely get my attention as it is. So
mhm.
I'm saying this in the plural and non-specific. So you know, I devote so much time to everything like this. So I'll try to, I'll post something, but I'm not going to do space because like the people that I'm with like want all of me. And so and that's fair.
So
I
how long
understand.
are you going to take vacation? 5 days, 5 weeks, what?
No, no. So I guess well I'm just I it's so cute. So I guess it would be I'll be back
Tachles.
Sunday. Sunday I will be back on his face. But
Okay. And I will, in the meantime, I can't promise you anything, but I will try to bring to the space one of the top Israelis experts regarding Iran and the
well, if you
situation.
can schedule it for tomorrow, I'll find a way to squeeze it in because I still have some travel
Yeah,
time. But I
I
like.
will coordinate it with you. But regarding to what you said, uh, I would like to tell you an anecdote. You know that I am I'm not in favor of talking about my private life in spaces, but I'll tell you an anecdote about one of my clients. Is I don't know if you all know, but my second major was coaching women and women's psychology. And some years ago, when we lived in the Italian part of Switzerland, I had a client. She came to me. She was not Jewish, was Catholic, and she was lost in life. She had a lot of potential. She was thirsty to change and to learn, but she didn't know where to start. And she was practically seeking some coaching for her professional life. She's a hairstylist, but an excellent one. And she loves people. And this was already a very big advantage and a plus for her. But what I paid attention, her parents, she had the usually ding dong story. Parents divorced. She had an elder brother who she adored and was in good contact, but she cut totally, almost totally, her mother from her life. And she was very proud of declaring herself as a feminist. And I told her, and I taught her, not, slowly but surely, that if she wants to succeed in her life, wherever it is, either in a partnership or in her professional life, I told her, you cannot divide the soul and the body of a person. It's a whole. It's ganzheitlich, it's whole. And wherever you go, you take both in your suitcases. And the first step for her to come, it would be to come to terms and to then start identifying herself with her mother, with the feminine role in her life and in her character. And she was in the beginning shocked, but we worked on it. She was with me about 3 years. I will make a very long story short. And the second step was that I told her, what are you working so hard for? You have no family. What is it? So you make the money and then what? You come back to an empty apartment. I told her you need to find a good man and you have to have children, at least one child in your age. And she got it. Today, her daughter is 14 years young. And then we worked on her business. She became independent. She has her own salon. She works together with one of the top hotels there where she has her salon as an independent in Ascona. And she did not have much money to pay me. I told her, I give you the minimum price, but you have to promise me one thing, that what you have learned, you will give it to somebody else. This is your legacy, will be, and she has excellent relation with her mother. Her mother also helped her a lot. I met her mother. She is a hard working, very nice woman, really a great person. And this was one of, you don't always have full success of everyone who comes to you, but she is one of my successful women I have invested a lot of time in. And then her mother asked me, which books did you read and where did you take that from? And this connects to what you said. I told her, if you want to know where, so come with me once from the all thousands of books that I studied. And I brought with me back to Switzerland after I've spent almost 1 year in New York at the NYU, all the books. At that time, in 87, there was no internet. You come with me to the Chabad Center in Lugano, and then you will learn. This is what I told her, and this is my personal experience. And with that, back to you.
Thanks. I think I'm gonna try to go to bed. I just wanted to play one thing.
Can I just quickly say,
Yeah, yeah.
Lillian, I really appreciated your story.
It was a
I
very good
think
story.
people too, and I learned a lot from what you said. It's very interesting. Thank you.
How are you doing, Ego TV?
I told her every woman who considers her a feminist should not and must not reject the feminine role and the woman role inside herself and in her life. Otherwise, you are not a feminist, you are a women hater. That's it.
Absolutely. It never made sense to me.
Um, I'll have to find something. I'll have to post something. I was looking for something. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if this is it. Go ahead, Chucks.
Self. Um, yeah, it's quite interesting listening to that World Cup weekend. One, yeah, very good one at that. I suppose to the um, to the unlearned, it's going to seem like it telling off, especially given how the sit-in started. But as someone who is very religious, it's nothing further from the truth, especially given that everything you spoke about was direct from scriptures. And to be honest, this is why the world is the way it is, because humanity has moved away from scriptures. We've become very liberal and very independent in our thinking and in our ways. So words like this, or sermons like this would look like telling, and therefore, oh, you can't tell me what to do. I mean, she literally got angry. She left. But for those who listened, I hope you took note. And still, I think I would take you up on your word. I have two kids. I think I would still ready to have a catch up afterwards. Yeah, no, very very good one today. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Chuck. Chucks, have you been with me through the night and through yesterday? Or did you
No,
go and come back? Because it's been some hours, right?
yeah. No, because I had to sleep.
Yeah,
I
okay. I
don't
didn't
feel
know if
too
you
well.
went to sleep and then came back. That's what I was asking.
Yeah, no, I joined as soon as I woke up and prayed. I opened X and I saw you online and I joined straight away. But
Okay. I'm gonna play. Think about Christianity. Hold on one second. I don't know why this video popped up. Let me play this for. I wanted to play something about modern parenting. Hold on. Oh, this video doesn't. There's no audio on this clip. Hold on one second.
Stealth, just before you play that.
Yeah.
Are you by any chance on a laptop or a computer with a big screen?
No, I'm on my phone. Why?
Oh, okay. Because I've just finished something and I wanted to show you first.
Oh. You want me to look at it? Like, are you gonna DM it to me? What do you mean? Or how do you want me?
Yeah. Like I've just spent like 48 hours building
Oh,
something cool. So I'll send it to you in a
send it to
link.
me
But
and I'll look at it. I'll look at it. I'll pull up my laptop tomorrow. Like, not too far from now, I can pull it up. But I'm gonna get.
perfect.
Yeah, definitely. I'm just looking at something. Hold on one second. Some reason my audio isn't working on YouTube, which is weird. Hold on. Let me maybe close out from something. Hold on. I think maybe I have too many windows open here. I have like 4 phones in front of me, so like I don't know why sometimes some of the phones work or not. Is this it? Oh. Why is the younger generation obsessed with self-care? For a long time now, rather than educating children in morality, educating children so that they know and appreciate how they can make the world better, they were actually educated in ways to make themselves better. You went to school in order to prepare for a career. That was your whole life. When the attention, the focus shifted from being moral people to being successful people, it taught us to be self-promoting. It's not an accident.
We actually encouraged our children to be selfish. Everything in the culture encourages children to be selfish. And when somebody does something decent and moral, we give them an award. It's so exceptional, and it's not working. Being selfish is not healthy and is not good for the self. We're learning this the hard way. The more you focus on yourself, the worse your self becomes. It results in narcissism. So, raising a whole generation of narcissists, thinking that that's going to make people take better care of themselves, doesn't. Narcissism is a form of self-destruction. Now we're desperately looking for a cure. The cure to narcissism is becoming altruistic. Go to the opposite extreme. Because in our world today, there's very little in the middle. If you don't want to be a narcissist, be an altruist. Devote yourself completely to the benefit of others. You'll be much healthier. Why is the younger generation obsessed? That's my rabbi. Here. Hold on. Here is, hold on one second. It's a good question. What do you do with civilians? So what's the war? This is a good one. It's a good question. What do you do with civilians? What is the Jewish attitude? What's the Jewish law? The Jewish law is you don't kill a civilian. So what makes them a civilian? Who's a civilian? So the law is that if you're fighting a war and one of your enemy surrenders, you're not allowed to kill him. Now he's a civilian because he surrendered. If he says, I want to leave, I just want to leave the country, I'm going away. Don't kill him, let him leave. But if he's standing there without surrender and without leaving, he's not a civilian. Anyway, so a simple question. I promise not to harm your civilians. Who is a civilian? I'm supposed to decide. I have to go into Gaza and identify the civilians? That's not my job. The civilians have to identify themselves. Hold up a white flag, I'll know that you're a civilian. I won't shoot you. You're not holding up a white flag. So I'm supposed to decide whether you're a civilian? Just because you're not wearing a uniform? No. That's the stupidity of the whole idea. If you identify yourself as a civilian, then I won't kill you. But I should decide whether you're a civilian? That's crazy. It's suicidal. It's amazing. No choice. Yeah? Some of them have no choice. They want to identify with the shot. Well, don't kill me for that. So, how can we just phone, like, of course, it's just phone with us and say, I wanted to see they had the chance. So again, even though not all of them had the chance, some of them are holding their own civilians hostage. But what about others? Yeah. So it's the same thing. If Israel would tell them, we're going to destroy you, and there are no conditions, there's nothing you can say that's going to stop us. And what do they need the hostages for? But Amalek also just killed. That's why we just have to kill them. So they're gonna kill our hostages either way. So where does that leave us? So they are, if they say you can't bomb us, you're gonna kill the hostages. So we're helpless. We can't do that. We are not helpless. We're going to do what we're going to do. So it doesn't benefit you at all to hold hostages. You gain nothing from it. So keep bombing them. They don't. People like Israelis, which are hostages. You can't allow them to put handcuffs on you. But again, it's not that you have to bomb them. You have to convince them that you're going to bomb them, and it doesn't matter whether they have hostages. Situation. Huh? What does the Torah say about such a situation? Like taking for the Torah says you do not add more death. Right? You don't kill more people to save some people. Doesn't make sense. So more soldiers should die in order to say, what, soldiers are not civilians? I think if you want to understand the situation, they say, and they say it, all civilians in Israel are soldiers. Even the babies. Because they're going to grow up, they're going to be soldiers, and they'll come shoot us. So there's no such thing as civilians in Israel. All civilians are soldiers. That's what the Palestinians said. We have the exact opposite. Every soldier is a civilian, particularly in Israel. Every soldier is in high school. They're just kids. Oh no, they're soldiers. Them you're allowed to kill. No, you're not allowed to kill them. They're civilians. Every soldier is a civilian. They say every civilian is a soldier. Why would they hold hostages if there's nothing to gain? Holding the hostages is not going to slow us down. It's not going to make us hesitate. We're going to bomb you just as much, maybe even more. Hold on, why are they holding hostages? Why did they take hostages? Why? Free their own. Because they knew that we're handicapped, that we're not going to be able to fight back because, hey, you're going to hurt the hostages. They have to know that it's not going to help them. It's only going to harm them. If anything happens to those hostages, we'll bomb you even more. Then it doesn't pay to take hostages. But we kept telling them, if you have a hostage, we'll give you 1,000 prisoners in exchange for one hostage. So what did you just do? You made it a good deal to take hostages. Not allowed to do that. In fact, you want to know Jewish law? If a Jew is kidnapped and they want money to ransom the hostage, if they want a lot of money, you're not allowed to ransom. You're not allowed to pay. Why? What's the reasonable amount of money? I don't know. But why would you not be allowed? Huh? Let's do it again. Because if you can get a lot of money for a Jewish hostage, every Jew is in danger. In other words, you make it a good deal, you're encouraging more hostages. Can't do it. But what's going to be with this hostage? You can't save this guy by risking every other Jew. It's just sensible. So was it a good thing that they gave 1,000 prisoners in exchange for Shalit? Ask Shalit. He feels terrible. The guy who planned this entire attack on Simchas Torah? On October 7th. He's one of those prisoners. Yeah, Sinwar was the one they exchanged. Do you see what just happened? 1,400 Jews were killed because we gave 1,000 prisoners in exchange for Shalit. He feels so bad. Jewish morality makes sense because it prevents death. It prevents wars. If you know you can't win against us, you wouldn't try. Why do you think you can win? Because we told you. We won't shoot your civilians, we won't shoot your children, we won't shoot on the holiday, we won't shoot. What did you just do? They know they can always go to the UN and ask for a ceasefire if they're losing, and we'll make a ceasefire. Why are you encouraging them? We need to be a little more proud of who we are. So if you're lighting Shabbos candles, invite everyone to come watch. If you're putting on tefillin, do it where everyone can see. No hiding. It's the holiest, the godliest, and the most moral thing in the world. The world should see it. What's up, Lumi?
Good morning. How's everyone doing?
Good, good.
I've been listening to you all night. You've been amazing. As usual.
Oh, I'm sorry.
As always,
You need to
you're
go to bed.
amazing.
You need to go to bed. Everybody go to bed.
No, I'm addicted to you. No, I'm just kidding. I just wanted to tell you, did you hear the news that Israel Hayom newspaper revealed that a meeting took place between the Chief of General Staff of Israel and the commander of the U.S. CENTCOM, where preparations were discussed regarding the possibility of the war resuming in the event that the negotiation process ends in failure. So,
Oh,
yeah, I put that in the purple pill for you.
thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Didn't have time to watch the 4 hours of Sneak and Digging. The Supercut shows you here. King Charles pushes Islam. William and Kate visiting mosque. Pope pushing Islam. Woke right pushing Islam. None of this is organic. Somebody wrote that. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
I'm
It's,
poked out, man. I really am. I can't believe it. What happened? I just can't. I mean, I can expect it from the president, but I just can't expect it from the Pope. Where he's going with this. It's clear as day. What can I say? It's the Democrats.
Iran rejected U.S. demands to stop backing regional proxies, including Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Houthis during negotiations. Oh my gosh. Was this from this morning? What's the date today? Is it 412? I'm like,
It's 414.
oh boy. Okay, so this is too old. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is something else. Okay. I guess I didn't see that. Interesting. The Trump Russia hoax 10 years ago for mainstream media. Trump is Israel's puppet, now alt media. Oh, this is interesting. We're in this Iran war. Vladimir Putin has clearly got something over. Okay. Vladimir Putin has so-called. This is a supercut by Nathan Livingstone. The Russian phrase for compromising information. Is Trump compromised in the Epstein files, and is that why we're in this Iran war? Vladimir Putin has clearly got something over on Donald Trump, and I'll say it right now. He is in debt to Moscow. The only conclusion I can reach is that, Netanyahu had something on him. What do the Russians have on Donald Trump? Politically, financially, and personally. The extent to which blackmail could play a role, but I suspect that AOC now. Why is he so gentle on Putin? And this is one of the things we've come up with. Well, Putin must have something on him. Because President Trump is so beholden to the Israelis. Well, there's the possibility that they have information about President Trump. Theories that the Kremlin could have something on President Trump. Collecting compromising information on political opponents has long been a favorite tactic employed by Russian intelligence agencies. The Mossad and other Max Blumenthal now. Israeli intelligence were seeking to first decode the enigma of Donald Trump's psychology and then to exploit it, as they do with all of their targets. Comes to Russia, even in their hotel rooms. They use the information by blackmailing those people to do their bidding. And tonight, many are asking whether Vladimir Putin has so-called compromise on President Trump. They trapped a number of U.S. presidents. Oh, this is Ari Ben Moshe. Jeffrey Epstein. Donald Trump is compromised by the Russians. And when I say that, I mean that they hold leverage over him. Peter Strzok. Him incapable of placing the national interest, the national security ahead of his own. Netanyahu came to give him orders. Yeah, he envisioned the plan, and that's what you're going to do, Donald. And if you don't do that, we press the Epstein button. I don't know whether the Comer. Current president of the United States was with prostitutes peeing on each other in Moscow in 2013. It's possible. Wait, Comer said this? He said it's possible that prostitutes peed on Donald Trump in 2000. The former FBI director? Wow. We don't have the evidence. Mershmeyer so now. Say for sure that Trump is being blackmailed. But there is enough circumstantial evidence that one has the sense, and I'm choosing my words carefully here, one has the sense that that may be the case. Lillian, you have to share this for to the Israelis, Lillian. I'm sending this to you right now. It's okay. Let me post it. It's the last post of my feed. Nathan Livingstone, the Trump Russia hoax 10 years ago for mainstream media equals the Trump is Israel's puppet now for alt media. This is amazing. This is amazing, amazing clip. Russian phrase for compromising information. Is Trump compromised in the Epstein files, and is that why we're in this Iran war? Vladimir Putin has clearly got something. That's Malcolm Nance. On Donald Trump. Oh, who's on Twitter Spaces with me? Okay. Another bad day for the deep state. Trump acquitted. Oh. Oh yeah, yeah. God, I keep getting all these pinging. Sarah Adams writes, a lot of people don't realize just how much money terrorists make through actual legitimate businesses. This is the tip of the iceberg. Wait until someone looks into the mining industry or the ports. French cement giant guilty of financing militant groups, including the Islamic State. BBC News. Unbelievable. It's, and Daniel Roth wrote a whole article on this. Wow, this is 2017, the Counter Extremism Project wrote to Lafarge Group about its risible excuses for paying off ISIS, including Lafarge's can-do approach, suggesting a step forward towards restoring battered image. Lafarge make a substantial donation to charities doing humanitarian work in Syria. Okay, so this is French cement giant guilty of financing militant groups, including the Islamic State. So it's wow. Okay, I posted it. I posted that. Okay. Wow. Okay, everybody's posting like religious Catholic leaders with the LGBTQ plus flags on them, and there's like blasphemy. Nope, zero outrage from people on X. I think there was outrage from certain people on X. It says I don't even know what this stuff is. This is Catholics for 1400 Catholics. The pilgrimage to Rome as part of the Vatican's Jubilee year. This fire outbreak in China is insane. The plume is insane. It's astounding. It's really it's what's wild. So somebody wrote in Spanish. What the press doesn't say about the controversy between Trump and the Pope last week. The Pope met with Alex Axelrod, Barack Hussein Obama's chief strategist in 2008 and 2012 campaigns. Even some media outlets reported it, even claiming that the Pope might meet soon with Obama. Immediately after the meeting, Axelrod, the Pope starts attacking the Trump administration with subliminal messages, and an article comes out saying that the Pentagon threatened the Pope, something the Vatican itself had to deny. Trump is, okay, this is very true. This whole thing was just wild. This whole op that Axelrod and what happened to the Vatican and the Pope
Yeah,
on the left
that was good. It was damn good, actually. You know.
that they did it.
No, not that they did it. It was the way
Oh,
they went about it. You know.
oh yeah, it was just wild. It's crazy, man. We believe in law and order, and Pope Leo seems to have a problem with that. There's nothing to apologize for. He is wrong. With that, so there's nothing to apologize for. He's wrong. The other thing is he didn't like what we're doing with respect to Iran, but Iran is wants to be a nuclear nation so they can exterminate the world. Not going to happen. The lowest murder. I'm sorry. I love my president. I'm sorry. It's like common sense. They want to kill everybody, and we're not going to let them. So
So funny. I mean, I'm just now really starting to get his sense of humor, you know, and the way he expresses himself and the way he has the whole world going back and forth and back and forth. He's just amazing.
By the way, the memes for Catholics today brought more attention positive for Catholics than
That's what I
than the
thought.
Pope is doing.
Yeah.
Right? Then they brought like more like the memes like it's like good press, bad press. It doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
It
Reverse
was really
psychology, man. It works.
totally right. And what's so funny is, and what's so funny is right now I was watching the Pope deliver the wreath to the Algerian soldiers who were the Muslims that killed the Catholics in Algeria,
Ay, ay,
and
ay. Que
I'm
desmadre.
watching this. Right, I'm watching this live. I'm like, what is going on in upside down world?
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know,
And
I
it's
mean, and
just,
he has this whole enclave of cardinals and bishops with him. I'm so confused.
I know, it's crazy. The
It's so
the
wild.
nuns are
I don't
singing
understand.
the hymns in Arabic. Yeah.
He was singing hymns in Arabic.
Well, the nuns are in the
Oh.
mass. Yeah.
Oh, do you have an audio of that?
Let me go find it. Be right back.
Okay, please.
Hmm.
Department of War said we're done running a peacetime science fair while our potential adversaries are running a wartime arms race. Secretary Pete Hegseth. Oh, that's very good. Yummy. I like that. Oh boy. Interesting. Trump should post this one next. The declaration. I don't know what this is, but God, these memes are. Some people. James Lindsay did amazing stuff all day long. I haven't even been able to look at it because I was driving. For this first time ever, the Vatican has built a Muslim prayer room inside its apostolic library, while Christians are banned from Mecca. So this is not correct. It was actually, it wasn't. The story was corrected, but anyways, that's fine. Holocaust Remembrance Day from the UAE. That was nice of them. In light of the escalating spat between POTUS and Pontificus about the conflict in Iran, this seems like a fitting time to re-up this post from March 1st on just war doctrine considerations on the same. Due to competing priorities, I'm not able to develop a full analysis at the moment. So I'm going to tweet it out. This is from Dr. Brian Cox, for those interested. He's great. This is what he does. Teaches at the War College and stuff. Bent Jabil Hezbollah Memorial captured by the IDF. Another blow to the Hezbollah terror organization. Oh, wow. This is wow. This is like a historic place. Wow, this is a big deal what's going on right now. This is huge. Huge. This is all 47 churches affiliated with the Evangelical Protestant Church of Algeria were shuttered. Over 50 Christians were persecuted in the past year. And Christian Facebook group with over 50,000 followers was shut down in Algeria. USCIRF has persistently recommended Algeria for the State Department's special watch list due to systemic, ongoing, and egregious violations of religious freedom, largely driven by the enforcement of blasphemy laws and the systemic closure of churches. Algeria ranks 20 with a score of 77 out of 100, very high persecution of Christians on this year's Open Doors watch list, which pressure related extremely high on church life, national news, and community life for Christians. He quote tweeted the Pope. I mean, I'm really, I can't even believe where we're at with this timeline. Wow, wow, more stuff, more stuff is coming out now. Hold on. By the way, uh, the Hezbollah launched a RPG-7 round fired locally triggered a blast range. Okay. German Chancellor Merz, we are going to step up our measures against Russia's Shadows fleet. We'll also be working together in the Middle East in order to increase defense capabilities and organize this better. Interesting. And that's with Zelensky and Merz. Interesting. Israeli and Czech foreign affairs minister hold a joint press conference announcing the establishment of joint commission between Israel and the Czech Republic. The body will serve as a formal channel to coordinate policy, expand cooperation in defense, trade, and technology, and accelerate bilateral agreements. Oh, that's good. Qatar's foreign minister spokesman, there's a high level of coordination with Pakistan and the U.S., and our demands are being raised through these channels. Uh-huh. Okay. What do you think about that, Lillian?
Well, we know on whose side the Qataris are. We know on whose side are the Turks who are involved in this or that manner. the Pakistanis themselves and the Egyptians. So no wonder that some very important high level people here on X, I'm sure they are connected to the royal family in the United Arab Emirates, are practically posting almost every 3 hours their objection to that second meeting. If you read their posting, you realize how the Arab Emirates and other Gulf states feel and think. But you know what? I think PM Netanyahu says to himself, let the boys play, their game, and we will see.
So, but
Event,
Georgia Maloney just said that she's not signing, suspend the renewal of its defense agreement with Israel over the current
well,
situation with Iran.
yeah, well, you know what? The way her army is, yes, depleted army, I think they would need more Israeli assistant in defense than vice versa.
Exactly.
This, that's, and this is exactly how I'm going to write it in Italian and to tag her, and
Oh,
also in English, so everybody
okay.
would.
I'll
This
do
is
that
what I'm
too.
going to do. And she has I would like to refer people to, I think it was about a week ago or some days ago, that Bree gave us a brilliant overview of what's going on in Italy about Giorgia Meloni
Yes.
status in her own party, and what's going on there in domestic affairs. And on top of everything, during the war about 3 weeks ago, she paid a visit to Qatar. And if you see the amount of investments that the CCP has in Italy and Qatar, in different in the most important economic branches like tourism and real estate and fashion, then you will realize in what situation they are. So she managed to maybe to drag Italy out of financial situation and economic situation on the brink of collapse like Spain, only with this kind of foreign money and foreign funds. And maybe she also has, as Bree said, a very shaky status within her own uh, um, party, and I think what she is trying to allure are those who are fed up with the communists in Italy and the left, and they have no political home, and she's trying to allure them to vote for her next year. So, exploiting the Jews again. But with facts on the ground, and Israel has proven it, those armies are depleted, and they have no chance, and they would need, if something happens, they would need the protection of the IDF and not vice versa. Gottlob, thanks God, Gottlob.
I put it in the
By
purple
the way,
pill.
I shared up here. I wanted to share with you this Mossad commentary posting breaking Israel's reported terms for Lebanon de facto partition, and you can see that how the proposal would be to divide for the time being an outline of a three zone plan. Zone 1 with a buffer zone, zone 2 south of the Litani River, and zone 3 north of the Litani River, who is going to control which zone and why. And this with the map. It's very important. And when you guys you reading stuff like that, you should have always the map and the geographical situation in front of your eyes, because then you can learn a lot. So I have posted it. We will see. As I understood, um, first meeting in Washington D.C. is going to take place at 10 o'clock a.m. Washington time, which means our European Central European time is 4 o'clock in the afternoon. And I also read somewhere that there are big chances that Secretary of State Marco Rubio is going to join the meeting. And with that, back to you. It's going to be serious, guys.
Yeah, that's right, Lillian. I think it's going to get hairy.
Lillian, who are the meeting with?
Avi,
I missed the context.
Avi, sorry,
Yeah,
I didn't hear exactly your question.
Oh my God. Avi, did you?
who is meeting who?
Ron Dermer is meeting with the administration.
Awesome.
Avi, I need you to take a look at something right now that I just got sent. I mean, that just got posted.
I
Did you see?
I can. I'm
Oh,
driving.
okay.
Avi, there were some posting that Secretary Rubio was going to join the meeting today in Washington D.C.
Is Kushner there?
No, Kushner is
No.
not there. No. It's the Israeli ambassador to Washington D.C. It's Ron Dermer, and from their side, the
Yeah.
Lebanese side, it's the ambassador, a Lebanese ambassador. I think it's a lady, it's a woman, if I'm not mistaken. If someone knows better, please correct me. And in the beginning, they didn't mention Rubio's name, but then I seen it. I don't know if it's only a
Yeah,
rumor
Rubio.
or
So
it's for a
so
fact.
so Rubio will be personally participating in the Lebanese-Israeli negotiations because of the seriousness of it. Um, the Lebanese foreign minister, Israeli foreign minister Gideon Sar, and Marco Rubio will join as the godfather of peace negotiations, the Cedar Treaty for Peace.
Yalla salam.
I can tell you
Let's
one
make peace.
thing.
Come on.
It's a very big step from the Lebanese side. I can tell you that.
Of
It's a
course.
very big
But
step.
I've been following the Lebanese media. They're all over it. There are a lot of Lebanese journalists are supporting it. You know, some of them obviously are not Shia, but you hear a lot of voices coming out of Lebanon and also from the diaspora, obviously.
So
And there have been a kind of interviews. They interviewed people in Lebanon from different areas of Lebanon, and they were asked about it, and they all said the prevailing mood was very positive. Why not? We have to give it a chance, etc., etc. I think they are sick and tired. They are sick and tired. And I can tell you one thing.
They are hostages. They are poor hostages, basically. They took their land, the Shia, the IRGC. They consider them occupiers. They consider them invaders. They don't buy all this bullshit. We are defending you from Israel. Israel is not their enemy.
uh,
They know it.
by the way, Axel from the space made the funniest post. So apparently, somebody allegedly is asking for 250 Hezbollah to be allowed out of that specific town. And Joe Truzman goes, well, that way the Israelis could ask Hezbollah to allow 250 Israeli soldiers to get out. I'm like, why are they trapped? And Hezbollah will try to kill them. Like, what is going on with some of these? Like, I don't understand. I don't understand what's going on. Anyways, okay, I'm gonna take a break. There's so much news that is in the media. Like, there's so much stuff going on. But I'll post the stuff and just follow my feed. And I'm not gonna be
I didn't even
Well,
cover
there's
Lillian, by the
one
way.
important thing.
Sorry, there's a whole podcast that Tucker did yesterday on Israel, of course. Every day it's Israel and Netanyahu.
Nice.
Every day.
Imagine that.
Take it easy,
It's
Stella.
like what'd you say? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. Okay, so this one is oh God, Lillian, you should watch it, Lillian, and respond. But uh, he asked, who is this reporter? When do you think the planning for October 7th began? And what was the thinking? Look, in terms of the planning, if you're talking about the concrete steps, like I'm not an intelligence analyst. From what we know, I think from what was released, we understand that sometime in October 2022, it might have, the real planning could have been underway. The conceptual planning for something of this sort, I think, had been working within Sinwar since he was probably a teenager. I mean, there's a famous quote. I think he did the interview in Hebrew, which is like all the more eerie. It's a crazy interview, and he's sitting on a plastic chair outside. And they asked him something about, do you want to kill us? Do you want war with us? And he goes, listen, right now you're strong. You've got nuclear bombs. I can't touch you. But in 20
Really? What is that?
years, you're going to be weak. I don't know who he is.
Who
And that's what I'm going to threaten you.
is that?
I don't know. Do you know who it is? 2018, Yahya Sinwar.
Avi, Mizre.
It's crazy because, I think we were just talking about this before we started. Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic
I have
wrote a
no idea.
piece called The Sinwar. So this reporter, I don't know who he is. Let me see. It says, how long have you lived in
Can
Israel?
you send it to
For
me,
about 10
please?
years. 10 years. 10 years, he says. He lived in Israel. So we're just talking off camera, and first of all, thank you for doing this. Pleasure. Thanks for having me. It's impossible to really understand anything from the United States because the filters and the propaganda are just so restrictive. But it's obvious that October 7th is the beginning of a global reshuffling, certainly of the Middle East. We haven't spent enough time thinking through what that was. What was that? It doesn't say who he is. Understand October the 7th, oh, Ari Flansreich. ARI. Hold on. It's been lacking here. I talk to a lot of Palestinians, and they tell me a lot. He talks to a lot of Palestinians, and he tells me a lot. Okay. His name is Ari Flansreich. I don't know who he is. He's a journalist based in Israel, answers the questions. I sent you the link. And of course, he always makes images like Netanyahu, some evil being or something. He's like the most like chill guy ever. And you go look at the image just on the feed that I just sent you. 1 million views already. And
I see it. I see it now. I see it now. Yeah, Netanyahu knew about it. Netanyahu was not informed about all what was going on prior to October 7th, and this is what absolutely is the shock among the Israeli public. So Netanyahu was the last one to be informed, and this is the fact. And well, he took someone probably from most likely from the far left,
I don't
who
think he's a far
knows,
lefty, so that's why I don't know who this person is.
or whatever. I'm going to see who it is.
Yeah, it's interesting.
But
He usually writes the name of the person, and it only pops up. Let me see here again. What journalist he is? How long have you lived in Israel? And for about 10 years. 10 years. So we're just talking off camera, and first of all, thank you for doing this. Thanks for having me. It's impossible to really understand anything from the United States because the filters and the propaganda are just so restrictive. But it seems obvious that October 7th is the beginning of a global reshuffling, certainly of the Middle East. We haven't spent enough time thinking through what that was. What was that? I think to properly understand. Okay, so it's investigative report. It's called Ari Flansreich. I've never heard of him ever. So
Me neither.
okay, that's weird. So that means he's brought in by it's always
He's a
he's a
Duganist
Duganist,
puppet,
yeah. Okay, so he's with Haaretz, and
the Arabs is far
Yeah,
left. What
obviously.
is that?
he's a
He's a
Canadian. Okay, I'm
communist.
sorry, he's a Canadian writer. Right there, that's it. I'm done. Thank you, Canada. Oh, Canada, I'm done with you. So he's a Canadian writer who spent several years living in the Arab Triangle. It's called as if it's like the Bermuda Triangle.
Triangle, schmiangle.
Oh my god, I'm dying. Okay, so funny. Proficient in Hebrew and Arabic. He's currently working at Haaretz, which you might as well be working for the CCP at this point. The Call of the Den, the Palestinian militia challenging Hamas and Fatah. I don't even know what that means. So he writes these articles. Let me see. He doesn't even look like the same guy on Tucker's show, which is interesting. Here's his bio. Canadian. So right there, that's it. I know what I'm dealing with. This is why I'm telling you. Canadians should probably not come to my space for a while, except for cyber. I'm teasing. Okay, well, Noonie can come. But right now I'm having a problem with the Canadians. Okay. Proficient in Hebrew and Arabic, he's currently working on a compilation of essays about the linguistic fabric of the Arab Israeli population. This is not a geopolitical military expert. Did he do the army? No. He doesn't have any intelligence information. So what are we talking about here?
Yeah, well, the first thing we should know, you know what?
He's on.
We should follow his money trail. These
Oh, he
people
wrote for Tablet
become
at one point. Wait.
they are lavishly remunerated.
Wait.
I
He
can
wrote
tell
for
you that.
Tablet. No, he wrote for Tablet. Grand Theft Auto in the West Bank. That's the last article he wrote, and it's 2023, May 21st.
Yeah, there is also Carl Tucker was asking him who are the settlers who are killing Palestinians in the West, on the West Bank, and Palestinian kids. Yeah. The
Sure.
next question would be who are the settlers who are preparing matzot and the Passover bread from uh, Arab Palestinian kids' blood. And then we are back to Russia during the Tsar time, in 1913. Come on. I suggest everyone goes and read the book or watches the film based on Bernard Balabud, the film The Fixer with Alan Bates. Then you will learn about those psyops against Jews. Go. Either you get the book, The Fixer, or you watch the film. There was a film years ago with Alan Bates, The Fixer.
Um. Okay, so he says, hold on. So he says that could or quite possibly should have happened, right? And so that's been something I focused on a lot. And I think if you want to put together a proper answer, you have to put together a timeline. You have to go back. You have to trace basically the existence and the trajectory of Hamas from their rise to power. But the real breaking point, I'll say, is 2021. What happened in 2021? Three things happened in 2021. 2021, you have tensions at Al-Aqsa Mosque. You have famously all the tensions that went on in Sheikh Jarrah, where there were settlers taking Palestinian homes in East Jerusalem. That caused a lot of tension. What happened at the Al-Aqsa complex? There were all kinds of clashes between Israeli border police and Muslim worshippers. And this went on for some time. It was also, it was May. It was May. And what happened was that three things happened. Hamas fired rockets into Israel, killing about 14 Israelis. Riots broke out in the middle of Israel, across the country actually, internal riots between Arab Israelis and Israeli Jews. And suddenly the West Bank woke up from a very long slumber. Suddenly you had, for the first time in a very long time, militants who were firing at IDF troops. I remember seeing videos of I think it must have been hundreds of Palestinian men marching towards the border. Did I think they were going to enter? No. But I remember calling my father. I remember calling him and saying, this video I'm seeing, this doesn't look good. This is an indication of something. And in the Israeli media, if you look back at the reports, the Israelis perceive this to be an indication that we have a big threat from within. This contributed also to the rise of the right in the years that followed. So the first order of business was we have Arab Israelis, and they're
problem. We have 2 million Palestinians within our borders. And the next thing that happens, and you saw the borders of Israel, proper. Yeah, within the 48 borders. Yeah. Between the sea and the Green Line. Yeah. And then you had over the next year or two, you might remember, increased operations by the IDF. Suddenly in Nablus, which used to be called the terror capital of Palestine, suddenly there was a new militia that formed. It's called Lion's Den. Suddenly in
Very
Jenin, the
radical.
refugee camps in the north of the West Bank, there are armed men doing military marches with M16s and masks on. And that was the second order of business. And the last thing that the Israelis believed was that Hamas firing some sort of like a water pipe rockets into Israel was an indication of something to come, something much bigger to come.
So, what was this? I mean, as you said, you could trace this all the way back to the, British Mandate era or whatever. You could trace it as far back as you wanted, but you think this really began with clashes between both Israeli citizens, Arabs and Jews within Israel, and in 2021. So how did that lead to?
Not exactly. What I think is that, and this is why you have to go a little further back. Sorry, This is a bit of a. I think that the internal riots were absolutely meaningless. I think what happened in the West Bank was somewhat meaningful, and I can explain later why I don't think it had any end to it, why it wasn't going to come to any significant end. But what happened in 2021, why Hamas fired rockets? No one bothered to ask, why are they suddenly firing rockets? Hamas came to power in 2007? I think it was 2007. Yeah. They come to power, and this is a group that overthrew the PA. Right. They tossed Palestinian Authority. They tossed them off rooftops, took control of Gaza. And they came, why would people have wanted them? Or why did they think that the Palestinians deserved them rather than the PA? They were saying, we're a resistance group. We're Palestinians. We were exiled in 48. And the whole purpose of our existence in one way or another is to get back. And so unlike the PA, we're not going to sit and make peace with the Jews. We're not going to sort of like coordinate with them. We're not going to arrest people at their behest. We're going to fight. And that's what they did from 2007 to 2014. I think you have 3 to 4 ground invasions, if I'm not mistaken. And so they were they were fulfilling their promise. They didn't win. They didn't liberate Palestine. But what did happen is that Hamas didn't have a lot of political tension because they were either fighting, being bombed, or people were cleaning up the rubble. But in 2014, just bear with me a moment, in 2014, suddenly silence falls upon Gaza. I think this was a silence that, I don't know if Hamas even predicted this silence would ever come upon Gaza. The Israelis certainly wanted it. It's the last war. It's called Suketan in Hebrew. It's the last war. The Israelis, bombed a bunch of tunnels. There were some ground operations, lots of strikes. And it was kind of this thing where they came and said, look, we sent them back. I think the quote from the general at the time was, we sent them back 50 years or 100 years to the Stone Age, whatever it was. But that's a bit of a problem for Hamas. You're a group of gritty, sort of nitty-gritty resistance fighters. You came to power. You fought some wars. Didn't win. You didn't get totally beat. And now you're just bureaucrats. Now you have to go from grit to governance. And that's fine, maybe for a year, maybe for 2, because the next big battle's coming. What happens 3, 4, 5 years later? At some point, people are sitting there, they have a much lower quality of life than people in the West Bank. Palestinians in the West Bank, at the very least, can come into Israel for years and years and years, half of them illegally, and work, make an Israeli salary, go back home. In Gaza, they didn't have a whole lot going for them, and I think at some point in time, maybe around 2018, it became clear that I think people were kind of starting to ask the questions like, what? Okay, if we picked you and you're supposed to fight, and now we're just eating shit here, we might as well get the PA back. And you say that you don't sit down with the Jews and you don't recognize the Jews and you're not going to make peace with them, but like you talk to them on a weekly basis, you just have some Egyptian guy in the middle playing telephone tag. And I think that the leader of Hamas, I think Yahya Sinwar, I think he understood that, I think around 2018, he began to understand that like this is not something sustainable. Can't keep going like this. When do you think
He's so
the
dumb, he
planning
doesn't even know.
for October 7th began? And what was the thinking? Look, in terms of the planning, if you're talking about the concrete steps, look, I'm not an intelligence analyst. From what we know, I think from what was released, we understand that sometime in October 2022, it might have, the real planning could have been underway. The conceptual planning for something of this sort, I think, had been working within Sinwar since he was probably a teenager. I mean, there's a famous quote. I think he did the interview in Hebrew, which is like all the more eerie. It's a crazy interview. He's sitting on a plastic chair outside. Okay, And they asked him something about, do you want to kill us? Do you want war with us? And he goes, listen, right now, you're strong. You've got nuclear bombs. I can't touch you. But in 20, maybe 15 years, you're going to be weak inside. And that's when I'm going to strike you. And in 2018, Yahya Sinwar gave an interview. It's crazy because, I think we were just talking about this before we started. Jeffrey Goldberg of The Atlantic, he put out a piece called The Sinwar's March of Folly. I think it came out in the summer, August, September. And he ventured an argument as to why Sinwar could have done something so stupid. And I'm bracketing morals here. I'm not talking about whether he was good or bad. I'm just talking about, conceptually speaking. Like the pure analysis of it, yeah. Yeah, exactly. And he had this line. I read this. I must have read this piece 4 to 5 times, and unto this day, I can't understand what he meant. He said something to the effect of, Yahya Sinwar fell prey to Muslim Brotherhood supremacy, yep, conspiracism, yep, and he lacked reasoning capabilities. Yep. Something out of like a first-year philosophy paper. He wrote a couple books in prison, didn't he? In the decades he spent in prison. He wrote one book. One book, a novel? Yeah. He's something of the road. I forget the name. The Carnation and the Eagle or something. Yeah. And he was reading quite a bit. He'd read a lot, sort of like old. Right. So he's not an illiterate savage. Whatever you think, I'm not endorsing. He could be a savage. But he wasn't an illiterate savage. He was definitely literate. Yeah. He definitely had reasoning capabilities. Yeah. You can use reasoning capabilities to do very, very bad things. People do. All the time. He did. But again, it's not the point. It's probably pretty obvious by now that you... Okay, that's the newest episode. Tucker brings this Canadian.
Is this Tucker's saying that BB let October 7th happen, even though it's been debunked a few times?
Yeah.
So
He's trying to figure that out, and that's this guy who writes for Haaretz, which is the most left wing paper. He's a guy from Canada. He's lived in Israel for 10 years. He speaks Arabic and English, but he's very far to the left. But he doesn't know any of the intelligence. Had he had a Colonel Spencer on there, or even I'm trying to think of somebody else, even a Gotti Tobe, okay, or even a Mike Duran. All of these questions could be answered, but Tucker doesn't want them answered in like a real way. Like Colonel Spencer was on the ground. I have thousands of hours of Twitter Spaces with him on it. Like at every trip he was there, every report, everything that was going on constantly. So you could just you don't even have to film it. You could just have Colonel Spencer come by. The point is he's narrative shaping, so he doesn't want like to actually know the truth. He wants to reinforce whatever bullshit that the Duganop is making. So, anyways, you guys can watch it, or we'll leave it for tomorrow, and we can, or when I'm back from my vacation time, and we can break it down. I'll probably post a rebuttal to it, and I'll just post it online. But I'm gonna say goodnight, guys. Okay, thank you. It was an insane few days, and if anything crazy
Good night.
happens, Lillian and Avi, you have permission to call me. Just call me, okay?
Listen,
Okay.
I retweeted your tweet about Meloni with the introduction in Italian. I just was working
Perfect.
on it.
Perfect. Okay, great.
You will see it. I'll send it to you.
Okay,
And I
thank you.
tagged her.
Okay,
I
perfect.
tagged her.
Perfect. Okay, guys. Have a good night.